Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the McDonald's Little Athletics Queensland State Championships live here from QSAC, the venue bathed in sunshine. My name's Chris and I'm joined by Daniel Viles. Mate, I do have to ask, 12 hours yesterday calling some of the most explosive races that we will definitely see. How's the voice holding up?
Yeah, it's fine, thank Chris. I'm doing all right today. And no, it's an absolute privilege to be here. It's we've been waiting for this event for probably the last 12 months, really. I think since we finished last year, and we're not even the athletes. I mean, you can see how excited the athletes are to be here at the state championships. This is a big deal. I mean, in terms of little athletics, there's only one event that's bigger, and that will be at this track in a few weeks' time. But right now, we're seeing high-quality athletics. We're seeing wonderful racing. We're seeing incredible sportspersonship, and yeah, we're about to see the long hurdles races, which are fascinating. And as we've learned in previous years, these are races where every hurdle is a chance for the placings to change.
You're absolutely spot on, and before we get stuck into the proceedings there and you have a look at the race card and the lineup, big thanks to McDonald's, Coles, Tribal Sport, Hart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, and the White Clown Foundation. And of course, it's been streamed right, not just around the country, but right across the planet. Thanks to our friends at Sportscast, bringing you all the action, Daniel. This is what it's all about. It's 2 days are in the books. But this is exciting.
You say all around the world. I did actually have a couple of Martians contact me last night, a couple of Venusians as well. This is all around the universe, mate.
Well, I know your social circles, mate. It does not come as a surprise. But the 300-metre hurdles are a great way to start proceedings. Fittingly enough, this was actually how we started day 2, or our first day of broadcasting yesterday, from the 300-metre mark with the 1,500-metre walk. So it's a bit of deja vu that we're starting over there for the 300 hurdles.
Not only that, but it's a bit of deja vu that we're starting over there for the 300-metre hurdles.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
These are timed finals, so there'll be 2 heats. From what I could see, it looks like the second heat featuring runners like the defending champion Hayley Collis of North Mackay, also Sienna Smith from Runaway Bay, who's had a very good meet so far, Claudia Schaumburg of Aspley. They will be in the second heat, but there's some familiar names in the first heat. In fact, I'm starting to wonder whether they've actually combined the 2 heats, because the first one was only supposed to have 5 and the second one 6. So let me just check the updated. In fact, it's one timed final and we will have 10 runners on the track.
Well, thanks to McDonald's, we'll look at a Queensland best performance time to keep an eye out for then. 43.86 set by Taylor Fagan from Noosa, going back 9 years ago at this very event.
So we got the 3 medalists from last year. Hayley Collis of North Mackay in 4, Kayla Cranwell of Algester in 8, and Sienna Smith of Runaway Bay in 2. 300-metre hurdles, McDonald's State Championships, day 3. Another 7 hours of athletic action. 6 hours coming your way. No, 7 hours. I was right the first time.
We'll stretch it to 8, mate, if we need to.
Careful. Often racing in the girls under 17 300-metre hurdles. Plenty of action on the inside as Hayley Collis from North Mackay in the orange, making a move early. The outside lanes of Cranwell, Schaumburg and Gabriella Cherry from North Rockhampton. Apologies. Don't get those 2 wrong, Daniel. They're working hard. It's Collis in lane 4, Cranwell in lane 8. Usual suspects from 2025 and previous years. Cranwell from Algester look to have the lead around the bend. You can hear the chant for Hayley Collis go up from North Mackay. She's taken the lead. Sienna Smith from Runaway Bay in lane 2 has taken second position. It's the same front 3 as last year. Hayley Collis is going to defend her title. Sienna Smith second, Kayla Cranwell third. North Mackay goes mad.
Well, you have no doubt at all, Daniel, who was the crowd favourite heading into this one. But she's an outstanding athlete. But to have the 3 go repeat the performances again from last year is absolutely outstanding. And I find this a very challenging event to come out of the gate. And I noticed with some of the athletes back on the McDonald's bend, they did struggle getting that momentum. But the front 3, they had no issues. Their fluent stride over the hurdles capped off a wonderful finish. They did that last sort of 100 metres in about 17 seconds. So
wow.
When they turned for home, and to do that and keep up that speed, absolutely outstanding.
With 1 set of hurdles at the top of the straight and then 2 on the straight. Not a bad effort. So just confirming, Collis first in 47.79, Sienna Smith second in 48.46, and you can see Cranwell on the screen as well. And it was a race in 3. Of course, 10 runners on the track. It's occasionally a little difficult to get all 10 runners named, but we do our best.
And there's just a great spread as well, because we've got athletes from far north Queensland, on the Sunshine Coast, around Brisbane and on the Gold Coast. So there's a very wide spread. And as quick as one finishes, thanks to our friends at McDonald's, we're rolling straight into the under-17 boys hurdles, and the best performance time to keep an eye out for. Keeping in mind the conditions, 22 degrees, and the humidity is relatively pleasant. But the Queensland best performance time to keep an eye out for is 38.47, set by Kaylin Jensen from Toowong, set at this event 2 years ago.
Second, third and fourth from last year here. Caleb Farce of Isis Districts is in lane 6. Cooper Gleeson of Glasshouse is in lane 3. Daniel Chalice of Tweed is in lane 2. Boys under 17 300-metre hurdles. The hurdles are 76 centimetres high. Racing in the 300-metre hurdles. Immediately making a move was Blade Thompson of Tweed. He's made up the stagger on Caleb Fast fairly early. And Blade Thompson, who's been having a wonderful meet, has taken the lead with about 150 to go. Thompson first. On his outside, Fast is second. Silver medalist last year. And then in lane 4, Locke Robertson of Ashmore coming through. But it's Blade Thompson's world at the moment. Thompson of Tweed, he'll take it first. It looks like Caleb Fast of Isis will go back-to-back silvers. Apologies, Locke Robertson will get the silver. Caleb Fast will get the bronze. But Blade Thompson of Tweed is a state champion over the 300-metre hurdles.
And magnificent run. And they did give the Queensland best performance time a little bit of a shake there, 38.47. But I think they're very impressive. As impressive as Blade's run was, for me, the young star that was able to claim the silver medal, he was sitting in third position, coming down with about 90 metres to go.
This is Locke Robertson of Ashmore.
And he clipped that hurdle. He clipped the second last hurdle, but the recovery was outstanding, because as soon as he tumbled over the hurdle, almost slingshotted him to give him that extra little bit of momentum. Sometimes when you do knock over a hurdle, it does take a little bit of that speed out, but he was sitting comfortably a couple of strides in third place, and within 10 metres after knocking over the hurdle, he'd moved into second place. Wonderful recovery from him. Can't stress that enough. Well, not taking anything from Blade's performance, but just noticing something on the back of the McDonald's bend.
Final standings on your screen at the moment, a 1.78 second margin between Thompson and Robertson, and then another 0.61 seconds back to Farce. Moving to the under 16 girls, once again just a single race. This is a final.
Just looking at a Queensland best performance time to keep an eye out for, thanks to our friends at Coles. 44.65 set in 2024.
Highest finisher from last year was Tiani Batossi of Strathpine, who's out in lane 9. In fact, we may have a couple of non-starters, just bear with me. Sorry, she's in lane 2. Missed that. Racing. Jessica Austin of Algester is in lane 1. Batossi of Strathpine in 2. Ruby Chester of Townsville Central is in 3. Allegra Dioth of Nanango in 4. Out in, I think it's lane 8, Ruby Richardson of Toowoomba. We'll just confirm that. Going well round the bend. Lane 7, Grace Murdoch of Ross River is giving it a real shake. She's in the lead at the moment. Olivia Dunlop of Arana in lane 5. Pushing her at the moment. Just a bit of a stumble before that hurdle, Grace Murdoch. It's given Dunlop the opportunity. Dunlop moving up in lane 5. The first 4 are very close, but Olivia Dunlop of Arana, she's won a state championship. I suspect that Sarah Snow of Jimboomba came through for second. Third will be, well, a photo from this angle, but the people in the actual photo finish booth will have that sorted out straight away. It'll come up on your screen in a moment. And it looks like I may have been given the wrong lanes because on your screen it says Allegra Diaz of Nanango has won the race. So they might have changed lanes towards the end there.
Just looking down there on the track, we are seeing one of the athletes
prone, yes,
being attended to. So I don't know. Just looking, trying to think if she might have clipped the hurdles coming down, coming across. She's back up to her feet at the moment.
Okay, so lane 5 was Allegra Diaz of Nanango. It was Tayani Bertossi of Strathpine who was in second, and Mega Van Ryson of the University of Sunshine Coast in third, as you can see on your screen.
So those that silver and bronze medal they were definitely up to grab. That was certainly up for grabs by 3 athletes. So it was a foregone conclusion that Allegra was rolling through to take the gold, but very little separated second from fourth. In fact, just 0.14 of a second, and unfortunately there for Ava Landers, 0.07 of a second prevented her from winning a medal. Such a wonderful finish, though. Great start to this McDonald's campaign.
So Allegra Diaz of Nanango was 4th last year. Rising through. So we're on to the next race already, which is the boys 300 metres for under 16s. Let's get this one right. So lane 6 appears to be blank. So lane 1 is Eli Mullins of Noosa. Lane 2, Harry Cameron of Toowoomba. Lane 3, Aidan Vane of Mount Gravatt. Lane 4, Mark Rowbottom of West Bundaberg. 5 is Charlie Krieg of Toowoomba. 6 was to be Cooper Kidd of Nambour. 7, Robin Bullar of Springwood. 8, Jackson Reed of Townsville Central. 9, Lyndon Hermes of Noosa. 10, Cooper McGarrigle of Runaway Bay. Already we can see, and I believe it's lane 6. No, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lane 5 is Charlie King of Toowoomba. Leading it out, looking very, very strong. Look at Mark Rowbottom of West Bundaberg coming through in lane 4. Aidan Vane of Mount Gravatt clipped a hurdle. At the moment, it's Charlie King of Toowoomba. He looks like he's got enough space to hold on. It'll be Charlie Krieg from Mark Rowbottom. It's gold for Toowoomba in the 300-metre hurdles for boys in the under-16s.
And Harry Cameron came from the clouds to pinch the bronze medal as well against Lyndon Hermes. That was a nice little battle for the preliminary positions there. That was absolutely outstanding. Terrific run. It was a 4-athlete race. I do want to give some praise to Mark Rowbottom as well. Dug deep, just really fought hard. Some great guts and determination.
For about 120 out, I reckon.
Yeah, I think that just that was well executed, and a lot to be proud of. This is a very tough race out of the gate. To have to get the leap sorted, to get the sprint sorted. It's very challenging at the best of times, and even chatting with Cole's ambassador and friend of ours, Sally Pearson, yesterday.
Careful. That's how restraining orders get made.
But we were talking to her yesterday about the importance of preparation and the warm-ups, and that's the beauty of having a venue so great like Cusack, because behind us there's a fully fledged venue where athletes can practice and go through their strides. And it was a terrific, highlighted here by a terrific performance. Again, very little separated, quite a number of athletes there. Charlie getting ahead of Mark by 0.23 of a second, 0.33 of a second. Then Harry Cameron storming around to bypass Aidan Max Vogne from Mount Gravatt with a time of 42.55. So there was 4 athletes in contention for 3 medals.
So the girls under 15 300 metres hurdles. Thank you for that wrap up, Chris. And what we've got, it looks to be 2. So these are timed finals. There'll be 2 heats.
Queensland best performance time of 43.69, which was set at this event by Addison Forenzo from Queensland. Also Australian best performance time set 2 years ago. So I would like to think that they're different dates. So perhaps maybe she set the same time on the same of broke the record twice. Or broke the best performance twice. But
So matched her time at 2 different meets.
well, we've got April 27, 2024 and April 30, 2024. So maybe...
She was in form.
Yep, she was definitely in form. So
And consistent.
Yeah, exactly.
A little too consistent.
Yeah. But these time heats now, this is where every race counts for so much. So you are racing against yourself and nobody else. So it's important about setting the fastest time possible. Personally, I'm a big fan of this because it means that we haven't got heats where the winner is just fighting for a place. It's in the final, they run their own race. I really like this setup.
Completely agree. 6 runners in this race. This is the first of 2 timed finals. It's all about the clock.
Gold medalists could come from this very heat.
There's one big name in particular. I correct that, it's 2. In lane 2 is Indy Vincenti of Ashmore. In lane 3, Grenadier Cassar of Redlands. In lane 4, Ava Knowles of Tweed. 5 is Sienna Shand of Centenary. 6, Kiara Waterman of Strathpine. 7 is Zara Price of Redlands. Look at Vincenti making ground up in the inside lane. Flying at the moment. Vincenti is a long way in front. Believe it's Waterman from Strathpine who's second. In fact, that might be Shand of Centenary. No, I was right the first time. Waterman of Strathpine. But it's all about Vincenti at the moment. Throwing down the challenge to the runners in the higher seeded second race. But Vincenti, she's going to come home in about 47. Waterman of Strathpine will come over for second. And then Shand of Centenary just leading Knowles of Tweed for third and fourth.
Well, this goes back to what we said before, thanks to our friends at McDonald's. You run your own race, and that's exactly what she did. She ran her own race, she focused on that, control the controllables. It might throw a spanner in the works in terms of the times of the second and third place. It really depends on what happens in the second heat, if it's very close and if it's very fast. So there's a lot of different variables here, but there's still a very good chance that 1, 2, and 3 could very well come from that. But Vincenti might just blow everyone else off the park and have this unbelievable time and leave everyone in her wake that no one, even in Heat 2, can get close to.
Came fourth in the 90-metre hurdles, Vincenti, and then third in the high jump, third in the triple jump. She's been there or thereabouts all week. Got a couple of pieces of bronzeware.
You're referring to this, what I've got around my neck, Daniel? Bronzeware? There we go, just showing it off.
Chris Yind is wearing a bronze medal at the moment, which he picked up from a Little Athletics Championships in Victoria in 19...
I said to my wife, I'm taking it. And she's like, I don't want you tearing up the garage. And I said, I'll find it in 5 minutes because I'm medal envy.
Haven't been to Chris's place, but I reckon he's got it at the front door.
It's a welcome door.
If the doorbell doesn't work, you just pull on the Little Athletics medal, and that will alert the people inside that there's someone at the gate.
I don't need to go to the gym. I can just lift that up and down.
Your Mr. Puniverse title is waiting. Second time final. Go through the entrance in a moment. Seem to be a couple of withdrawals. I'll go through the list I've got. And you'll see some absences. Lane 2, Amelia Kasperzak of Deception Bay. Lane 3, Poppy Ledbetter of Ipswich. Lane 4, Avani Asiawatham of Strathpine. 5 is Marissa Benedict of Runaway Bay. 6, Misha Nell of Deception Bay. 7, Desiree Moore of Nambour. 8, Abrielle Ball of Toowoomba. 9, Alexis Taylor from City North. There have been a couple of withdrawals from that. It's an even field. It appears to be Asiawatham from Strathpine in lane 4, who is tearing it up. Big lead. The time to beat is around 47. Takes down a hurdle. Has Marissa Benedict of Runaway Bay just behind her right shoulder. Outside her, sorry, that's not Benedict, that's Nell of Deception Bay. And then a couple of lanes over, Abrielle Ball of Toowoomba. Asiawatham racing the clock. Needs to beat 47. It's tight, but she's got the gold, I believe. Avani Asiawatham of Strathpine is the state champion over the 300-metre hurdles for under 15s.
Magnificent run there, and we said this could be a closer race. It definitely lived up to that. It was a faster race too, and the top two from this event will secure medals as well. So,
I think would Vincenti get the silver and Nell the bronze? Is that how it's looking at the moment?
well, it just depends. We're seeing everything get updated below, but yes, no, that's how it's worked out. So, Aveni with 47.31 in Heat 2, Indy with 47.54 after winning the first heat, and then Michelle Nell from Deception Bay, 48.55. That has given her the bronze medal.
Abrielle Ball of Toowoomba in fourth. She was another 1.2 seconds behind.
And just to put it into comparison, the athletes that finished in second and third in Heat 2, 52.77, 55.41. So there was a more than a 5 second gap between first and second in Heat 2.
Moving on to the under 15 boys 300 metre hurdles.
Queensland best performance time 39.44 by Harry Osborne from the Gold Coast at this very event last year.
Smallish field of 6 is that lane 3 was starting in, so the silver medalist from last year is gone. So it looks like we've got Xander Holthouse of Runaway Bay in 3, Oliver Findlay of West Bundaberg in 4, in 5 is Finn Wyatt of North Rockhampton, 6 Noah Porter of North Mackay, 7 Felix Witkowski of Aspley, and 8 Joshua Ban of Strathpine. Plenty of heat being applied by Holthouse of Runaway Bay on the inside lane. He may well have them covered. Finn Wyatt from North Rockhampton, in fact, has the lead in lane 5. So Noah Porter getting a lot of support in lane 6. Jumps a long way over the hurdle, but it's lane 5, Finn Wyatt of North Rockhampton. Porter from North Mackay being challenged for silver. Finn Wyatt is the state champion. Noah Porter will just get second ahead of Oliver Findlay of West Bundaberg. But it's all country in the final, in the medals, in the boys 300 metre hurdles under 15. Regional Queensland for the win.
That turn for home, that showed a lot of courage for all athletes coming around the McDonald's bend, but that was a flawless performance. Again, ran a really good race. As you mentioned, saw a bit of a tumble there on the hurdle there with, I think it was the eventual silver medalist, but to maintain that composure, was that the bronze medal winner. But
I think we've had some lane changes again because seconds come up, as you can see on the screen, as Felix Witkowski of Aspley and Oliver Findlay of West Bundaberg in bronze. We'll just wait for those times. And Holthouse, who I called early in the race, wasn't even in it.
Noah Porter, who was definitely a crowd favourite up here, finishing in 4th position.
Right.
But Finn Wyatt, Felix Witkowski and Oliver Findlay taking out the medals. Just an outstanding performance. And again, to run this straight out of the gate, very, very challenging. We've got plenty of great events still to come right across the morning. We've got the girls and boys discus in the under 12 still to come. We've got some long jump activity, which will be shown on other streams. We've got some shot put as well. And coming up very shortly, we will have the girls 200 metre hurdles. But I think it's time we refresh and rehydrate. Thanks to our friends at Coles, and we're back on the other side of this.
Welcome back to the Queensland Sports and Athletics Centre. This is the 2026 McDonald's the Athletic State Championships. No vision at the moment, unfortunately, but we've got the girls under 14 200-metre hurdles. Final racing. So in lane 9, Anya Cebulski of Runaway Bay is probably in the lead at the moment. She's got a bit of a challenge from Charlotte Don of Aspley and Sophie Rosenberg of Arana. Rosenberg takes the lead with about 50 metres to go. Rosenberg ahead of Don. Cebulski is back in third. Sophie Rosenberg of Arana about a metre ahead of Charlotte Don of Aspley. Cebulski's going to come through for silver, but the state champion is Sophie Rosenberg of Arana. Second will be Anya Cebulski of Runaway Bay. Third will be Charlotte Don of Aspley. We'll get some times for you as soon as they come through. The other runners in the event are Laura Rankin of Laidley, Angelique Pasmans of University of the Sunshine Coast, Isabel Healy of Ipswich, and Sky Irvine of the University of the Sunshine Coast. So I got some vision back, and that's actually the first of 2 timed finals. So Rosenberg not confirmed as the state champion. But Rosenberg with a time of 32.73, Anya Cebulski of Runaway Bay 32.94, Charlotte Don of Aspley 33.04, Isabel Healy of Ipswich 34.76, Angelique Pasmans of USC 35.22, Laura Rankin of Laidley 36.11, and Sky Irvine of the University of Sunshine Coast 37.17. We've got some static vision at the moment. We'll get the race for you fairly soon. So the second heat of the girls' 200-metre hurdles under 14, we run the time to beat is 32.73 seconds. Another medalists from last year have returned in this event. But there are plenty of runners who've had good meets. Heat 2 about to get underway. The field is Mia Threlfo from Runaway Bay, Sophie McDiarmid of Redlands, Ava Buring of Jimboomba, Taylor Hughes of City North, Giselle Vale of Springwood, Valentina Song Redmond of Noosa, Charlotte Cronin of Aspley, and Bridget Bradley of Bribie. False start in the second timed final of the girls' 200 metres under 14. You will see the runners pass through your screen. They're currently just starting around to the right. You'll see them come around the bend fairly soon after the starter's gun goes. But it's a 32.73 to beat Rosenberg's time for the gold. For what it's worth, the state record is down in the 27s. State best performance, apologies, 28.13. That stood for 9 years now. Emily Campbell of the Balmoral Club. Away in the second timed final. Good start on the inside from Marla Threlfo of Runaway Bay. She's holding her stagger well. But coming through in lane 5 is Taylor Hughes of City North. She's probably got a lead of about 10 metres at the moment. In the outside lane is Charlotte Cronin of Aspley. She's a clear second, but it's all about the time and Taylor Hughes of City North at the moment. The time's just gone past 26 seconds. Taylor Hughes, she's going to break 30. 29.31 is the provisional time. It is Taylor Hughes who is the state champion. There was a fair gap back to the minor placings. We'll get those for you as soon as they're available. But a convincing victory to Taylor Hughes of City North in the girls under 14 200-metre hurdles. Time's coming through shortly. There was such a big gap back that it looks like Sophie Rosenberg, the winner of the first heat from Arana, in 32.73. In fact, she was beaten by Charlotte Cronin of Aspley in a 31.75 in that second heat. Just waiting for all the times to load. And in fact, the first 4 runners across the line. Apologies to Sophie Rosenberg, whose day I've completely ruined. But the top 3 runners in the girls' 200 metres under 14s, 200 metre hurdles, beg your pardon. The bronze going to Marla Threlfall of Runaway Bay in 32.14. The silver to Charlotte Cronin of Aspley in 31.75. And the gold, by over 2 seconds, goes to Taylor Hughes of City North. As we welcome back to the commentary area, Mr. Chris Yind.
Oh, look, the crowd atmosphere around here this morning, it has been electric. I feel like there's a lot more excitement, a lot more energy than we saw yesterday, and that's definitely saying something. But a lot of people I've spoken to already, they said they stayed at the Quality Hotel Robertson Gardens.
Did they really? They all said this to you?
They did.
Wow, that's incredible.
I said, did you make the most of the breakfast buffet this morning? They said, yes, sir, we did. And I was furious because I saw it this morning. I wish I hadn't lived on the Gold Coast and wish I had made the opportunity. I couldn't get a booking anyway. So
that's a shame. That's a real shame.
But, we value their wonderful support. They're the reasons why we get the opportunity to enjoy what we enjoy and the athletes get to compete on the track.
Just looking through the start list for the next event, which is the boys under 14 200 metre hurdles. And the top 4 plus 6th from last year are all here. I believe they're all in the second race. So 2 timed finals. The medalists are expected to come from the second race, but as we saw, you can put a lot of pressure on by having a good run in the first one.
Well, you know, it's so much focus on racing within yourself, and that's what we're seeing a lot from our athletes. And Queensland best performance time, thanks to Cole, to keep an eye out for, is 25.83.
Underway in the first timed final, Jaden Mortimer of Aspling in the middle lane got away well, as did out in lane 7 it is. That's Jack McGarrigle of Runaway Bay. Did quite well, and then just inside him, lane 6, now making a move, is Jake Garland of Bundaberg. Lukey Clayton of University of the Sunshine Coast. Coming through for second is Eamon McCarthy of Balmoral. But Jake Garland of Bundaberg wins that easily in a time of 29.28. That's the time to beat for the second of the 2-time finals.
Very, very close for the minor placings too. There was a strong battle between 3rd, 4th and 5th to perhaps climb into that bronze medal position. If that's a faster heat than Heat 2, then we might have all our medalists there, but as you rightfully said, Daniel, this could very well be a faster heat. The second heat 2 could be the one to watch. Just waiting for the times to become available to us. So Jake Garland with a time of 29.40. Eamon McCarthy with 30.62. And Lukey Clayton with 30.76. So the challenge has been thrown down to the athletes in Heat 2. And as we highlighted before, there's very little separating 4th from 5th. So 30.76 is going to be the time to consider in order to get a medal. And that's what we're going to see out of Heat 2.
The top 3 from last year, Tyson Brezigar of Gladstone. He's in lane 6 today. Oliver Lowe of Jimboomba will be in lane 4. He won silver last year by 0.35. And then Leo Nash of Arana will be in lane 8. Liam Tandog of USC is in lane 1. He's got the inside run, 4th last year, and then Chrysler McLaughlin of Strathpine was 6th.
How fitting would it be for him to medal after finishing 4th last year? What was a great performance.
Liam Tandog will be out there. Inside lane, he'll be able to see everyone, which can be good, bad, or bad, good.
I think we'll see times in the 28s. Yeah.
Second timed final. Boys under 14 200 metre hurdles. You can see the athletes in the upcoming races lined up at the back. It's an even start as they go over the first hurdle. In lane 3, an excellent start from Seth Sturgeon of Ashmore. And out in lane 8, Leo Nash of Arana throwing down the gauntlet. He is going out hard. It's between Nash and Sturgeon at the moment. Tyson Brezigar of Gladstone now coming through. This is a 3-horse race. The sprint is on. Leo Nash of Arana. Nash is going to take it. Brezigar may have dipped ahead of Sturgeon for second. At 27.26 is the time. Leo Nash has the state championship.
What more can you say? Look, our 3 medalists are right there. That's just how hot that heat was. So the
It was a hot heat.
It was definitely a hot heat. Yeah.
It was gas. You just turned it right up,
Oh.
and you could see the flames.
You could see the turbochargers flying around the McDonald's bend to perfection. But that time, the first heat time of 29.40 is not enough to medal, because we see Leo Nash with an impressive time, 27.31 to take the state title. Tyson Bressiger with 27.51, 0.20 separating them. But then we go to Oliver Lowe, who's had a really good campaign, 27.54, 0.03 of a second from taking away a silver medal. But a bronze medal will accompany back to Jimbumba just down the road. So 0.23 separating first from third. And feel a little bit for Jake Garland with 29.40, who won the opening heat. He misses out on a medal. He finishes in fourth place. That's just how cruel this format can be, can't it? Just having the timed heats.
It's a different kind of cruelty. Like in other sports, you can suffer cruelty because there's an incorrect decision from an official, or the wind blows the wrong way at the right time, or your teammate sort of doesn't catch the pass that you throw, or whatever. Whereas with this one, the cruelty is that you can't argue with the clock.
Yeah.
That there's an objective measurement there that you can't. That's just impenetrable. The girls under 13 200-metre hurdles, and this is the first year of the long hurdles for this age group. So no defending champions, no form from previous state championships, but we do have some athletes who are going to get sore necks from the medallions they've got from other events, all in Heat 3. That's right. Now I say heat, they're all timed finals. It's all about the clock. And the seedings have stacked it so that not stacked it in that sense. The seedings mean that the third race is stacked.
So the athletes in heats 1 and 2 have got to have the race of their lives. I think we can certainly see that. Maybe there's a little. We spoke about it ad nauseum yesterday. Is it less pressure, and so mean more focus to run your own race and run it the best that you can without some of those distractions that might accompany you in the race that you're in.
Amity Batchelor of USC is in the third heat. She's already won the 80-metre hurdles and got a bronze in the 400. Clearly knows how to run and leap. Danielle Pushkarev, who won the silver in the sprint hurdles, she'll be in that third heat as well. Isabel Norcott from Jimboomba.
Queensland best performance time to keep an eye out for, 28.19, set back in 2018 from Amelita Case from Caloundra.
Just looking at the form of some of the runners coming up in Heat 3. 28.19 is a time to watch. Often racing in the first heat, Sophie Banks of Gladstone, Audrey Findlay of the Gold Coast, Diana Sheff of Apalokia, Caitlin Papworth of Runaway Bay, April Kelly of Strathpine, Madeline Preston of Tweed, and Charlotte June Walker of Gracemere. That's going from the inside of the track to the outside. Caitlin Papworth of Runaway Bay had the early lead, is now being challenged by Findlay of the Gold Coast. In fact, Findlay has taken the lead fairly comfortably from Papworth. Outside her is April Kelly of Strathpine. Findlay will win the first heat from Papworth and Kelly. 32.9 is her time. We expect that to be surpassed, but right now, Audrey Findlay of the Gold Coast is the queen of this event, and she must be dethroned by the others.
32.90 is a time to be very impressed with, particularly against having broken away, getting a few strides clear. And that final sprint after clearing that hurdle, she was able to pick up just that little bit of extra intensity. But I feel like in order to medal, you've got to be around that sort of 30 to maybe 30.50. That's the caliber that we've got in this field.
Put it this way, if you break 30 and don't come back with the gold, you can still feel proud and maybe slightly gypped.
Yeah. And again, I have to highlight enough, thanks to our friends at McDonald's, it's not about medals, it's about running the best performance that you possibly can.
As commentators, we tend to focus on the medals because that's what we've got. But the athletes know their PBs, and every now and then you will see someone trail the field and be elated when they cross the line.
Absolutely, and this is where we wish we had the data to have the PBs of all the athletes.
It'll come.
It'll
the day will come. The technology will get there.
Yeah, but you know what will happen? It'll be really hard to go from one race to the next because we'll be too busy saying, Sophie Banks with her time of 37.49. That was a great PB. She beat her PB by 2 seconds. Like we'd be going through the field because PBs are on this sort of environment are very more likely to be achieved thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles.
I think some of the athletes nearby are listening to some of the races that I stuffed up because I had the lanes wrong at the moment. So they're looking up at me and shaking their heads, which is there. So the second timed final of the girls under 13 200-metre hurdles. Very quick out in lane 8 is Georgia Torello of Runaway Bay. She's got a bit of company on the outside from Lily Brooks of the Gap. And Torello is streeting at the moment. Tatum Onoprienko of Bargra District. There's a bit of a fall in the background. Torello's still in the lead, being really challenged by Brooke. Another stumble from Brighton Dunlop of City North. Torello wins at a 31.59, so she's in the lead at the moment.
Just looking at the athlete that did come down. That was Jayana.
Tatum Onoprienko?
Yep.
Yeah, from Bargra.
Come down on her haunches. She's
in a bit of pain as well.
But full courage to her too, Daniel, that despite that stumble, and it was a very nasty fall, she still got up and she ran strongly. She cleared the last hurdle with a little bit of confidence. So
I think most track athletes are born courageous and they just develop it from there.
And they don't tickle either when you crash with
Well
them.
spotted, yeah.
But she was able to still recover. And while she might not have been able to finish where she'd like, she still finished the race. The gauntlet of the time to clear was 32.97. As we probably expected, that second heat was a lot quicker. So Georgia from Runaway Bay, 31.67. Lily Brooks with 31.98. They were the first and second in Heat 2. They are currently in the gold and silver medal positions, while Audrey Finlay from Heat 1, that time of 32.97, still puts her in bronze medal contention. She has that wrapped up as we speak. But, Daniel, we do have a bit of a star-studded field coming up in this third heat.
The usual names. Isabel Rule of Springwood in 2, Peyton Allen, Willem Manley in 3, Chloe Baymans of Townsville Central 4, Isabel Norcott of Jimboomba, hasn't got a gold yet at these championships, but she's always been there. 6 is Amity Batchelor from USC, Pushkaref, McConaughey and Falkbrig are the other runners. Is this Isabel Norcott's moment? In lane 5, Norcott's taking it out. Pushkaref in 7 is pushing her hard. Norcott of Jimboomba, she's got silver and bronze at these games and the 4th. Now she's got a gold. And breaks the 30 seconds.
That's just a nice little cherry topper. And we said it was going to happen. And you made the call just a few moments ago, Daniel. You'd be stiff to not break 30 seconds without taking home the gold medal. That's exactly what's happened. That is a lovely cherry topper. Unfortunately, it has been
it's been corrected. That's a shame. That's a shame.
But your top 3 have come. Your medalists.
Not on screen yet, but 30.05 is the corrected time for Norcott.
And Danielle Pushkaref with 30.84 and Amity Batchelor with 31.04. Your 1, 2 and 3 from Heat 3 are your medalists. And congratulations to Peyton Allen, Georgia Torello and Lily Brooks, who all broke 32 seconds. That is an incredible run from their part as well. So it's a brutal event, and we saw that on a number of occasions with a few tumbles. And look, the girls have really dug deep there in the under-13s, thanks to our friends at McDonald's.
Moving to the boys under-13 200-metre hurdles. 3 timed finals again.
Queensland best performance time to keep an eye out for, set by Daniel Harlow 5 years ago at this event, 26.84. So the boy from Redcliffe. Well, the challenge has been thrown out. We'll be fascinated to see if we can get some of our athletes getting it close to sort of around that 27-second mark.
And I must say, I mean, they would have seeded this event according to the times run at regional events around Queensland. But in terms of runners who have performed well at these championships, they're actually spread across the 3 heats. So I'm less certain in saying you'll probably get the medalist from the 3rd heat than I am with some of the other events we've had at these championships.
Well, I think it also provides an opportunity for some of those who may not be as quick to have someone that they can chase in each one. So it means that every single race has a leader, and it brings out the best in those who just need to pick up the pace just a little bit, or who are improving and going through a stage of development.
Lane 3 is Connor McDermott of Laidley. Lane 4 is clubmate Zane Covey. 5, Kobe Patterson of Runaway Bay. 6, Thomas McGrath of Laidley. It's a mostly Laidley run-up. And 8, Jock A of Toowoomba. Lane 5, Kobe Patterson of Runaway Bay is having his own race at the moment. McGrath of Laidley is outside him. In fact, it's the 3 Laidley runners who are in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Trying to set the time that'll challenge the next 2 heats is Kobe Patterson of Runaway Bay. He wins in a canter, 31.68. Second across the line will be Thomas McGrath of Laidley, followed by Connor McDermott, also of Laidley.
Well, as you said, it's a bit of a Laidley affair there, and we've got a lot of those supporters up here in the grandstands with us, and very well represented. But it's what we highlight with these athletes, that it's not about who you're running around, it's about running within yourself and just looking strongly to the finishing line. That good last 3 or 4 strides really stamped his authority with a quality time. A 31.74 is in the book as the time to beat, with 33.93 there from Tommy McGrath, and then Connor McDermott with 35.03. But Kobe Patterson from Runaway Bay, 31.74. He's laid down the challenge. He's said to the rest of his opponents in heats 2 and 3, catch me if you can. But I do feel that that will be a good enough time to medal, or at the very least get into top 5 contention.
This heat contains Miller Exantaris of Toowong Harriers, who came 4th in the 80-metre hurdles.
I'll be very fascinated to see how that transitions for more of a longer distance.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 200, so it's still a sprint event, even though it's the longer hurdles for this age group. So I'd imagine that there would be a bit more of a crossover than, say, between the 100 and the 300.
Correct. But as we know with the 80 metres, it's just, it's pistons going off. I wonder if you've got, sort of checked yesterday, I wonder if you have more hurdles.
Second timed final, Dafford Vaughan of Toowong Harriers in 2, Lyle Barkle of Bargra in 3, Miller Exantaris of Toowong in 4, Levi White, Deception Bay, Morgan McMahon, Winner Manly, Lachlan Bryant, Deception Bay, Luke Rose, Townsville Central. Lane 5 again, Levi White is leading them through. Here comes Exantaris of Toowong Harriers. The middle of the pack is looking very tight indeed. Exantaris pushing up on the shoulder of White. Not to be discounted is Lyle Barkle of Bargra. He will get third. It's a race in 2. Levi White will take it out just ahead of Miller Exantaris. They will be filling, in fact, probably the first 3 will be in the lead at the moment. Lyle Barkle of Bargra, who put in a magnificent last 80 metres or so. But Levi White moves into the lead for now.
Just guessing before they release the results, but I think that 0.70 of a second would have separated first from third, which, as you said, that's where the medalists are coming from at this point in time. Some good work there in the backfield too. There's one of the athletes that did stumble, but was able to get his way into 4th place after taking down the final hurdle too. So a very, very good performance.
We'll just identify that runner. So 4th place in that race was Zane Covey of Laidley. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. Sorry. No, it wasn't. That was my heat 1. Read I can.
It's been a long year this month, mate. It's been a very big challenge.
I do not like green eggs and ham.
But Levi White with a time of 30.72 ahead of Miller Exantaris with 30.77. And Lyle Barkle with 30.97. I said 0.7 of a second. Swallowed the first from third. I was way out. It was 0.25. But Kobe Patterson, who won the opening heat with an impressive time of 31.74, he's been bumped out into 6th position. But very impressively, though, we've currently got 7 athletes that have got sub 32. So that's an impressive effort in these conditions and in this environment here at the state level, thanks to our friends at McDonald's.
We'll have this race and then a short break, maybe about 8 minutes or so, before we come back with some of the multi-class ambulatory races over 200 metres. So starting from the same point, they're just doing what you should do for multi-class athletes, which is removing barriers.
Yes. I'm getting a little bit jealous of some of the parents here. They're just rubbing deep heat into the arms of the kids just to warm them up. I'm like, back in my day...
you get some 80-year-old volunteer masseuse.
Exactly. Well, they do have masseuses here as well, don't they?
They do. They do. So one with Olympic gold medals. Glynis Nunn from 1984. You don't remember it. I do.
So what was your career like after you won your gold medal? I was doing massages at state little athletics championships. So.
Don't talk it down. Do not talk it down.
No. It's still heavily invested. It's my way of giving back.
Yeah, that was in the Los Angeles Coliseum. This is the Coliseum of Brisbane.
It's like, what did I do after winning bronze medal at the regional championships over 25 years ago? I'm calling state championships of athletes who will be better than I would ever have been. I'm calling under nines who were better than me when I finished my under 15. So I've come a long way too, Daniel.
Third time final, Connor Irwin of Jimboomba, Tolu Kaka of Gladstone, Oliver Hill of Ipswich, Levi Edwards of Mullaney, Winston Rogers of Balmoral, Ben Clayton of Noosa, and Joshua Haig of Redlands. In lane 3, Tolu Kaka of Gladstone had a lead early. It's been swallowed up by Levi Edwards of Mullaney and Winston Rogers of Balmoral. Kaka has regained the lead. He's got Edwards for company, but Kaka, Gladstone, gold is coming your way. The time's going to be blistering in 28.64. Edwards gets the silver. I fancy Rogers held on for bronze. But it's gold for Gladstone in the form of Tolu Kaka.
That sprint after he cleared the last hurdle, he found a couple of gears that I didn't think was possible, Daniel. He just seemed to step it up. He finished strongly, and I know that judging by his running action, that's something he prides himself really well, just getting that sprint on. He's got that very good natural sprint running action. And I'll take a punt, but perhaps all 3 medalists have come from that one.
Oh, I think you're correct. 30.72 was the lead time. There's no way that the others were 2 seconds behind.
Correct.
Kaka.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was just fantastic.
That was a blistering run on one of the outside lanes, and the crowd went up.
That was Winston Rogers of Balmoral, I think, who came through for third. No, it wasn't actually. It was the one who challenged him, which might have been Ben Clayton from Noosa. Didn't quite pick it up in time because I was getting excited about Gladstone gold.
We're just currently waiting those results to come through, thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles. And it's because of the wonderful phone reception and internet reception that we get from our friends at Optus that we're able to get these details through to you quickly. Of course, they are proud sponsors of this wonderful event. I've been getting the best phone reception since I swapped to Optus too, Daniel, I might just say.
Very good to know.
Yeah, highly recommend it. We're just waiting for the results to come through so we can officially crown and celebrate the moments. And now following this, we will have a brief break. But we want to make sure that our athletes get the attention that they definitely deserve, with some state champions coming through in Heat 3.
So for good reason, we don't know who the what the cause of the delay is. But I was speaking with the photo judge earlier today, who had some good insight to what happened last night with the both the separation by 6/1000ths of a second, which meant the difference between 8th and 9th and a place in the final. And then on a different occasion, awarding 2 bronze medals because the 2 runners couldn't be split.
So they ran, they would have had to go into the millions, perhaps.
Which I believe are not available.
Yep.
One day they will be, and there'll be runners making challenges. Here we go, time's coming through. So Kaka definitely the gold, Levi Edwards silver, Winston Rogers bronze, just ahead of Joshua Haig.
And the top 5 from that race, from Heat 3, had the best 5 times as well, so it was a significantly faster race. But thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles and our friends at Sportcast who are broadcasting this right around the country and the planet, we'll be back with a little bit more action right after this as we'll head to the Multiclass. Welcome back here. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's for the McDonald's Little Athletics Queensland State Championships, and we're into the multi-class. Daniel Viles.
So several categories on track at the moment. Luca Findlay from Runaway Bay is the only competitor in the boys under 9s and 10s. Looking for lane 3 at the moment, who is Montana Taylor of Ross River. So she'll take home the girls under 11s and 12s in the 200 metres. Lane 9 is Nash Hayman of Isis District, who will win the boys under 11 and under 12 category. So just the three categories in that race. Another one coming up, which is for the older age groups.
And it's just so good to have the multi-class here as being a part of this massive event. And dare I say, Daniel, that the multi-class community get the biggest support too. That's what we love.
And a crowd favourite coming up. So this race is just the, it's the one category in terms of multi-class, which is a bit of a contradiction in terms. But this is the girls 200 metres under 13 and under 14 multi-class ambulatory race. So one gender, one normal age group for the MCAs.
Because we usually have them spread out depending on personnel that we have available too for each class.
That's it. And there's 7 runners in this race. And the likely field trailer will get the biggest cheer, and you'll see what I mean when it happens.
This area will go absolutely bananas. We had standing ovations yesterday for those who were just joining us. We had standing ovations during the multi-class. The cheers were like nothing we've ever heard from before. And
it reverberates in here. The grandstand on this side's got a roof. You've probably seen shots throughout the week of the grandstand on the far side. This is a similar configuration, except it's got a windbreak on the right side of the camera as you look at it.
It'd be nice to have that windbreak down, actually. Let some of that breeze come through.
So we're off and racing in the girls under 13 and 14 multi-class. Lane 1 is Charlotte McFarlane of Strathpine. Coming out from the middle is Eve Mann of Tweed, Emily Davidson Chinchilla, Summer Kemp Deception Bay, Chloe Murray of Helensvale, Paige Abrahams of Glasshouse, and Margaret Ulridge of North Rockhampton. Summer Kemp of Deception Bay, Chloe Murray of Helensvale. Looks to have this covered in lane 5. Behind her is Summer Kemp of Deception Bay and Paige Abrahams of Glasshouse. Chloe Murray is going to take out the state title. It'll be silver for Summer Kemp, bronze for Paige Abrahams. Chloe Murray, the state champion. In lane 1, Charlotte McFarlane will get 4th. In lane 3, Emily Davidson of Chinchilla. And then Margaret Ulridge is going to bring the stadium to its feet in a moment.
People already standing up, getting ready to applaud. And she's feeding into it as well. Oh, and hear the crowd. They're going absolutely bananas here. She's loving it too. Yeah, people are standing up everywhere. Magnificent, and well done from our main man, Rowie, from capturing all that action too, bringing that right around the planet.
Her best result this week, she came 4th in the discus.
So she's got a good arm on her.
No question about it. And is in the shot put in about an hour's time. Wow. So 3 categories in the next race. In the middle lanes, you've got the boys 13s and 14s. That'll be Jared Edwards of Toowoomba, Xavier Lifu-Cannell of Ross River, Jonah McGorm of Toowoomba, and Alistair Hamilton of Strathpine. Inside, you've got the lone runner in the girls 15s to 17s. That's Jada McCombs of West Bundaberg. And in the outside lanes, actually, they might have their own race, the boys 15 to 17s. I've got them as lanes 5 to 8. So I think in this case, we've got the 5 runners from the boys 13s and 14s and the girls 15 to 17s.
Just a little bit of a weather update thanks to our friends at McDonald's. We've currently got...
They do weather now, do they?
They do. They're all over. They do everything. They are the best in the business in providing good tucker and
here's
good
the weather.
25 degrees. We've got 70% humidity. We do have thunderstorms in the area. However, that activity has the wind has blown that more to the north, so we should have clear skies and sunshine for the remainder of the day. Just a little bit of hint of mugginess, but we'll get a little bit of a fresh breeze as well.
200 metres for the boys under 13 and 14 and the girls effectively under 15s. Multi-class ambulatory races. Jada McCombs in the inside lane is certainly holding her own, but it's Xavier Cannell of Ross River. Ross River's had a good meet. That orange singlet has become rather well known across the week. Jonah McGorm of Toowoomba doing well just outside him. And then in lane 3, Jared Edwards of Toowoomba as well. It'll be Kennel's state title. Alistair Hamilton of Strathpine will be passing in 4th. And in fact, Jada McComb's not in that race. I suspect they've put her with the girls in the next race. Apologies, the boys in the next race.
Magnificent performance. And lots of cheers from the crowd. And dare I say, Daniel, that we'll be looking at some of these athletes, particularly in the older age groups, that they'll be thinking maybe 6 years' time that Brisbane's not beyond them either. And we're seeing the multi-class space here, particularly at Little Athletics Queensland. It's blown up. We're getting so much participation, and clubs are investing more resources, more coaching. It's a really exciting space to be in. I have the opportunity to work at a college, and we've got a young superstar who's crowned an Australian Australian champion, yeah, in the multi-class space in various athletic events, and the amount of coaching that he gets, not just for athletics but swimming as well, and cross country, it's amazing with the resources that are available.
The Paralympics are certainly a big carrot being dangled in front of the athletes. And Chris is about to tell you where you buy carrots from.
Oh, lovely friends at Coles. That's the way to get the freshest produce on the planet. I absolutely love it. It's so exciting. That's I'm doing a chicken katsu tonight, Daniel, and I add some carrots in there to put in with the lovely curry sauce, and I'm getting some carrots on the way home. And
which aisle numbers do you have to go to, Chris? Have you memorised your local Coles to that level?
No, well, look, it's just the fresh stuff. So I know where to get the curry, Daniel. That's the important thing in aisle 7, and is compulsory, mandatory attendance at least once a week.
Under 15 to under 17, the lone girl Jada McCombs in lane 2, who I accidentally called in the last race. In lanes 5 to 8, we have Peter Flaherty of Jimboomba, Jaden Graham of Toowoomba, Sebastian Potter of Algester, and Lachlan McHugh of North Rockhampton. As Jaden Graham of Toowoomba makes the placings irrelevant, he's just going to go for a time and see how much fire he can put in this track. Sebastian Potter of Algester is coming through outside him. He's the favourite for second at the moment. Jaden Graham of Toowoomba will get third. Apologies, Peter Flaherty of Jimboomba will get third. Jaden McCombs passes in lane 2, followed by McHugh of Rockhampton. So Jaden Graham of Toowoomba, 25.54 over 200 metres.
We were talking about Jaden yesterday. We were comparing some of his times, because he did was it 400 and 100?
I think it was the 400. That one's probably a little bit slower than the unrestricted category time for his age group, but his 400 time was pretty much up there.
We were comparing him to the standard field, or to the able-bodied field, those in that space, and he would be more than competitive. His times that he was running would definitely put him in top 10 contention, perhaps, in that space. So his running action is just stunning, absolutely stunning.
I think of I'm trying to remember the there was a para athlete. Trying to think of his name. He wore Gold Coast 2018 games. He sort of grew the most regal-looking mustache you can ever see. His name's just fallen out of my head at the moment. He was a 100-metre sprinter for Australia at Paralympic and Para-World Championship level, and this is embarrassing that I've started that story and forgotten the name.
You've got me and all the viewers hanging on by tendrils.
I'm going to have to look him up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think in that case, I think we've got a time for a quick break. Just looking at the schedule. Correct me if I'm wrong, Daniel.
No, I'm looking for the next track event. It's not till 20 minutes.
So we thanks to our friends at McDonald's, we've got a little bit of a break. Our man Rowie can actually get a nice warm coffee from McDonald's. He can just head down the road and check that out, and we'll be back with some 800-metre action right after this. Good morning. Welcome back here to QSAC for day 3 of the McDonald's All Athletics Queensland State Championships. My name's Chris, joined by the great man Daniel Viles. Daniel, we're getting ready for some 800-metre action. 2 laps around the track.
The old half mile, as they used to call it, and Australia's got a bit of history in this event. Maybe a bit more to come, we'll see. But 2 timed finals. The higher seeds are in the second race. But if you're in the first heat, first of all, you've made it to a state championships, and secondly, why not just win your race? The old Australian adage of, 2 flies going up a wall, and you still want to see who wins. Preferably without betting. That's an entirely different issue. Let's move on.
Well, the Queensland best performance time to keep an eye for is 2 minutes 0.06 set by Rebecca Webb from the Gold Coast 10 years ago. That's a time to definitely keep an eye on. Athletes will be coming into this one with a little bit of confidence. Conditions getting a bit better. We may very well see a few drops of rain coming in off the ocean.
We have had some overnight rain.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so that's hence the humidity that we experience when we come in.
We'll have to get a figure on the humidity so that Brisbane people can have their interpretation of it and North Queenslanders can have their interpretation of it, because I suspect the Brisbane interpretation of what humid is a little bit soft.
Well, we've got 70% here.
So 70%, you can interpret that how you like.
I'm gonna have a look at Townsville, just for giggles, and they've got 71%.
Okay.
So
for them it's mild and for us it's thick.
Yeah, exactly. Correct.
Nearly underway in the first timed final of the girls under 10 800 metres. 13 runners in this heat and another 13 in the second. Chris, don't you dare.
I'm just looking back at some of the highlights from the on YouTube. Compulsive viewing, which I'll go back and watch this later.
The field in the first timed final. Quinn O'Loughlin of Toowong Harriers wearing number 1. 2 is Nina Cray of Strathpine. 3, Poppy Whitehouse of Nambour. 4, Billy Rockford of Ipswich. 5, Kaimani Phillips of Highfields. 6 is Jade Tyack of Centenary. 7, Juliet Sullivan of Caloundra. 8, Lily Chu of Arana. 9, Ivy Kelso of City North. 10, Eden Nielsen of Laidley. 11, Isla Jenkins of Isis District. 12, Caitlin Coleman of Granite Belt. And 13, Zara McGregor of Townsville District. They only had to run the first 100 metres in lanes, and you would have seen a few double-ups in the lanes at the start. But still fairly compact as they come round McDonald's Bends. The ends here at QSAC for these championships. You'll see all the McDonald's signage up at the northern end of the track where the runners are now, and all of the Coles signage down at the southern end. Coles sponsoring the major sponsor of Australian Little Athletics, McDonald's of Queensland. In the lead is Poppy Whitehouse of Nambour. Behind her is Quinn O'Loughlin of Toowong Harriers in the famous blue and white. Coming up on the outside, about to take second place, is Strathpine's Nina Cray. She's making her move. In the lime and black is Kaimani Phillips of Highfields. And in 5th place across the line is Lily Chu of Arana. Still in front is Poppy Whitehouse of Nambour, although she's just been challenged as we speak, as Quinn O'Loughlin. Quinn O'Loughlin's back in 3rd.
We're really starting to see that gap open up on that far side. The question is just what sort of pace is being set.
Well, again, the first of 2 timed heats. Last year's top 2, the Fogarty twins. They'll be in the second heat. But it's all about this time at the moment to force a bit down. It's gone past 2:20. And with the move being made by Nina Cray of Strathpine at the 400 metre mark, she's run a fantastic second lap and she's put herself right in the mix. She's got a lead of about 50 metres, I would say, at the moment. Maybe even more. Strathpine's Nina Cray been there or thereabouts in several races at these championships, and she has the temporary lead with a 2:46.52. Meanwhile, the race for second, third and fourth is hotting up. Lily Chua Varana has timed her run home extremely well. Behind her are Poppy Whitehouse and Kaimani Phillips. Chu crosses the line in second. Whitehouse third, Phillips fourth.
That time of 2:46.52, absolutely fantastic. And she really stormed home, opened up a nice sort of 70-metre lead. But she ran a very, very controlled race, Daniel Viles, an outstanding performance. And full credit to those coming up behind as well, because there was a battle within a battle within a battle for those minor placings.
And again, just putting them all in the mix. So the gold and silver medalists from 2025, Jalea Fogarty won the shorter races. Then it was Leilani who won by a second and a half in the 800 metres. And for a moment I thought they were going to put them in the same lane, in lane one. As currently the race is being delayed by a boys group who are kind of crossing the track the way that ducks often cross a highway.
With a waddle?
More just in a line and not really caring about the element of time.
Just doing it at their own speed.
I wish I was that relaxed. So just the 10 runners. We've lost a few who were scheduled to be in this heat. So I'll read the full field and then we'll be able to work out who's missing. .11 runners, so just there's the two in lane 9. It's the yellow and green shirts and black shorts of Jim Boomba in lanes 1 and 2. So Jalea Fogarty, the defending champion of Jim Boomba, is in lane 1. Apologies, she was second. The defending champion is Leilani Fogarty in lane 2, who has gone out very, very hard indeed. Number 3, as the start list disappears, is Aria Kirby of Caloundra. 4 is Kendall Rose of Gold Coast. 5, Caitlin Henderson-Abai of Toowong. 7 is Sophia Gard of City North. 8, Ariana Saligo of Gold Coast. 9, Indiana Stephen, also of Gold Coast. 10, Evie Ferguson of Balmoral. 11, Courtney Leroyd of Algester. 12, Kalia Irvine of Gold Coast. 13, Hannah Towndrow of Mudgeeraba. I believe there's one withdrawal from that list.
And they're all running a breakneck speed at the moment. You could throw a blanket over the top 3, and there's a lot of action happening in positions 6 to 10.
Anna Kirby of Caloundra challenging the Fogarty sisters at the moment. In 4th place, probably only about 3 or 4 metres behind, is Kendall Rose of the Gold Coast. Then another 7 or 8 metres back to Sophia Gard of City North. Then a group of 4 behind her. 9, 11, 8 and 10 are Indiana Stephen, Courtney Leroyd, Ariana Saligo and Evie Ferguson.
Looking at that split time, 1 minute 13 seconds. So they'll pick up the speed here, probably looking for a sub 3 minutes here.
It's Aria Kirby who's challenging. In fact, there's a group of 4 at the front. It's Fogarty, Kirby and Rose. Caloundra figure of Kirby has just gone to the front, and I think she may have even passed them on the inside. Kirby's made a break. Rose is looking comfortable behind them. Leilani and Jalea with a bit of work to do. But Ariana Kirby, spelt Kirkby, normally pronounced Kirby, but apologies to the family. That's something you can phone me about later. Now has a lead of about 10 metres. Coming into the final straight is Kirby. Jalea and Leilani Fogarty are in 2nd and 3rd. Kendall Rose working to hold on. The Caloundra supporters in the grandstand are finding their voice. It's a 15-metre gap. Aria Kirby has 20 metres to run. 2 minutes 31. It's going to easily beat the first heat. Finishing sprint for Kendall Rose. It's Kirby first. Gold for Caloundra. Kendall Rose second. The Fogartys are third and fourth, and this year it's Jalea who gets the bronze medal. Leilani finishes fourth. 2:36.10 is the winning time. Aria Kirby of Caloundra, your state champion.
And she was only just 2 seconds off breaking the Queensland best performance record as well. That's just how quick that was. That second lap was run at breakneck speed of 1 minute 21 seconds. So 1 minute 25 seconds. So to be able to do it at that speed is fantastic because they tend to tie just a little bit when they go for lap 2. That was terrific. That was a gutsy run.
Well, what an intelligent run from a 9-year-old as well. To be able to just hang off the shoulder of the during the first lap, apply a little bit of pressure, then make the move and have the confidence to, her confidence to not look around, if I'm not mistaken, was, there are a few of her older clubmates and older athletes at these championships who could learn a little bit from her confidence around the track.
Absolutely.
Aria Kirby.
And that was a significantly faster heat than what we saw in Heat 2 as well. So
Okay, so there is a disqualification against one of the top 4. So we'll just keep an eye on that. Various results are coming through. Okay, what I'm seeing on screen and what happened in front of me is not matching up. So we'll get... Just hold off on those results. They're not appearing on screen yet, but there are definitely some mistakes with what's appearing on screen. They'll get sorted out. Nothing permanent about it. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. We're moving on to the boys 800 metres under 10s. Again, 2-time finals.
And the Queensland best performance time to keep an eye for is 2:23.87, set by Dan Rowley from Balmoral 16 years ago. And given the time that we just saw in the previous race, Daniel, I would not be surprised that with the conditions, the athletes will be right up to the challenge.
So this field, Sheikh Anvadine of Wynnum Manly is in 1. 3 is Louis Gartner of Kenmore. 4 is Bodie Fatnauna of North Mackay. 5 Blair Carl of Chinchilla. 6 Mix Lalbert of Warwick. 7 Louis McLean of Helensvale. 8 Charlie May of Upper Lockyer. 9 is Alex Murphy of Ashmore. 10 Cameron Rogers of Isis. 11 and 12 are Brantley Diekman and Dane Walker Barton, both of West Bundaberg. 13 is Noah Mutsasos of St George. 14 and 15 are Casey Sheriff Hahn and Bentley Hearth of both of North Rockhampton. The runners are now about 100 and they've run 250 metres. They're coming round the McDonald's Bend at the moment. The leading runner by some distance is North Mackay's Bodie Fatnauna. There's a North Mackay contingent just to the right of the commentary box, and so if you can hear them, they put themselves there deliberately. Second place at the moment by about a metre is Blair Carl of Chinchilla. Going back another 5 metres is the third place runner. After that, we have Mix Lalbert of Warwick in 4th. There's about 5 metre gaps along the field. 11, 9, 13 and 3 are Diekman, Murphy, Mutsasos and Gartner.
A split 1:16.97 as they turn for their final lap.
Fatnauna in the lead as they're coming round the Coles Bend. Only a couple of metres ahead of second place.
It'll come down to a race in 3, you'd feel, on the back straight.
So Fatnauna in control of the race, just coming around with 200 metres to go. Maybe not looking quite as comfortable as he was 100 metres ago.
I think he's still got a little bit left in the tank, Daniel. He's starting to create that separations now going around the McDonald's Bend.
Plenty of support for Bodie Fatnauna in the stadium. And he's started to find a bit of an extra gear. Behind him is Blair Carl of Chinchilla. Fatnauna and Carl. There's a move coming from behind them in third. And then you go back a bit further to Mix Lobets of Warwick. The sprint is on. Carl and Fatnauna. Fatnauna ahead by a metre. Carl trying to pass him on the outside. Carl has found something. Fatnauna found something in reserve. Fatnauna was challenged. He'll win by about half a metre. Third place crosses the line now. Mixed Lobets of Warwick will come in fourth. Alexander Murphy of Ashmore in fifth. Sixth will be Louis Gartner of Kenmore. Seventh, Brantley Diekman of West Bundaberg. There's a bit of a race on for eighth. Just missing out. Holding on was Louis McLean of Helensvale. Just holding out Mutsasos of St George. The winning time is currently shown at 2 minutes 41.01 seconds.
Well, we see the final runners just giving that little bit more pep to finish off strongly. But that finish between 1 and 2, I have not seen a battle like that in any of the races that we've called this weekend, Daniel.
We certainly saw one last year in one of the 1,500-metre races, which is available on the Little Athletics channel on YouTube. You'll be able to enjoy that again, but that's the closest thing we've seen to that in 2026.
Yeah, you thought maybe he's going to get overrun, then he found an extra step, then the challenge came back, but then there was 3 or 4 gear changes that just happened in the space of 70 metres. It was quite an extraordinary battle between the two athletes.
Well, the one time we saw it was in the walk race yesterday, but unfortunately the acceleration resulted in disqualification.
Yes.
So in a running race, of course, you've got a bit more freedom.
And quite often when you see that challenge come from behind from an athlete that is virtually led from the very start, they tend to get overrun in the last 50 metres, and they ride the athlete that storms into first place rides the momentum for the crowd. But that makes that battle, that mental battle, so much better. You just find that little bit more, Daniel. It's exciting.
And of course, if you want to have half an hour of fun, go onto YouTube and type in the words "celebrating too early," and you'll find a lot of montages there. In fact, we haven't seen anything like that at these championships, but the number of grown athletes in track and field events who will cross the line with their arms in the air and then get past.
That has been featuring regularly in my Toctic feed this week. Athletes in first, and all of a sudden they're last because they get a little bit too excited. They fall over. Just terrific.
Famous one, the baseball game in Atlanta, I think it was, where a guy thought he'd beaten the mascot and then didn't.
Times to beat in first, the best time, I should say, 2 minutes 40.94. 241.09 and 244.88. They are the times to beat for your medals.
Bodie Stokes of Kenmore has the inside lane, won this event in under 9s last year. Lucas Ellis of Gold Coast will be wearing number 5 on his shorts, bronze last year. Blair Carl of Chinchilla was in the last race, fourth last year.
Be keeping an eye on the split as well, because the split for this for the first heat was 1:16.97. Let's see how fast these boys can run the first.
So in lane 1, Bodie Stokes of Toowong Harriers ran for Kenmore last year, now at Toowong, defending champion. Number 2, Asher Tuskies of Souths. 3 is Landon Brocksh of Toowoomba. 4, Ethan Langham of Arana. 5, Ellis Lucas of Gold Coast, last year's bronze medalist in the under 9s. 6 is Harvey Graham of Glasshouse. 7, Albert Hobbs of Nambour. 8, Fraser Lake of Arana. 9, Luke Elwood of Springwood. 10, Thomas Lindner of Arana. 11, Cohen Bowden of Jimboomba. 12, Macadole of Toowoomba. 13, Hugh Ferrugia of Toowong Harriers. 14, Henry Clancy of City North. And 15, Eli Liu of Mudgeeraba.
Run that first 200 metres in 40 seconds. That was the split.
Stokes has found his way to the front of the field and is looking as comfortable as you would expect an 800-metre champion to be. Second place, really pushing, is Henry Clancy of City North in the other blue and white. Third place is Langham of Arana, and he's challenging on the inside. 8, 3 and 5 are Fraser Lake, Landon Brocksh and Ellis Lucas. Lucas starting to make a move. He'll actually cross the line in fourth place and has his eyes set forward. Stokes still very much in the lead. Probably got about 5 metres now.
That split was 1:15.06, which is almost 2 seconds faster than the split from the first heat.
Henry Clancy just keeping him honest. Ellis Lucas trying to find some, just a little bit of extra speed. And the challenge for second place, Stokes probably has extended his lead. I think it's maybe 3 or 4 metres now. It was definitely not 5 metres before when I said it was.
This is a faster heat overall. Expect this to go, the winning athlete to win in around sort of 2:3.36.
And we'll probably find that the medalists will come from this event as well. And the challenge is coming. Stokes seems to have a fair bit in reserve. Can he get, it might be, no, it's not Clancy who's coming second at the moment. Clancy's dropped back to third, but Stokes is into the home straight. It's Ethan Langham of Arana in the red, white and black behind him. Stokes ups a gear. Now he's 5 metres in the lead. Langham took him on from much of that home straight. The challenge coming from behind from Landon Brocksch. Flying around the outside is Albert Hobbs. They're not going to catch Stokes. Bodie Stokes goes back to back. Albert Hobbs of Nambour comes through in second. And third place is Landon Brocksch of Toowoomba. The winning time is currently 2:33.78. Congratulations to Bodie Stokes.
Wonderful performance there. There was for the silver and bronze medals, there was up to 5 athletes that could have taken it. We saw a little bit of looking over the shoulder, and that proved costly for some of the runners who ended up getting mowed down. That second 400 was ran in 1 minute 18 seconds, which by comparison to the previous race, the second lap was run in 1 minute 25 seconds. So they've really upped the ante. That was an 8-second heat. 8-second faster heat than the opening heat, and you could tell from the intensity that all 3 medalists are definitely coming from this one, and probably almost your top 10 time getters too.
Well, about to say, I mean, Fatnana finished, he won the first heat in 2:40.94. Blair Carl was not that far behind. They would not have been disgraced in that heat. Chris will keep an eye on the places. I'll have a look at the under 11 girls for the 800 metres. Again, 2 timed finals and stacked a bit towards the second.
So yeah,
Harriet Osborne of Wynnum Manly, the defending champion, will be in the number 2 heat. Sorry, Chris.
No, you're right. So my apologies. Albert Hobbs, Ethan Langham, and Henry Clancy are your medalists, with 2 seconds separating them.
You sure about that? Because Bodie Stokes was the winner.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one.
That's right. Let's go through the field of Heat 1. First time final of the girls under 11 800 metres. So number 1 is Harper Miles of North Mackay. 2 is Harper Squires of Wynnum Manly. 3 is someone not called Harper, Holly Dillon of Jimboomba. 4, Chelsea Henderson Abayi of Toowong Harriers. 5 is Summer Kerwin of Harvey Bay. 6, Heidi Sanday of Ipswich. 7, Isabel Dillon of Centenary. 8, Lacey McCarthy of Bargara. 9, Ruby Ann Baggett of South. 10, Geordie Gleave of Granite Belt. 11, Hina Kapavale of Toowoomba. 12, Stephanie Rankin of Laidley. And 13, Lucy Corrigan of Chinchilla.
40.5 was the split for the first 200. They'll look to ramp it up here as they go down to McDonald's Bend, to probably looking for a time of around maybe 1:18.
So Harper Miles of North Mackay ahead of Harper Squires of Wynnum Manly, but the challenge is coming from Lacey McCarthy of Bargara. Long-legged figure who has a bounce in her steps. Summer Kerwin of Harvey Bay pushing up into 4th. Bit of energy with Holly Dillon of Jimboomba in 5th. Just passing Chelsea Henderson Abayi of Toowong Harriers in 6th. It's still Harper Miles of North Mackay. Squires has fallen back to 4th. We've had a lead change with 350 metres to go.
They ran that second 200 in 40 seconds with a split for the first lap of 1:21.33.
The bouncing step of Lacey McCarthy is in second, pushing up and just seems to be biding her time at the moment. The front 2 have made a gap of about 7 or 8 metres on the field. Pushing up into second is Harper Squires of Wynnum Manly, as McCarthy just falls back slightly. 150 metres to go. This is the first of 2 timed finals in the girls under 11 800 metres. Clearly in front is Summer Kerwin from Harvey Bay, who made her move probably with about 350 metres to go. She's pulling away from McCarthy, who's run an excellent race, but it's all about Summer Kerwin at the moment. McCarthy's in a little bit of danger of getting past for second as the flying figure of Holly Dillon of Jimboomba comes through, but it's Summer Kerwin who gets first. Lacey McCarthy, who recovered well to finish second quite clearly. Holly Dillon of Jimboomba third. That is the first timed final. They've set a mark of 2:44.58 for the heavy hitters in the second timed final.
Well, that second 200 was run in a time of 1 minute 23. But what was more impressive, after a bit of a slow start around the back end of 47 seconds for that third 200, they picked it up on the final 200 where they did it in 36 seconds. So they really lifted up the pace. They took 11 seconds off their of the final 200 metres. Ran at breakneck speed. 2:44.58 is what we're looking at present to see whether the gauntlet can be thrown down to the next heat.
What I can say is that when the top two runners in the next heat ran this as under 10s last year, the winning time was 2:39.83 and the second place time was 2:39.88. 5/100ths of a second was the gap between Harriet Osborne of Wynnum Manly, who'll be wearing the number 9 on the shorts in this race, and Charlotte Wright of Strathpine, who'll be wearing number 8. They've put them in different lanes. I think it might be Charlotte Wright of Strathpine who is in the blue shirt with the pink socks and the very white shoes. How do you get your shoes looking that white, Chris?
You use white out, don't you?
Is there a product you could buy somewhere, perhaps?
Oh, well, you go
get
to
your
Coles.
cue, mate. Come on.
You go to Coles. You get the. I don't know. Here's the thing. Like, I actually.
You can get white shoe polish, all right? You can get the.
No, I get my wife to do it.
Wrong answer. Wrong answer,
She
Chris.
heads out to Coles and then she stops by Macca's and gets some tucker on the way home. It's just,
Is that what happens, Chris? That's how it works.
Every single time. I've got it mapped out at my place. There's a Coles and Macca's just around the corner. Beautifully placed. That explains why I have a very, very low income at the moment, because I invest a lot of money into great companies. And
scene. 14 runners in this second timed final, including the top two from last year, who were separated by 1/20th of a second. The bronze medalist from last year, Sophia Saligo of the Gold Coast, is also here. Often racing in the second time final. Let's go through the field for you. 1 is Hosanna Parsons of Ashmore. In fact, that's all you can see at the moment. 2 is Grace Fitzgerald of USC. 3, Catherine Huang of City North. 4, Lila Doyle of Deception Bay. 5, Evelyn McKinley of USC. 6, Zoe Belford of Noosa. 7 is last year's bronze medalist Sophia Saligo of Gold Coast. 8, the silver, Charlotte Wright of Strathpine. And 9, last year's winner, Harriet Osborne of Wynnum Manly. 10 is Amelia Kingsnorth of Arana. 11, Annabelle Cohen of Wynnum Manly. 12, Emmanuel Noonan of City North. 13 is Henrietta Vennemar of Arana. And 14 is Monica Yadav of the Gold Coast.
Just keeping an eye on that split. There's a 2-second differential between the split, the first 200 and the split of this heat and the previous heat. So this one is significantly quicker from the outset.
The red and green of Wynnum Manly in the form of Harriet Osborne is out in front at the moment. Behind her, Evelyn McKinley of USC is putting in a very good performance. Sophia Saligo of the Gold Coast just pushing up on her shoulder for second. The pack is strong. Grace Fitzgerald of USC pushing around on the outside. Boxed in a little bit at the moment is Catherine Huang of City North. She'll want to get out of there shortly. Charlotte Wright of Strathpine in the blue shirt is making her move now. Harriet Osborne has been passed in front. It might be Evelyn McKinley of USC who's pushed out in front. Huang, I mentioned she was boxed in before, but Catherine Huang's made her move. She's moving up onto the shoulder of McKinley. And the race is on. Osborne has fallen back to third at this stage. We know she can kick.
That split was 1:17.66, which was 4 seconds faster than the first 400 of Heat 1.
There's a row of pink socks in the peloton, 3rd to 5th. Move being made around the outside. 2 runners, 3rd and 4th, trying to make up that gap. Are they spending their petrol tickets too early? In the current economic climate, don't spend any petrol tickets at all. Catherine Huang of City North seems to have timed her run well. She's now got a gap of 5 metres as she comes around the final bend. Catherine Huang ahead of Grace Fitzgerald of the University of the Sunshine Coast. Huang kicked with about 200 metres to go. She was in perfect position as she came around this event last time. Has a look over the shoulder. It's not going to matter. She's got a gap of about 10-15 seconds. The time from the first heat is going to be irrelevant. Catherine Huang from City North has run a very intelligent race. She is your state champion. Fitzgerald crosses in second, and Hosanna Parsons of Ashmore has come through for third.
Simply incredible performance. Just looking at their split times, Daniel. The first 200 was run in 38.5 seconds. The second 200 was 39. The third 200 was 43, and the final 200 was run in 34 seconds.
Holy smokes!
That's
34 seconds from Catherine Huang for the final 200 metres.
Absolutely sprinted, and there was a 10-second gap between the best time of Heat 2 and the best time of Heat 1. So it was hot, it was electric, and it just got better and better. So they ran that second lap in quicker than what they ran the first lap, which has been going against the trend so far this morning.
I said yesterday my favourite race on the track is the 400, and I stand by that. But gee, a good 800 is good to watch because you see the thought. You see the thinking that's going into what each athlete is doing. It's a good length race, just shy of 3 minutes at this age group. But Catherine Huang, Charlotte Wright appears to have the silver. Has Summer Kerwin held on for the bronze? I don't think all the times are up yet, so... Everly McKinley's come through.
So I would have been confident that all three...
Sorry, Hosanna Parsons' time hasn't come through yet, and she clearly crossed the line third, so this is where I jumped early.
So, all three medalists, I'd be confident, would have come from the Heat 2.
Agreed. And
give us a chance to plug our sponsors today. As this event is proudly thanks to McDonald's, Coles, Tribal Sport, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar. White Cloud Foundation has been streamed all across the planet thanks to our friends at Sportscast. We get ready for the boys under 11s. The Queensland best performance time is 2:20.30, set by Jonah Lucas at this event last year.
Interesting, because we've got a fella by the name of Rylan Worcester in the second heat who's got a bit of a taste for records for best performances this weekend.
Winning form's good form. That 2:20, we could very well see a time of 2:19.
Quite a few South Africans in this race. You'll get what I mean when I start reading the field. So number 1 is Joseph Brewer of Highfield and District. 2, Henry Scaroni of Strathpine. 3, Nathan Bestwick of Nambour. 4, Bailey LaRue of Kenmore. 5, Nate Kajewski of Caboolture. 6 is George Creedy of Ipswich. 7, Braith Hart, West Bundaberg. 8, Thomas Stinson of Toowoomba. 9, Elijah Martin of West Bundaberg. 10, Lennox Gron of Maryborough. 11, Max Matthews of Toowong Harriers. 12, Samuel Proctor of South. 13, Oliver Evans of Opalokia. And 14, Reinhard Villian of North Mackay.
Absolutely nailed it, perfection. Thanks to our friends at Coles. That's that split was run at 33.5 for that first 200, so it was very, very quick.
There's a few stray high jumpers. Just make sure they get off the track in time before the first runners in this first timed final of the under 11 boys 800 metres are coming round. Joseph Brewer of Highfields and District in the green and black has the lead at the moment, being challenged by Bailey LaRue of Kenmore in the red, white and black. Behind them is Nathan Bestwick of Nambour. Group of 3 behind them of 5, 11 and 9. Nate Kajewski of Caboolture, Max Matthews of Toowong Harriers and Elijah Martin of West Bundaberg. Fair old gap back between 6th and 7th, but it's Brewer of Highfields just ahead of LaRue of Kenmore. LaRue starting to make his move with about 360 metres to go.
That second 200 was running 42 seconds. The split 1 minute 15.6.
Brewer holding on at front. LaRue, a shorter figure, looks like he's working harder. Fairly relaxed group of 3 behind them. Bestwick of Nambour in the yellow in third. And the gap is starting to open up. Brewer now has about 3 or 4 metres on LaRue, who in turn would have the best part of 10 metres on the, 2 runners and then 1 behind them. 200 metres to go. Brewer looks in control. Chris will have a split time for you shortly, but Joseph Brewer is in control.
That third 200 was running 40 seconds.
40 seconds, and he's up the pace. Joseph Brewer will be he was the top seed coming into this race, and he was always going to be the one to lay down the marker for the second heat, which has the higher fancied athletes. Brewer's going to end up winning this by about 30 metres. Sprinting, the split from this is going to be interesting from Chris shortly. He'll cross the line in, let's say, about 2:31. That's as close as I ever get with these things. Brewer is first. There's a sprint on for second. And holding on in the end was Nathan Bestwick, just ahead of Nate Kajewski of Caboolture. So they're your top three in this first timed final.
That final 200 was run in 36 seconds, and the second lap was run pretty much exactly the same time. So he kept up the same speed in the first lap as he did in the second lap. So to maintain that intensity all the way through was outstanding. So first 200 was running 33.5, second was running 42 seconds, the third was running 40, and then he ramped it up with 36 seconds in the final 200. And these are interesting splits because they're going to be crucial to how we perceive the race unfolding with Heat 2.
Brewer actually came fourth in this event 2 years ago when it was under nines, and he was only 6 seconds off the winner in that race.
He did not look like being beheaded, did he? He set the tempo very early and cruised through.
So the form athlete in this second timed final is Rylan Worcester. Yesterday he ran a Queensland best performance to win the 400, and on Friday night he ran an Australian best performance to win the 1500. Out and out favourite to win the 800. Blue singlet inside lane. Harry Lewis Springwood inside him, outside him, highly fancied. Blake Fraser from Algester. Didn't figure last year, but was runner-up in 2024. Rylan Worcester of USC in lane 1. Harry Lew of Springwood. Where's the number 2 on the shorts? 3 is Blake Fraser of Algester. 4, Henry Dale of Arana. 5, Mark Lau of Algester. 6, Lucas Napier of Aspley. 7, Harry Waddington of Runaway Bay. 8, Charles Rogers of Balmoral. 9, Harrison Chapman of Strathpine. 10, Joshua Napier of Aspley. 11, Grayson Leggett of Algester. 12, Lachlan Rose of Gold Coast. 14, Tarlin Hutton of Tweed.
Just looking at that first split, they've hit it around 31.5, so 2 seconds faster than Heat 1.
You'd expect from Rylan Worcester, who has taken it out hard by anyone else's standards. I'm not sure how hard it is for him. He seems to have gears that we have not seen yet. Second place is sticking with the seedings, which is Harry Lew of Springwood. It's a little bit of a gap to Blake Fraser of Algester, and Harry Waddington of Runaway Bay is keeping him company and keeping him honest. There's a group of 3 behind, consisting of Henry Dale of Arana, Lucas Napier of Aspley, and Lachlan Rose of the Gold Coast. Third and fourth have caught up to second with Harry Lew. Rylan Worcester has found another gear. He's about 5 metres ahead. We'll get a split from Chris.
So that was run in 35 seconds. That is 9 seconds faster than the first lap of Heat 1. So they are running at a breakneck speed.
And I think Worcester, he doesn't need to save anything for the final 100 metres because he knows he can still go at his speed for the remaining distance in the race. Worcester has a lead of about 10 metres from Harry Lew of Springfield. He's not assured of second. There's challenges coming up on the outside. Worcester is coming round to about 150 as he comes round Coles Bend. Interested in the split, Chris?
35 seconds. So that is a 14-second differential compared to the previous heat.
2 minutes 20 is the Queensland best performance. 2 minutes 16 is the Australian best performance. I don't want to put pressure on him, but when Rylan Worcester's on the track, you're allowed to get excited. Worcester has a gap of about 20 metres over Harry Waddington of Runaway Bay. Behind him is Blake Fraser of Algester. 2:12. It's record watch. Rylan Worcester! Australian best performance for the second time this weekend.
He smashed it by more than a second. And he smashed the Queensland best performance time by 5 seconds. That is phenomenal. We knew he was running a good speed, Daniel. Oh, that's extraordinary. Just to give you an idea of his split. First 200 ran in 31.5. Second 200 ran in 35. The third 200 ran in 35, and then he ran the final 200 in 34 seconds. That's incredible.
Next year, or possibly the year after, he'll be eligible for national championships. It's okay to get a little bit excited. He clearly loves to run, and he clearly knows how to run middle distance events. Whether as he gets older he decides to go even longer, like maybe at the moment we're seeing him dominate 800 and 1500. Maybe his eventual events might be your 5K and your 10K, who knows? Maybe we're watching a future marathon runner. I'm planning his entire future here, and I'm enjoying myself. It's probably a little bit irresponsible. But Ryland Worcester, we've just seen an Australian best performance. And, we talk about breaking records and think, okay, that, they broke a best performance. That means we're looking at the fastest 10-year-old boy we've ever seen over that distance in Australian history. That's essentially what that means.
Look, I'm gonna throw a spanner in your plans, mate. I'm going to say he's going to throw the running career in and become a shot putter. Just do something completely different. Because you know what? Thanks to our friends at McDonald's who help nurture young athletes grow and develop, he'll probably be good at that too. We've just seen history made here at this very event. It's impossible not to get excited. And I think the fans around us, they knew that something exciting was brewing.
I think particularly he's too good to have to follow the formula of keep it in reserve, keep it in reserve. He doesn't need to keep it in reserve. He's got such a kick in the last 200, and he can apply that even after pushing himself at, let's say, 90% of top speed for the first 600 metres. That's what elite runners do. Again, sort of don't want to build pressure, want to get excited. But let's talk about now. It was thrilling to watch now. Today we've seen something special. He can work out his future. The rest of us, let's just appreciate today.
And I think we knew that something exciting was brewing when the first lap was run 9 seconds faster in the second heat than it was in the first heat. And he continued to run mid-30s all the way through. Whereas in the previous lap, we saw consistent running in the 40 seconds. So,
which is great, which is wonderful.
But it was an Australian record, Australian best performance that absolutely had to change proceedings. But we are going to have a break here at QSAC. Make sure you join us as we recover from that record-breaking performance right after this. Welcome back here to QSAC, and we're straight into some more exciting action.
So this is the girls under 9 800 metres. 2 timed finals being run. And we'll go through the field for you. So in this first heat, Abigail Brewer of Highfields and District. 2 is Ruby Cox-Warren of Jimboomba. 3, Emily Howes of Townsville Central. 4, Ruby Matthews of Toowong Harriers. 5, Ella Rank Sadiq of Toowong Harriers. 6, Bailey Kemp of Deception Bay. 7 is Harlow Wolfers of Toowong Harriers. 8, Tilly Kay of Billawheeler. 9, Ayla Gilroy of Harvey Bay. 10, Charlie Gallagher of Ross River. 11, Heidi Appleton of Highfields and Districts. 12, Maxwell Guthrie of Bargra District. 13, Pippa Stickler of Caboolture.
First split heading down the McDonald's Bend was 39 seconds.
And a big old gap that you could drive a Coles delivery truck through.
Oh!
As Abigail Brewer, who I'm guessing is related to the other Brewer from the race, Joseph Brewer, I think it was, from Highfields in the other age group. But Abigail has opened up a gap. That must be 30 metres. So she'll cross the finish line. All the splits you're going to be hearing are hers. The battle for second is between Bailey Kemp and Ruby Cox-Warren. Remember, this is the first of 2 timed finals. We're expecting the medalists to come from the next, but in under 9s, that's where you get the most variability. A move coming in fourth from Tilly Kay of Billawheeler. She's just going to sit in fourth for the moment, having put a big effort in. The 2 Toowong Harriers runners of Ruby Matthews and Ella Rank Sadiq have crossed next in line. 1:37.87. That's Abigail Brewer's time. I'm finally going to cross to Chris for the split, and it was happened about half an hour ago.
Yeah, and our first lap there was running 1 minute 23. The first 200 running 39 seconds. The second 200 running 44.
So it's Abigail Brewer, who is a long way in front, and Tilly Kay of Billawheeler has moved into second. Not running at full pace at the moment, and as I say that, she just decided she better increase it. Abigail Brewer has decided, how dare you put me in the first heat? I'm going to make you pay for this. She passes the 600 metre mark. Tilly Kay will pass it now. And a little way back, I believe, is Ruby Cox-Warren of Jimboomba, who is in a clear third with about 20 metres in front of her and 20 behind.
That third 200 running 48 seconds.
So on track, so Abigail Brewer of Highfields and District has 100 metres to run. Runs past the high jump in action. Brewer looking to lay down a marker. Probably finished just shy of 3 minutes. Big run coming in second. Won't have enough track, but Tilly Kay from Billawheeler has run the classic kids 800 metres where you make sure you've got stuff in reserve and then work it out. Brewer will win in 3:01.63. Tilly Kay finishes with the wettest of sail, Tilly Kay rather, of Billawheeler. Third place will be Ruby Cox-Warren of Jimboomba, who's probably a further, maybe even 10 seconds behind. The mini race between the Toowong Harriers will be taken out by Harlow Wolfers. She'll get there in fourth. Fifth place will be Bailey Kemp at Deception Bay.
Shows just how tough this race was. The girls started off quicker, and then eventually the times just started to get a little bit slower because the intensity out on the track, tough battles, mini battles in the background. But that was just a beautifully run race in the end from her, and I think there's a lot to be impressed about that. Just fell short of the 3 minutes, Daniel, but I think she would be very rapt with that time.
I'd love to know if there's someone at the Toowong Harriers who has an AI program where they can just get rid of all the runners from the race apart from their 3 athletes, because that was a fascinating mini race in and of itself. And Harlow Wolf has ended up getting the club championship, so to speak, but Ruby Matthews and Ella Rank Sadiq had their moments. So heat 2, of course, there is no last year's winner because this is under 9s. This is their first year. If we're invited back next year, you'll get the full history lesson on the when they're under 10s.
Oh, surely you'll get your own private jet up to Townsville next year, young Daniel?
That's not how I think the Little Athletics Queensland budget should be spent. So I think there are other things. Athletes, for example, facilities. I will talk about my son participated at Browns Plains Little Athletics a couple of years ago, which is a normal club. They're not a rich club, and yet through various grants and things, they have electronic timing devices. Just ordinary little athletics clubs are able to have those kinds of facilities. Heat 2 The second timed final of the girls under 9 800 metres. Eliza Doyle of the Gold Coast on the inside lane. Moving out towards the outside of the track. Amelia Duncan of Runaway Bay. 3 is Harriet Stannard of the Gap. 4, Michaela Lee of Algester. 5, Lily Bykoff of the Gold Coast. 6, Eliana Kruger of Maryborough. 7, Lacey Drinkwater Newman of Ashmore. 8, Molly Giebel of Toowong Harriers. 9, Cassidy Wang of Algester. 10, Aria Hahn of Aspley. 11, Indy Leal of Aspley. 12, Mina Nass of Redcliffe. And 13, Willow Digby of Redlands.
That split was 3 seconds faster in the first 200 compared to the heat in the first 200 the first heat.
And you can see the difference in speed. They're taking it out hard in this race. The blue and white uniform, which is, there's a few of them, Molly Giebel of Toowong Harrier. I thought it was a Harrier, and I couldn't see it in the list. So Molly Giebel taking it out very hard. We'll see what she's got in the second lap. Harriet Stannard of the Gap. The long legs, classic middle distance runners physique. She's in second. Amelia Duncan of Runaway Bay in third. Being challenged by Michaela Lee of Algester, the 2 blues in fourth. 5th and 6th alternating positions, Lacey Drinkwater Newman and Cassidy Wang. And 7th across the line is Eliana Kruger of Maryborough.
Second 200 running 42 seconds. And there's a 5-second separation from the first lap in this heat compared to the last heat, with this one being faster.
Stannard makes her move, works on the outside, is able to pass Molly Giebel of Toowong Harriers. Harriet Stannard of the Gap has about 5 metres in front at the moment. Giebel's getting past as well, or joined rather. She starts to put in a bit of an effort. Neither are making an indent on Stannard's lead. Turning around the back straight, about 240 metres to go. The 3 medalists look assured, and yet there are plenty of moves. There's jostling. It's a good classic middle distance race. Stannard is about to lose the lead. Giebel has come back. Giebel passing Stannard will get the split and then come back.
45-second split in the last third 200.
Stannard looked to have the race under control. Maybe she does yet. Maybe she's got another point coming through. But at the moment, it's Molly Giebel of Toowong Harriers is leading Harriet Stannard. Stannard looking to hold on. 2 runners behind her, Amelia Duncan of Runaway Bay and Lacey Drinkwater Newman of Ashmore. They've bunched up. We haven't seen a race like this. Stannard found the other gear. Stannard and Giebel. Giebel coming back. Stannard trying to hold on. It's going to be close. Stannard kicks again. Harriet Stannard of the Gap wins from Molly Giebel of Toowong Harriers. The bronze goes to Amelia Duncan of Runaway Bay. That's one of the best races of this week. Congratulations to Harriet Stannard of the Gap and the under-9 girls, 800 metres.
And beautifully called there too, Daniel. It's a very, very well done. That final 200 running 44 seconds, but it doesn't matter. They could have walked it just as long as we got that battle that we just so desperately deserved. And what a contest, a battle within a battle. 247. All as you highlighted. The medalists will come out of that heat. That was 14 seconds faster compared to the previous heat.
Well, we nearly had a 4-way finish.
Yes.
And even now, we'll see the spread in a moment. I'm not expecting. Well, it won't be over 2 seconds.
No.
It may be under 1. And even the gap between first and second. I mean, there won't be a photo. Stannard was a clear winner, but the way that Giebel made her move was quite something.
We've seen that before where the challenges come.
Sorry, just a second. We can see the 2 of them walking off together, I think. If I've identified the right 2, I don't think I have. But hopefully just talking about the race, and that's the kind of thing where they can have one runner being lifted up by Dad, who was up here before, actually. I recognise him. He was sitting to our right just before. And now he's got his girl up. And I'm guessing the word proud has been said about 24 times in the last 10 seconds.
That is fantastic. A lot of families down there. That was a race for the ages, wasn't it?
Time's not quite coming through. That's from the first heat you can see on screen at the moment. Coming through now. It was 0.21 of a second between first and second. And I was wrong. The spread between first and fourth was about 2.5 seconds.
That was still breakneck speed, Daniel. It was tremendous. And you just sort of knew that the first lap ran at the speed that it was. There was a 5-second differential. That increased to 8 seconds after the third 200. and they absolutely tore the house down. The final 200 in the first heat was running 50 seconds. By comparison, this was running 44 seconds, so a 6-second differential there. The girls just managed to find another gear, but given the battle within the battle, they sort of pushed each other, which we've said it can happen across this weekend. If you're running against quality athletes, you tend to just squeeze that little bit more out of each other, and that's exactly what we saw there.
The under-8 boys run is just being gathered on the track at the moment, happening behind the graphic. And I think it's just the starting procedure being explained. And possibly within 800 metres, a lot of them at club level are not running lanes, whereas now that they get to run at an elite venue like the Queensland Sports and Athletics Centre, just being told what's going to happen at the start, when they're allowed to move in to the inside lane. And given this is their first year at a state championships for Little Athletics, it's good that the communication's happening. They're being put in their lanes because they will have to double up some lanes. Although we do seem to have a smaller field than was initially given to us. This was going to have 13 runners in it. There are not 13 boys there. Again, 2 timed finals. Stacked towards the second with the faster runners, but first of all, there's no rule saying you can't win it from the first heat and make a mockery of the seedings. And secondly, it's not like if you get in the second race, they give you a 5-second head start or anything. And also, it's a race. Just go out and win the thing. And if you can't win it, run it with pride.
Just simply being a part of the state. Running around at a QSAC.
I think it's a good move that they don't allow the athletes to take their phones out there. Otherwise, they'd just be photographing everything as they go round. Not that that's the kind of thing we'll do at 3 o'clock this afternoon when all this is finished, because that'd be tacky and tasteless.
Oh,
as if I'd do that.
Whoever does that. I'm surprised they haven't got the little GoPro on them. Maybe that's something our friends from Sportscast could look at, chucking a GoPro up. And
yeah, they can bring 2,000 GoPros next year. I think, what's wrong? So, the first timed final underway in the boys under 9, 800 metres. Number 2 on the shorts for Xavier Jensen of Warwick. Ethan Koo of Mount Gravatt in 3. 4 is Nate Holtz of Maryborough. 5, Ethan Boone of Jimboomba. 6, Bodie Peters of Gold Coast. 7, Carter O'Reilly from Runaway Bay. 8, Milo Dent from Gayndah. 9 is Liam Young from Ormo. 10, Albert Devlin from Roma. 11, Xander McClure of Isis District. 12 is Ahasi Kapavale of Toowoomba. And 13 is Noah Becker of Gracemere.
Queensland best time 2:32.49. We'll see if the boys will give that a shake as they hit the split at 38 seconds.
So coming around the 200. And we'll get a look at the numbers shortly. Move coming around on the outside. I see red, white and black, and I'm always looking for Arana or Kenmore, but neither of them represented in this race. It is, in fact, Nate Holtz of Maryborough, another red, white and black combo. So Holtz takes the lead. There's been a few changes around the back, the McDonald's end of the track. Xander McClure of Isis District making his presence felt, trying to pass on the inside. And I think Holtz, I'm not sure if he actually let him, he might have been too polite there, Nate Holtz, as Xander McClure just passes him on the inside. Or maybe it's like, here, I'll give you all the advantages and I'll still beat you. 2, 5 and 6 behind are Xavier Jensen, Ethan Boone and Bodie Peters. The top 5 cross fairly closely together. Ethan Koo of Mount Gravatt was in 6th. And we'll get the split from Chris shortly. It'll be in the low 130s for the overall time.
Yeah, so 127, but they ran that second 249 seconds. Down 11 seconds slower than the first 200.
We have a group of 3 at the front, and a move has been made. That might have been Xavier Jensen from Warwick. In the 2 blues. Currently second is Nate Holtz of Maryborough. And in front of him, I think, was Ethan Boone of Jimboomba. I really do want to memorize. Yes, because Jimboomba are the Redbacks. So the red, white and black is the Jimboomba athlete.
Third 200 running 43 seconds. That's a split of 2:10.
Xavier Jensen of Warwick would have a lead of about 20 to 25 metres at the moment. coming round behind the high jump on the McDonald's bend. Made his move on the Coles bend. 100 metres to go. Leaning forward, he's definitely picked up his pace. Eyes only for the finish line. Doesn't need to look over the shoulder. Big sprint coming in second. It won't be enough to topple Jensen, but Nate Holtz of Maryborough is showing a real finishing kick. Xavier Jensen of Warwick, he'll cross in 2:50.65. The run from Holtz maybe came too early. He'll just hold on for second. Little finishing kick. The third place was Bodie Peters of the Gold Coast. And Xander McClure of Isis District is on the ground, having spent every bit of breath he has to finish in fourth. I hope he's putting his head down purely out of exhaustion, because he doesn't need to be disappointed with that run at all.
Daniel, I'm not going to lie. I was admiring the camera work from our main man, Rowie, there, because you could, as you were talking about the gap opening up, you could see the camera zoom out, and you got a really good indication for those watching it at home just how big the gap had opened up. Such was the power of how he sprinted that last 60 metres. That was a wonderful visual at home, just to show the commanding performance from this young star. Just going through their splits, first 200 was running 38 seconds. The second was 49 seconds, but they picked it up 43 and 40. So that last lap was ran in 1 minute 23 seconds. So I think the thing that's going to probably cost that group is just that slower second 200 with 49 seconds. So that could very well be the impact in terms of whether we see any medalists out of that first heat. So that ones we'll be keeping an eye on. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles, and some support from Tribal Sport, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, and our friends at the White Cloud Foundation.
Now, the interesting thing about this race is that most of the top seeds don't have silverware yet. I think Jack Ingram from Arana may have been the gold medalist from the 400. And we've had a wobble. So the card may come out. Or just a friendly warning, but was in lane 6, I believe. There was a bit of a wobble. The field in this race, in number 1 on the shorts, has come out extremely quickly, is Emmett Otterbach of Noosa. 2 is Curtis Dunnett of Ipswich. 3, Jack Ingram of Arana. 4, Albie Ray Swenson of City North. 5, Jacob LaRue of Kenmore. 6, Jody McGovern, Wynnum Manly. 7, Saxon Hallett, USC. 8, Vaughan Gallagher in Bribie District. 9, Zane Scott, USC. 10, Lucas Lunt of Bracken Ridge. 11, Emmett Cover of Toowong Harriers. Clubmate Harry Phillips in 12. And 13 is Arthur Cullum of Balmoral.
Just keeping an eye on the split here, that's 34 seconds, so that's 4 seconds faster than Heat 2.
Otterbach went out confidently, strongly, quickly, and was looking over the shoulder. Gap of about 5 metres or so. Looks, sorry,
I was going to say he had a little dart over the shoulder as well, just to see what was happening around the McDonald's bend.
Well, he's got Jack Ingram of Arana about 5 metres behind him. Couple of metres back to Curtis Dunnett of Ipswich in the orange, and then back to Albie Ray Swenson of City North in the blue and white. Behind them, the Wynnum Manly runner of Jody McGovern has moved up in the 5th place, just passing Arthur Cullum of Balmoral. But it's Emmett Otterbach. Very natural style. Jack Ingram's looking a little bit more controlled and comfortable back in second. And Curtis Dunnett of Ipswich is third.
That split was 1:15, which was 12 seconds faster than the first lap in Heat 1. So they are streaks ahead. As I mentioned before, that second 200 in Heat 1 was 49 seconds. That second 200 was 41 seconds. So it's the difference already in this race.
Emmett Otterbach is wishing that the big screens were still up here at Cusack, because then he wouldn't have to keep looking over his shoulder to see where Jack Ingram is. He's increased the gap. The only question really is how much stamina he's got. Ingram's now put the kick in on the far side, moving ahead of Dunnett. Dunnett being challenged for third by Albie Ray Swenson coming behind him. And Jody McGovern of Wynnum Manly's not out of the race. Otterbach has the big lead over Ingram.
That third 200 was running 43 seconds, just a little bit slower, but it'll ramp it up here.
I reckon Otterbach's probably lost about 5 seconds on his time just by the constant looking over the shoulder, but he keeps having other gears. He's got incredible talent, Emmett Otterbach. From Noosa, he's got about 10 metres on Jack Ingram from Arana. Otterbach Hasn't got a state championship. Stop looking, Emmett. You've got the gold medal. Just run for the finish line. Emmett Otterbark has a state championship in 2:40.53. Jack Ingram is second, and a big run from Jody McGovern to come home with the bronze medal.
It was to be able to win the state title. And how many times did he look over his shoulder?
500, Chris. He looked over his shoulder 500 times.
I reckon that might have cost him 9 seconds. He could have been could have taken the Queensland best performance time there, but shaved 10 seconds off the fastest time set in the first heat, and you could just see how that was going to unfold. So just looking at the splits there from the young star, 34 seconds in the first 200, 41, 43, and then 42. So some good consistent
That's
times
very
there.
consistent running.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and again, the amount of times he looked over his shoulder. It's something that's got to be coached into him. We talked about this time and time again, Daniel.
Can I just pause for a moment? He's 8.
He's 8.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry.
He will learn. So.
Look, as someone who doesn't have kids, I don't understand. I'm looking at these kids as just...
The world is still amazing when you're 8. Maybe he wasn't looking at the gap behind him. Maybe he was thinking, this is awesome. I'm just going to have a look around while I'm
Maybe. Where's my friend? Is my friend there? I want to catch up with my friend. Do we have a chat mid-race?
Moving on to the under-12 girls 800 metres. So heat 1 underway. The field on the inside in number 1, Zara Hayward of Chinchilla. Number 2 is Savannah Turner of the Gold Coast. 3 is Zoe Frost of City North. 4 and 5 are Hannah Ross and Jessica Gorham of Ipswich. 6 is Sienna Murray of Arana. 7, Indiana Kitely of Bargra District. 8, Eden Brocksh of Toowoomba. 9 is Maya Cebulski of Runaway Bay. 10 is Alexis Alcorn of West Bundaberg. And 12 is Chloe Gurr of Runaway Bay.
Liking this, the speed already. Just looking at the split time for the first 200, we're looking at about 34.5.
Still very bunched at the head of the field. We'll see the heavy hitters in the second race, as always, including the defending champion from Wynnum Manly, Daisy Concar. But as they've run about 300 metres, it's been very controlled running at the front from Eden Brocksh of Toowoomba. Has some red and green behind her in the form of, pink and green rather, in the form of Zara Hayward of Chinchilla. Hayward looking comfortable, looking just a little menacing. A group of 3 behind in the form of Kitely, Murray and Gurr. But there is a decent gap of maybe 7 or 8 metres between second and third at the moment. The second bunch has Savannah Turner and Maya Cebulski have caught up.
That split time 1:15. That second 200 was running 41 seconds, so 7 seconds slow on their first 200.
It's still Brocksh and Hayward out in front. Both are puffing, both looking comfortable. Possibly trying to send little subliminal messages to the other saying, oh, you look tired. I'm the look more comfortable here. Yeah, no, you'll be gone soon. But Chinchilla in the form of Zara Hayward biding her time. Either she's planning or she just has not been able to pass Eden Brocksh from Toowoomba. There's a good 15-metre gap back to third and fourth. We'll get the split time.
That third 200 was running 41 seconds, same time as the second 200.
And Brocksh has been controlling this race. She's now kicked away from Hayward. As I speak, Hayward's decided this is the time. Hayward around the outside. Hayward was foxing. She knew exactly what she was doing. Sat on the shoulder of Brocksh for about 200 metres. And then Zara Hayward said, ha ha, fooled you. This is my race.
Absolutely sublime.
Third over the line will be Chloe Gurr of Runaway Bay. 2, 7 and 6 are Turner, Kitely and Murray of Gold Coast, Bargra District and Arana respectively.
As fans of the sport, Daniel, the one thing I would love to see that battle in a final, just to see that little bit of foxing there. But that final 200 metres was running 40 seconds, so the first 200 was running 34 and a half, then they had 41, 41 and 40. So we talk about the consistency that happened in the previous race. We sort of got that there between the two girls in that time, as this race is still running its course with one of the other young athletes who should be absolutely praised for her effort. She's working her backside off. Again, 800 is really, really tough. And congratulations to her being on the big stage. And very well done.
5 of the top 6 from 2025 in the under-11s are in this race. First last year, Daisy Concar. Second, Violet Richardson. Third, Lacey James. Fifth, Evie Davidson. And sixth, Bianca Taylor. We'll go through the names and clubs shortly. Concar out in number 10. She'll start wide. Pippi Belsham of Jimboomba starting on the inside of the track. Queensland Sports and Athletics Centre. It's early autumn in 2026.
Queensland best performance time of 2:22.80. Given what we saw in the previous race in the boys, we can see a lot of time taken off in Heat 2. Don't be surprised if that's given a bit of a shake.
Second and final timed final. In the under 12 girls 800 metres.
Ideally, they'd be looking for a split of around that sort of 110 if they really want to give this record a shake. I mean, best performance.
There's a fair gap between each of the top 6 last year. We'll see how it turns out this year. 1 is Pippi Belsham of Jimboomba. 2, Marlo Monteith of USC. 3, Lacey James of Upper Lockyer. 4 is Bianca Taylor of Mount Gravatt. 5, Evie Davidson of Nambour. 6, Harper Stokes of Toowong Harriers. 7, Leela Dubitsky of Beenleigh. Dubisky, rather. 8 is Violet Richardson of Toowoomba. 9, Madeleine Kerr of Harvey Bay. 10, Daisy Concara of Wynnum Manly. 11, Aria Nixon of Toowong Harriers. 12, Frankie Wolf of Redcliffe. 13, Elka Johnston of City North. That is as bunched a field as we've seen all week.
Just looking at the split, 33 seconds, which is 1.5 seconds quicker than the first 200 of Heat 1.
There's probably only about 10 metres, if that, between the front and back of the field. In front at the moment is Violet Richardson of Toowoomba. Silver last year. What's she been thinking about for the last 12 months? Very bunched, but Lacey James, Bianca Taylor and Pippi Belsham are forming a group of 4, just put a little bit of a gap, only 1.5 metres or so, just ahead of Marlo Monteith, Frankie Wolf and Madeleine Kerr. It feels quick, and at the moment, it's still Violet Richardson of Toowoomba in control of the race and starting to pull away.
That split time of 1:13, 2 seconds faster than the first 400 in the previous heat, so not much time difference between the 2 heats.
Richardson trying to apply the heat, not really able to drop any of the runners behind her. 4th place at the moment, looks just like she might be at the edge of her capacity to keep up. Shut up, Daniel, she's just joined the race and maybe looking to take the lead on the outside. You could actually throw a blanket over those 4 at the moment. First lead change we've had in the race. Violet Richardson led early. She's only lost the lead in the last 5 metres, Chris.
39 seconds for that third 200.
150 metres to go. And the move came on the back straight from Lacey James of Upper Lockyer. It was a group of 4 at 200 metres. Lacey James pulling away. Richardson finding something in reserve. Bianca Taylor of Mount Gravatt coming up on the inside. It might be Taylor who's got the fast finish. Holding on at the front is Lacey James of Upper Lockyer. She's just going to make it. It was a spread front 4 last year. It's a very narrow one this year. Lacey James takes the state title just ahead of Bianca Taylor, I think, finished in 3rd. It might have been Violet Richardson in 2nd.
Wow, what a performance. And that second 200 ran in 1 minute 14 seconds, so just 1 second slower, which is an outstanding time in itself. By comparison, in the first heat, the second 400 was run in 1 minute 21, which was 6 seconds slower than the first lap. So they were able to take 9 seconds off. They picked up a lot of extra time. So they went 33, 40, 39 and 38. They're your 200-metre splits right across the race, which contributed to that time of 2:27.
I think overall the racing has been better today. I mean, we've had outliers like Riley Worcester who said, race, what race? But
it's just his show and no one else's.
But have you got the range of the front four in that last race? I mean, that would have been less than half a second probably.
Yeah, we're just waiting for those results to come up at the moment. So, we had Lacey James, 227.57. So you said the first four, only 0.42 separating first from fourth. So that's, on average, 0.1 of a second per athlete. So they really picked up the intensity in that second lap. But again, when you have that close bunch of athletes together, you just tend to bring that little bit more out of each other, which we have seen. But unlike Roland Worcester, who was just running his own race, and he was almost trying to beat the best of the best, which was himself.
Boys under 12, 800 metres, the first of two timed finals. In one is Toms Laubers of Warwick. 2 is Riley Doherty of USC. 3, Chase Dobbin of Tweed. 4, Kobe Schultz of Redlands. 5, Ken Bowden of Toowong Harriers. 6, Jonas Starkey of Souths. 7, Clayton Roberts of West Bundaberg. 8, Aidan Press of Laidley. Clubmate Tyler Hoare is in 9. Tynan Heatherton of Toowong Harriers in 10. Nate Carl of Chinchilla is in 12, and then 11, 13 and 14 are all from Ross River, Lachlan Toohey, Link von Soldan and Hunter Hollett.
Split of 34 seconds. Queensland best performance time of 2:16.49 set in 2021.
They have taken this out hard, particularly for what is apparently the lowest seeded timed final. It's Chase Dobbin of Tweed in the red, white and black in front. Toms Laubers of Warwick is on his shoulder. A little bit of a gap back to Nate Carl of Chinchilla in the increasingly familiar pink and lime. A little further back to Jonas Starkey of Souths. And then battling it out for fifth are Clayton Roberts and Riley Doherty. The race is between Dobbin and Laubers up front.
So about 1:15 on the split. That was a 41 second 200.
Laubers of Warwick has taken the lead and almost looks to have slowed down and is still taking the lead. So Dobbin says, okay, well, I'm going to challenge you. They've both got such relaxed styles. I may have been fooled into thinking they'd slowed down because they've got the long loping strides that makes the 800 metres such a photogenic event apart from anything else.
Well, they've really picked it up in this back end now. We hit the split at 1:54, which was a 39-second third 200.
Dobbin and Laubers out front. They've got a fair gap on third, which is a new runner in the race. About 150 to go as they come round McDonald's Bend. In front is Laubers of Warwick. Dobbin of Tweed in the red is behind. Laubers first. In third place, you go back. I think that's Clayton Roberts of West Bundaberg. There's a battle on for first and second. Third to fifth is the second battle. Dobbin pushing. Dobbin versus Lauber. Dobbin's going to take him on the outside. Dobbin gets the win, 2:32.18. We'll see if it's good enough for the medals overall. Third and fourth, ding-dong battle between Riley Doherty and Jonas Starkey. Doherty takes it out. Then the group of three behind are Kobe Schultz, Nate Carl and Clayton Roberts.
I think what sort of cost him in the end there is just that little look over the right shoulder and just gave him, that might have cost him just a fraction of a second, a little bit of distance. In the meantime, we've still got some athletes on the track working their backsides off, improving, hoping to achieve a personal best. And I hope that they're really enjoying this experience too. But no doubt the times that they're running will not only make their club proud, but they're probably some of the better times, better performing athletes at their local club. And here he is here. He's digging deep. This young superstar.
That's Lachlan Toohey of Ross River. He didn't come all this way not to finish an 800-metre race. He's putting in the big ones down the back straight.
That last 80 metres, Daniel, terrific. Absolutely terrific. He saw just that little bit of extra grit and determination that he's got in the tank, and he finished off that really well.
Let me go into the pre-old man era. We've talked about looking over the shoulder a little bit in the last half an hour or so. 1954. Roger Bannister versus John Landy. Roger Bannister of England, first man to break the 4-minute mile. John Landy of Australia, second man to break the 4-minute mile. running in what's been called the Miracle Mile in Vancouver in the 54 Commonwealth Games. There is now a statue outside the Commonwealth Stadium of Landy looking over his left shoulder as Bannister passes him on the right.
No way.
It is John Landy, held several world records but never won a major championship.
That is extraordinary.
And then he became Governor of Victoria.
Which you might have seen might have been a little bit better.
And Roger Bannister became a doctor who won awards.
I don't think you know much at all. I think your encyclopedia just a little bit lacking a little bit of information there, Daniel.
This is where I realised 1954 was a long time ago, but read about the race to break 4 minutes for the mile. It was happening in Australia, in England, all the best milers from around the world were all trying to break 4 minutes. Second timed final in the under-12 boys 800 metres. In number 1 is Jonah Lucas of the Gold Coast, winner last year. 2 is Harry Mudge of Hervey Bay. 3 Colby Keats of Caloundra. 4 Mason Stonebridge of Redlands. 5 Mikhail Muir of Aspley. 6 Bowden Milne of Hervey Bay. 7 Hunter Binney of Strathpine. 8 Isaac Leathorne of Runaway Bay. 9 Lachlan Myers of Toowong Harriers. 10 Gregorius Budiono of Algester. 11 Alexander Sanders of Strathpine. 12 Callan Towndrow of Mudgeeraba. 13 Ali Namazi of City North. 14 Lucas Boone of Jimboomba. And 15 Cruz Biley of Noosa. This is quick.
30 seconds on the split, which is 4 seconds faster than the first 200 of Heat 1.
And the question is always, have they taken it out too hard? Jonah Lucas of Gold Coast, well, you'd think he knows his race. Number 5, Mikhail Muir of Aspley. And number 8, Isaac Leathorne of Runaway Bay. So Lucas, Muir and Leathorne, the front 3 at the moment. Don't discount the tall figure of Ali Namazi of City North, who's just pushing up into 4th place.
They've run that in 35 seconds, which is 6 seconds faster than the second 200 of Heat 1. And they're 10 seconds quicker as well, overall.
Muir's still second behind Lucas. Lucas now has a gap of about 5 metres. Leathorne maybe a metre behind Muir, if that. The gap seems to be narrowing. All 3 have picked up their pace. Jonah Lucas of the Gold Coast still in control. Muir and Leathorne working out when to make their move. It's a fair way back to Ali Namazi of City North, but he just looks so comfortable that I'm not entirely sure I'm ready. In fact, I'm not ready to rule him out. Lucas still in the lead.
It's 35-second split again. So if they can get that, look out. The Queensland best performance record is under threat.
Leathorne has made his move from Runaway Bay. Lucas has responded. Muir is in 3rd. He's running his heart out, but doesn't seem to have the kick that Lucas and Leathorne have. Lucas in the blue, Leathorne in the yellow. Lucas has found something extra. Leathorne gave it everything he had. Lucas responded. Jonah Lucas goes back to back. Isaac Leathorne of Runaway Bay in 2nd. Mikhail Muir of Aspley gets the bronze. Brave runs. Ali Namazi of City North comes over in 4th. And a good run from Hunter Binney of Strathpine to finish 5th. 2:16.65 is the provisional time.
And we can only hope, but at this stage, a Queensland best performance time was 2:16.49. So if there's any adjustments made, they've only just missed it. But they were running 35 seconds for 200 metres consistently across that race.
Jonah Lucas will get his gold medal. Credit to Isaac Leathorne. Maybe he doesn't normally go that early, but he thought it's a state championship, so running against the best in the state, I'm going to take him on and see what happens, because you're still learning about yourself as an athlete under 11. Sometimes you test yourself and you go, hang on, I do have this in me. Leathorne, maybe today he didn't have it to be able to overtake Lucas, but my goodness, I hope he learned a lot about himself as an athlete. Jonah Lucas, I think he was challenged 3 times during that race and he responded well each time. That's a champion's run from Jonah Lucas.
We saw some extraordinary splits. The first 200 run in 30 seconds. The second 200 run in 35. So they're already, by the time they finished their first lap, they're already 10 seconds clear of the split in the first heat. Then they ran another 35, which put them 14 seconds clear. And then they ran a 36. Now, they've had got around about a 35. The Queensland best performance record would have been gone. It's just fallen a little bit short. That time's been adjusted 2016.69. Just an incredible performance. But we are going to have a very short break here at QSAC. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's. We'll catch you on the other side of this. Good morning, welcome back here to Cusack for the McDonald's Little Athletics Queensland State Championships. My name's Chris, wonderful to be in your company. You've got the great man Daniel Viles on the call. We've got another exciting race coming your way.
And once again, this is multiple races being run concurrently in the multi-class ambulatory categories. So we'll go through the field in those categories as soon as they get going. That way, when you clip out the video, you don't have to clip out as far. I know what I'm doing. But we've got boys under 9-10, girls under 11-12, boys under 11-12. Sorry for cutting off, Chris. Girls under 13-14, and boys under 13-14 as well. Then there'll be and girls under 15-17. Actually, they're all in. So girls and boys under 11-12, girls and boys under 13-14, girls and boys under 15-17, all being run. There's no more than 4 in any one category. But essentially, it's going to be a bit of an Oprah race where every time someone crosses the track, it'll be you win a medal, and you win a medal, and you win a medal.
But their times will be more relevant to those in their class as well.
Correct, yeah.
So you might have an athlete that might finish last and be 20 seconds behind the field, but they might... They're
winning their category, yes.
And might win it comprehensively as well. They might even be pushing towards a Queensland best performance for their category. And that's what we really appreciate, the multi-class. So I know across a number of sports, I know Queensland, Basketball Queensland are doing the same thing, and Australian basketball are doing the same thing, getting the multi-class involved and making it part of the whole competition.
So here's the field. The lone runner in the boys under 9 and 10s is Grayson Smith of Nambour with the number 1 on his shorts. Numbers 2 and 3 are in the girls under 11 and 12 class. Montana Taylor of Ross River and Annie Ellington of Ormo, both 11 years old. 4, 5 and 6 are the under 11 and 12 boys. You've got Braxton Brown of Runaway Bay, Arav Belbase of Bly Bly, and Jack Nettle of West Bundaberg. In the girls under 13 and 14, you have Summer Kemp of Deception Bay in 7 and Eve Mann of Tweed in 8. In the boys under 13 and 14, just the lone runner is Jonah McGorm of Toowoomba wearing the number 9. And then the under 15 to 17 girls, Jada McCombs of West Bundaberg wearing the 10. And in the under 15 to 17 boys, Jaden Graham of Toowoomba, who without even looking at the track, I'm guessing he's in front right now. And number 12 is Peter Flaherty of Jimboomba.
Really admiring the running actions of these athletes as well. They're showing a lot of great intensity, and it's a lot of endurance as well. Running at 111.17, that's eclipsing some of the splits that a lot of the splits we've already seen in some of the other age groups.
So as expected, it's the older figure of 15-year-old Jaden Graham of Toowoomba who's out in front. Behind him was Jonah McGorm of Toowoomba, 13-year-old, and then third was Jack Nettle of West Bundaberg. So they're a fair way ahead. I believe it's Jada McCombs who's coming fourth. And it's a spread field, but once again, they're not necessarily running against the others on the track, except that it's a race and they're there. But to be expected, Jaden Graham of Toowoomba has been winning pretty much every distance. The 100, the 200, the 400. So this is his last one to go. He also won the long jump. He just comes here when he decides, actually, I don't have enough gold at home. I'm going to go to Brisbane and collect some.
He's got a pretty big trophy cabinet at home, I believe.
Need to reinforce the floor to hold up the cabinet. So Jaden Graham of Toowoomba will cross the line first. So he wins the 15 to 17 category. Jonah McGorm of Toowoomba, he was the only runner but in his category, but second across the track. And winning the under 11-12 boys multi-class. In fact, I apologise, I've misidentified that runner. That is, in fact, Peter Flaherty of Jimboomba.
I just want to highlight that time there from Jaden as well. That split, the first 400, was the third fastest 400 that we've seen across all 800 metres races today. So,
my goodness.
So that, to put things into perspective, he has dominated everyone
Let me declare Jada McCombs of West Bundaberg the winner of the girls under 15 to 17. And then in a moment, there's a big gap coming up, so I'd like you to say that stat again, just very slowly for everyone, as the winner of the boys under 11 and 12 is Arav Belbase of Bly Bly. You've got a few seconds, Chris. Say it again.
So that time there from Jaden of 1:11, that first 400 is the third fastest 400 in the 800 that we've seen out of all races today.
That's incredible. We're seeing a flying finish at the end from Grayson Smith of Nambour, but he's not going to be able to pass Summer Kemp of Deception Bay. The next two runners across the track, Annie Ellington of Ormo in the girls 11 and 12, and then Jack Nettle of West Bundaberg, who was not the runner I saw before. Sorry about that, Jack. Two runners left on the track. One will be Montana Taylor of Ross River, and the other is Eve Mann of Tweed.
That's a lovely finish too. She's put her head down, finished strongly that last 20 metres.
That was Eve Mann. And now Montana Taylor of Ross River.
Just been watching her. She's run that race consistently. Had that really good solid speed for her.
I got those backwards. This is Eve Mann of Tweed.
Congratulations to both athletes.
It's what you get for flicking across 6 web pages at once.
And you've got just the one screen, Daniel.
The budget will get bigger.
Well,
I guess.
When you head up to Townsville next year, you'll have the whole.
Oh, you're assuming they'll have me back. Oh dear. We have now. Next event is the girls under 13 800 metres, and we seem to have a lot of last year's place getters. First and second are here. Not third or fourth. Fifth is here. So 3 of the top 5. They'll all be in the second race. The defending champion, Liliana Titley of Ipswich. And then second place last year was Zoe Henderson of Algester. Grace Woodard of Harvey Bay is also here. And into the mix, a new face in the form of Taylor Chapman of Caloundra, who has already won the under 13's 400 metres, came 5th in the 1500. Sorry. Oh, fifth, and then in the 1500 metre walk, broke the Queensland best performance. Taylor Chapman of Caloundra, new to the state championships and under 13s, and making her presence felt. Ava Gard of City North was champion 2 years ago. She's in the field in the second timed final. Plenty of names around. Liliana Titley will start the second timed final as the favourite.
Looks like we might have a short break there.
Yeah, just can't see the runners. So yeah, let's have a. Hang on, I was about to say let's have a break from a product that's not a sponsor.
Yeah, let's have a short McDonald's break, and we'll be back in a few moments.
Good save. And time.
Good afternoon and welcome back here to QSAC. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's for the Little Athletics Queensland State Championships with Coles, Tribal Sports, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, White Cloud Foundation and LB Medical Research. We appreciate their wonderful support. Daniel Viles, we've got another race ready to hit the track.
2 timed finals. This obviously is the first. That's how it works. You run the first before you run the second. In the under 13 girls 800 metres. The heavy hitters are in the second final as usual. Doesn't always work that way, so it's worth saying before each race in case you think I'm sounding a little bit broken record. Little bit broken record. Little bit broken record. We'll go through the field in this first final shortly. 13 runners on track. 9, 10, 11, just the 12, so we've had one withdrawal. Not identified to me yet. And I'm the one with the microphone.
And the binoculars.
And the binoculars.
And the 4,000 screens in front of you.
I'm the ultimate millennial. But all 10 lanes filled, 2 of them filled twice. So 12 on track, but I will read the whole field I've got in front of me until further advice is received.
We've got loads of information coming at us left, right and centre. That's just how technical this sport is, and in a great way too. I wish we had more time and capacity to address the field events too. There's just so much happening around all the time.
But go to Athletics Live, search for the Little Athletics Queensland State Championships in 2026, catch up, and then of course if you can see when the events run, you can then find it on the live stream videos.
Correct.
And go back and enjoy it. If you see a race where you think, oh, I would have liked to have watched that, you can. So the 13 runners named in this race. Number 1 is Athena Wills-Irwin of Springwood. 2 is Amelia Chisholm of Ormo. 3, Rachel Tarr of the Harriers. 4, Ruby McPherson of Jimboomba. Also Sienna Bowden in number 5 of Jimboomba. 6, Zoe Farquharson of Redcliffe. 7, Zara Murphy of Ashmore. 8, Piper Banashek of Highfields and Districts. 9, Aquilia Rice of Bargra District. 10, Charlotte June Walker of Gracemere. Clubmate Sophie Banks in 11. Elsie Copley of Toowoomba in 12. Layla Carrigan of Townsville Central in 13. It's a spread field, but there is a group of 4 at the front.
Looking at the split, 34 seconds as they hit the McDonald's bend.
You don't want to get the bends at McDonald's. Number 6, it looks like Zoe Farquharson of Redcliffe up front. It is confirmed. On her right shoulder is Piper Banashek, of Highfields and Districts. And become a group of 6, 4, 7, 2 and 1 are Ruby McPherson, Zara Murphy, Amelia Chisholm and Athena Wills-Irwin. And the placings are almost nominal at the moment. Technically, it's Farquharson just ahead of Banashek, but you don't quite know who's going to make the move out of any of that group of 6. No one's out of it. There is a 20-metre gap back to the next 4. That's the runners 9, 13, someone in 5. So Aquilia Rice, Layla Carrigan, someone whose number's falling off their shorts, and Sienna Bowden.
Split time of 1:14 for the first 400, and the second 200 was run at 40 seconds, which was 6 seconds slower than the first 200.
Still Farquharson and Banashek, who are just maintaining the front 2 positions. We have had a lead change on the far side. We've got about 200 metres to run. Sorry, Chris.
That's some significant movement there. That 156, so that split there was 42 seconds. Sorry, Daniel.
Not at all. 42 seconds for an under 13 girls 800 metres in the lower seeded ranked final. But the move was made with about 250 metres to go by Zara Murphy of Ashmore. Murphy has now opened up a big gap. Very close. There's 3 runners currently vying for second. Piper Banashek of Highfields looks to have the legs on the outside. They are literally in a row across the track. The winner is not in doubt. Zara Murphy of Ashmore. She takes out the first timed final. And in the end, the legs were held by Amelia Chisholm of Ormo. Came home in front of Ruby McPherson of Jimboomba. And then Zoe Farquharson of Redcliffe.
Just looking at the split times there. For the first 200 was 34 seconds, second 200 was 40, third 200 was 42, but then they came storming home with a final 200 of 37 seconds. So they bookend but the athletes bookended the race with 2 outstanding times.
Zara Murphy knows that she's got a kick in her. And just in the background, the boys under 17 high jump is on at the moment. Starting height. Just a late finish at the back of the field. Barnes, oh, that was wonderful. Sophie Banks and Layla Carrigan. It's almost like they were trying to dead heat. There is one more runner on the track. Oh, slow that down and turn it into a meme. That was fantastic. Leonardo DiCaprio will be proud of that one. Elsie Copley of Toowoomba finishes.
And of course,
look over the shoulder. You're coming. Now we dip together. It was synchronised finishing in the girls' 800 metres under 13s.
It's like part of the master plan. They had that discussion before the race. Maybe it's Macca's on the way over this morning that they were having that conversation.
Was one of their parents on the side here trying to photograph that? That'd probably be the perfect opportunity.
But a time of 2:33.15. That's a great speed. Heat 2. Well, historically speaking, we probably see a time of maybe that sort of 2:26, maybe 2:24 as a finisher. But the key element is going to be the split after the first 400, which I foresee being around that sort of 1:07, just at a hunch.
Reminder of the winning time in the first heat?
2:33.
Thank you. Liliana Titley last year ran a 2:26 to win this. It is Titley of Ipswich in lane 1, Taylor Chapman of Caloundra with the blonde plat in 2, Zoe Henderson of Algester in the 2 blues in 3, Amelia Felsh of Toowong Harriers in 4. In 5, Scarlett Hodges of Gold Coast, 6, Grace Woodard of Harvey Bay, 7, Georgia Meyer of Centenary, 8, Ava Gard of City North, 9, Penny Schmidt of Ashmore, 10, Gretel Venemar of Arana, 11 is Holly Heeks of Nambour, 12, Vilmian Cray of Strathpine, and 13, Tilly Brown of Runaway Bay.
Just looking at that split there, that was 31 seconds, so 3 seconds faster than heat 1.
Taylor Chapman's in at 4th. There's a bit of movement up the head of the field as Liliana Titley just does not want the race to get away from her. So she is pushing towards the lead, which she's just retaken. Although coming on the inside is Scarlett Hodges of the Gold Coast, just muscling her way through. Tilly Brown of Runaway Bay was not one of the fancied runners. She is looking comfortable in 4th. Titley making a move now. She made it with really 500 metres to go in the race. She will lead at the halfway point by around 6 or 7 metres. I didn't mean to say 6, 7 this close to a bunch of Gen Zers or Gen Alphas or whatever they're called. Scarlett Hodges of Gold Coast is in 2nd at the moment. Tilly Brown of Runaway Bay is still there.
Split there was 1:08 compared to 1:14 from the previous heat. That was a 37-second second 200.
Keep your eye on Zoe Henderson. She finished 2nd last year. She's 3rd at the moment. Titley trying to pull away. The question, of course, is stamina, as it always is. Scarlett Hodges of Gold Coast seems to be maintaining 2nd place. Zoe Henderson biding her time. You suspect the kick is coming, although the kick is coming from all of them. Titley's gap at the front of the field has just narrowed a bit. We'll check the split.
36-second third 200.
Every time I throw to Chris, Titley pushes. She goes, that's the split. I'm going to extend the lead. Liliana Titley has turned on the afterburners. Zoe Henderson's making a move and moves into 2nd ahead of Scarlett Hodges. Not going to be able to run out of track. Liliana Titley is going to win consecutive 800-metre finals in this age group. Liliana Titley of Ipswich is the state champion. Zoe Henderson of Algester has to settle for 2nd again. Scarlett Hodges of Gold Coast comes through for bronze.
They took a staggering 13 seconds off the previous heat. 31 seconds, 37 seconds, 36 and 36 were their 200-metre splits. But the pleasing thing is that they ran that second 400 in 1 minute 12 seconds. So they kept that really good level of intensity right throughout that race, which is fantastic.
And the Queensland best performance in that particular event was probably out of reach because it was set by the almost unbeatable at these championships, Ellie Eckstein of Ashmore. 2:13 was at the Nationals last year. She'll be competing in the under 14s, which will be this afternoon at 1:30. So if you've clear your schedule after 1:30, It'll be the first event up in the 1:30 slot. Watch Ellie Eckstein. You've heard it here first.
Oh, it's going to be absolute box office. We cannot wait for that. We're counting down to that one, but this will be the last 800 metres that we will have in the AM slot this morning. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles for their wonderful support, and a big shout out to the wonderful supporters of Gallipoli Medical Research, who partner alongside, who are proud partners of Queensland Little Athletics, and also in support with White Cloud Foundation. So we appreciate the wonderful support of those organisations.
To have a medical research partner and a mental health partner is wonderful for Little Athletics, because there's no time when it's like, okay, now you're old enough to have mental health issues or physical health issues.
Absolutely spot on. Without their support, we wouldn't be here, and what they do for the community is just absolutely invaluable. We do have some rain about in the area too.
Yeah, I felt a sprinkle here, and I'm 20 metres under cover. I don't know how that's, but it blew towards me.
Oh, maybe it was just me spitting into the microphone.
That was you. Good. Okay.
There we go. We've clarified that.
Boys under 13, 800 metres, 2 timed finals. You know the drill.
Well, the Queensland best performance time is 2:03.68.
I don't think we've got 13 runners. Might only be 12, but I'll read the field I've got. Number 1 on the shorts is Nate Halpin of Toowoomba. 2, Parker Alcorn of West Bundaberg. 3, Elliot Edwards of Centenary. 4, Lachlan Alcorn of West Bundaberg. 5 is Thomas Pearsall of Ipswich, as is Jack Taylor in number 6. 7, Phoenix Simon of USC. 8, Lachlan Bryant, Deception Bay. 9, Macklin Creamer of Laidley. 10, Mason Hearth of Chinchilla. 11, Patrick Moxham of Granite Belt. 12, Samuel Gees of Bargra District. And 13, Leon Firth. I'm just going to replay that. 13, Leon Firth of Runaway Bay.
32 seconds for the first 200 metres. Really good speed set earlier on.
Boys under 13. Lead change just with about 120 to go in the first lap, and that's Elliot Edwards of Centenary in the yellow shirt, just passing the shorter but strong figure of Nate Halpin of Toowoomba in second place. Third, the imposing figure of Lachlan Alcorn of West Bundaberg. Bit of a gap back, that's the other Alcorn, Parker, about 10 metres back in fourth. Jack Taylor of Ipswich just pushing past him now, as is his clubmate Thomas Pearsall of Ipswich. So they're your front 6.
Split time 1:09. That was 37 seconds for the second 200.
So still in front at the moment is Elliot Edwards. Nate Halpin of Toowoomba looks like he's biding his time. Time has been bidden. He's just decided, no, 500 to go. That's where I'm making my move. Halpin passes Edwards on the outside. Fair bit of a gap back to Lachlan Alcorn. And the Ipswich runners, I think it's Jack Taylor who's coming through in fourth. Jack Taylor and Thomas Pearsall are definitely fourth and fifth. And I think it's Parker Alcorn in sixth at the moment. But Nate Halpin just starting to put a bit of a gap between him and Elliot Edwards.
38 seconds for that third 200.
The 2-minute mark's just gone. And Nate Halpin now has a 5-metre gap on Elliot Edwards of Centenary, who took this race. Edwards starting to tire. We have the Ipswich runner of Jack Taylor making a strong finish. Halpin looks to have the legs, but Taylor's going to make him work for it. Taylor is flying. I don't think Halpin knows he's coming because he's not looking, which is the right thing to do, but he wins by 5 metres anyway. Nate Halpin ahead of Jack Taylor. Clubmate Thomas Pearsall crosses in third.
Well, that was perfect. It's that nice little fight back at the end there. Tremendous, showing there's a little bit more in the tank. So the more times that he does this 800-metre event, he might be able to learn to just really ramp up that intensity the more times that he does it and have a little bit more in the tank. I really like how the boys race that. Just looking at the splits, first 200 at 32, second at 37 seconds, the third at 38 seconds. The boys just dropped off the pace a little bit on the final 200, which was 40 seconds. And they'll be chasing 2 minutes, 27 seconds.
So going to the boys under 12 from last year, the defending champion has the inside lane. That's William Middleton of Tweed. Last year he beat Lachlan Heeks of Nambour by less than half a second. Heeks will be in the number 3. Jaden Patton of City North came 4th last year. He'll have the number 5 shorts on. Asher Jones of Glasshouse, 5th last year, wearing number 8 on the shorts. And Winston Rogers of Balmoral, 6th last year, but wearing the number 2 shorts, which is usually indicative that you're having a decent season. And 2026 is a different year.
We're starting to see that wind really ramp up too, Daniel. So if it is blowing from right to left, be fascinating to see whether they'll be able to make the most of it, pick up a little bit of speed on the back straight, and how much they might lose running into it on the front, on the main straight.
A little bit of a delay in starting the second timed final because the boys under 17 high jumpers have longer run-ups and need to start on the track.
They start in the car park, don't they, with their run-up?
More or less. They start at the top of the southern stand, but we're underway in the second timed final of the boys under 13 800 metres. Inside, the defending champion William Middleton of Tweed, who's already making up the distance to the runners outside him. Winston Rogers of Balmoral in 2. Lachlan Heeks of Nambour in 3. The 2 City North runners, Jaden Patton in 5 and Ethan Sullivan in 6. Phoenix Lay of Toowong Harriers in 7. In 8 is Asher Jones of Glasshouse. 9 Harrison Eskdale of Wynnum Manly. 10 Caleb Lee of Algester. 11 Sunny Moon of North Mackay. 12 Jordan Curry of Arana. And 13 Luke Rose of Townsville Central.
First 200 was 31 seconds, which is 1 second faster than the first 200 in Heat 1.
Middleton wanting to set the pace, doesn't want to have any terms dictated to him. Just behind him is Ethan Sullivan, the first of 2 City North runners, and immediately behind him is the other one in Jaden Patton. If there was a relay, they'd be dangerous. Lachlan Heeks of Nambour looking comfortable in 4th, just trying to push up. Winston Rogers of Balmoral in 5th. Bunching up behind, William Middleton will lead them over the halfway point by about 5 metres. Currently it's Ethan Sullivan in 2nd. Lachlan Heeks of Nambour is coming.
34 second 200, and that was a 3.5 second faster split than what we saw in Heat 1.
Middleton turning it on just around the Coles Bend. He's opened the gap up to about 10 metres. Being challenged for second is Ethan Sullivan of City North. His teammate at Jaden Patton keeping him company. Lachlan Heeks is there as well. 2nd till 6th is starting to bunch up. Toowong Harriers Phoenix Lay is getting in there. William Middleton is saying you can do all you like between 2nd to 6th because I'm not going to be involved. I'm going to take home this state championship 2 years in a row.
That was a 34 second third 200, Daniel. That is lightning quick.
He was in the lead early. He took the first 100 hard to make sure he got the lead. Any danger of being boxed in was eliminated straight away. William Middleton leads by about 15 metres. Big effort being put in by Lachlan Heeks of Nambour behind him. The City North runners of Patton and Sullivan are working hard. The state championship stays with William Middleton. It'll be Jaden Patton of City North who gets 2nd, and Ethan Sullivan completes the City North sweep of the minor medals in 3rd. It's William Middleton's race in 2:15.
And just to show how great that time was, that was 12 seconds faster than the winner of Heat 1. And with splits of 31, 34, 34 and 36. That second 400 was ran in 1 minute 10 seconds, so a very impressive time.
This is the National Championships age group as well, so William Middleton will get the chance to test himself against the best in the country on this track in about 3 weeks' time.
It's going to be absolutely elite, and we've got plenty of action still to come here at QSAC. We appreciate your company wherever you may be watching on the planet, and we'll be with you very, very shortly. Good morning. Still good morning here in Brisbane. Now, welcome back to Cusack for the McDonald's Little Athletics Queensland State Championships. My name's Chris. I've got Daniel with me. We've got some 60-metre hurdle action happening right in front of us. So we've got Jax, who has jumped on the tools on the camera, bringing you all the action right around the planet for Sportscast. And of course, today is all thanks to McDonald's, Coles, and we've got a heck of a lot of other wonderful sponsors that we'll get through over the next little bit. Daniel, we're going to see we're going to see business pick up and lift up a couple of gears. It's just going to be bang, bang, bang.
Fast and furious for the next at least half an hour or so. So these are all the sprint hurdle races. Girls 60-metre hurdles under 9, 3 heats. Top 2 advance from each heat plus the next 2 best times. First or second, you're through. Third or fourth, you watch the clock of the races after you.
And I saw the queen of Queensland Little Athletics baking downstairs before, and
Margaret, she's wonderful.
She's a treat, absolute delight, and she provides us with great treats too. So thanks, Margaret, for all the wonderful work you do for Queensland Little Athletics and everyone involved.
Well, mainly who she makes them for is the volunteers, all the parents and workers, and sort of senior little athletes, if that makes any sense at all.
Do we fall under workers, or we just fall as blow-ins?
No, we're fans. We're blow-in. First heat underway. Over in the near lane, Elise Raffer of Algester seems to be out in front. In fact, she is. Jada McKendry of Ipswich in the orange shirt had second, then lost it to Serena Bell of Townsville Central. Raffer and Bell are your automatic qualifiers. McKendry will be in the lead in terms of the timed qualifiers.
So as Daniel pointed out, thanks to our friends at McDonald's, the top 8 advance with the top 2 of each heat, plus the next 2 best times. So it's going to be crucial for the 3rd and 4th placings, getting the best times as possible. And we may see 0.1 of a second separating a lot of these athletes.
There's not a lot of time to create a gap, unless you're Roman Allen.
Exactly.
Probably see him. I'm assuming we'll see him in action a little bit later. Under 11 this year.
Queensland best performance time to keep an eye out for is 10.45, set by Letitia Speeding from the Glasshouse Mountains back in March 2007.
So 4 categories over 60-metre hurdles. It's the under 9s girls and boys and the under 10s girls and boys. Then they'll take some time to raise the hurdles 15 centimetres and reposition them for the 80-metre hurdles, which are in the under 11s and 12s age group.
Elise Raffer blitzed the field with a time of 10.75, so 0.3 of a second off the Queensland best performance record already. Could very well see that go this afternoon as we've ticked into 12.02. Marvellous.
Heat 2 about to begin. Field trimmed down to 8. A couple of empty lanes. False start. That was lane 2, Arlo Reeves of Kenmore. Didn't mean to shame her. I think I was just impressed that I saw the false start. That's what I want to tell people. Apologies, Arlo. That wasn't fair of me.
Oh, you used your eyes. You made the observations. Gave the insight.
And then I shamed an 8-year-old. That's not cool.
Hey, you've shamed a 30-something-year-old here, so...
That's different. That's very, very different.
And deserved too, I reckon.
Heat 2 is away cleanly. Good start from Esther Ashworth of the Gold Coast on the near side. But it's lane 4, Ohana Byrne of Deception Bay. Byrne and Ashworth. There's not going to be a lot to split them, but they've both qualified. The third place would be Freya Williams of Noosa. 11.14, decent time.
Exciting time. There's a very good possibility out of that the athlete finishing in 3rd place could very well qualify, given that the Heat 1 was just a tad slower from 2nd place onwards. So we will wait for the official times to come through, thanks to our friends at McDonald's, who have made this event possible.
Really things cost money. There's nowhere, you don't have to be obsessed with money to know that, well, you actually need a bit of it to make things happen. And for over 40 years, put it this way, when I was doing Little Athletics, we had a McDonald's card, and if you participated, you got a white sticker. Then if you reached a certain level of achievement, you get green, then red, then blue, and depending on how many of them you collected was the size of the free burger that you'd get at McDonald's.
Shame we can't get that as adults.
Yeah, I think the word little might have something to do with it there. It's been a while
Correct.
in both directions.
Rana Byrne with a time of 11.17 and Esther Ashworth with 11.21, so 0.04 on the second, separating the two there. And then going to third place, Freya Williams with 11.69. She's currently got the fifth best time, but that may come under question depending on what happens over the next few heats.
Well, one heat.
Oh. My maths is off today.
Yeah,
and every other day.
Yeah, 3 minus 2 can be troubling at the best of times. There's some kids here who could help.
Oh,
they're all over it.
Look, 8 days a week I struggle with this. So,
so did John Lennon.
Just imagine. As we get ready for Heat 3.
Stop being such a jealous guy.
That's it. That ends the repertoire of songs that I may know. I'm not.
Anyway, it's all right. We'll get over this. It'll be just like starting over.
Yeah. 10.45 is the Queensland best performance time.
This is why they need to get the events done quickly. Otherwise, we go completely off script. So Heat 3 about to begin. Girls under 9 60-metre hurdles. The hurdles are 45 centimetres high. Four automatic qualifiers already through. Another 2 will go through from this heat. And then they line up the times.
So Freya Williams and Jada McKendry are in the box seat currently to take positions 7th and 8th.
Racing in lane 5, Billy Harding of Wynnum Manly is out quickly, along with Fife Elliott of Algester over in lane 3. Harding seems to have the form. Harding will bring it home. Elliott gets second spot, and out in lane 10, her clubmate Amira Kaur is able to get third. 11.41, not as fast as the previous heat. It will be interesting for those 7th and 8th qualifiers.
Well, that's where Freya and Jada will be licking their lips, salivating at the possibility they will sneak into the finals. Based on that time just being a little bit slower. But for the first 2, it's just a matter of getting through.
And that final will be the second last race of today. The last race of today will be from this next event, which is the boys under 9 60-metre hurdles.
And it's going to be absolutely explosive.
We had a fire evacuation yesterday.
We're due for another one, aren't we?
Careful. That's how you become a suspect.
As just looking at the finalists that have gone through, it looks like Freya and Jada, the final will work it itself out.
And we'll see them closer to 3 o'clock. Not quite 3 o'clock. Don't tune in at 3 and blame me for it.
Queensland best performance time, 9.99, set by Todd McDonald from the Redlands 21 years ago.
3 heats, same deal. Top 2 from each heat will qualify directly for the final. As we have a bit of a problem with the 5th hurdle in lane 10. And Hudson Murr is standing at the top of his mark going, get your act together, guys, honestly. He's not doing that at all. I'm putting words in his mouth.
Just quick around the field, thanks to McDonald's. Hudson Severenson has thrown a big distance of 52.94 in the under-14s discus. He is 16 metres clear of Alan Woolcott in second position in the discus there.
Touch and go. 52 metres. And that was under 16s, was it?
Under 14s.
Good grief.
16 metres clear of his nearest opponent.
That's Severenson.
And that's off his first throw. So he's thrown a 52.94 straight out of the gate. 38.49. Alan Woolcott from the Gold Coast in second place.
So I think a replacement hurdle has been called for. They've taken it over to the hurdleologist.
We've got a masseuse here, haven't we?
He's performed a hurtlectomy. It is now putting it back on the track.
Well,
just to see if it can stand up to the rigours of competition.
Maybe you can spend some time over at Gallipoli Medical Research. Thanks to our friends there for supporting this wonderful event, and White Cloud Foundation for their ongoing contribution to Queensland Little Athletics.
I love it. Stands to reason, but I just love they can say, that hurdle's broken, let's replace it, and there's another one over there. I mean, of course, that's what happens at the state championships, but I suppose it's one of those things you don't think about unless you're enmeshed in athletics.
That's where the hurdle has just been waiting for that opportunity to be jumped over, waiting on the sidelines. But look, 9.99. Could we see the Queensland best performance time go down? Going a little bit ahead, Breeze.
Hudson Marr of Ross River is out quickly. Jacob Mangan of Nanango is flying in lane 9. He's got a clear lead. Mangan's going to make it through as the first qualifier. Second qualifier will be Emmett Otterbach from Noosa, who won the 800 earlier today. 10.63 is a fantastic time.
Straight out of the gate. You just knew straight away, Daniel. He leapt over those first 2 hurdles and just built that momentum from there. It was a very, very well polished run. Outstanding performance. The questions remain is, will that be the fastest heat? 10.63 is the time to beat, but that's where we're looking at the second and third placings as well with their times.
Sorry, Chris, he's got a bag full of silver so far. Silver in the 100, the 200 and the 400. That's a good haul, but if he can find a way of just moving a little bit to the left on the podium for the hurdles.
Yep.
As the ground announcer had a Daniel Viles moment. The tongue got in the wrong part of the mouth. I'll try. I've been there many, many, many times. So heat 2. Again, plenty of runners who have done well in other events. And a few who have only done field events thus far, but this is their one event on the track for which they've qualified. Hurdles requiring a little bit more of that explosive power, which sometimes might mean that it's the track event that better suits the discus throwers, javelin throwers, shot putters.
Yeah, just the power through the quads. So that's where they really seem to exert themselves. And even for the long jump, triple jump, just really exert themselves from the waist, and you require that really good arm movement as well. So there's a big connection there. A very similar sort of mobility action from going over hurdles as you would with the long jump and triple jump. Just about getting that momentum forward.
Just looking at the times from heat 1, 0.72 of a second was the gap between Mangan and Otterbach, which is more about Mangan than it does about Otterbach. Otterbach ran superbly.
Looking at Isaac Mears' time of 11.50, that's going to be a key time of interest. Even Cillian Brennan at 11.74. So we've just got a momentary delay for the wonderful medal presentation.
Yes, an athlete with the surname of Sampson won the shot put. They might try to sneak this second heat in. They will.
Yep.
I was about to say the outside runner, who I'm not going to name, but there was a clear false start, so we'll have another crack at that. And hopefully they'll, as important as the field athletes are, and in fact, when I go to track and field, I prefer to keep an eye on the field events.
This is where it sort of gets challenging too, because they've been on the starting blocks for a few minutes and they've respectfully waited for the medal presentation, but that's where you're almost rather than get the race done first because they'd already gone to the blocks and were getting ready to start.
Well, it's certainly what's happening now. As the first hurdle's put into place by the official with the look mum no hands approach. Just flick it up with the foot.
Well, our friends at Sportscast are able to capture that action.
Heat 2, boys under 9 60-metre hurdles. Away cleanly this time. Good action in the middle from Ben Murphy of Wynnum Manly. Levi Goodall of Bracken Ridge on the near side. There's a line of 4 of them. It's Riker McCoy of Noosa who's coming clear. He's just going to take it over Saxon Hallett of USC. Stumble over the line from Drake Preston of Algester. Likewise from Curtis Dunnett of Ipswich. Maybe it's the same bird that tripped them over. But your 2 automatic qualifiers appear to be Goodall and Hallett.
11.29.
Sorry, McCoy and Hallett.
Just looking at the athletes that have fallen over, they've gone to seek immediate medical treatment. The athlete that is coming off the track did just struggle over hurdle number 2, but then absolute in awe of his composure to finish the race. That's when the adrenaline really kicks in.
So yes, McCoy and Hallett. McCoy at 11.3, Hallett 11.43, Goodall 11.45. So Goodall is currently in place for the final as a third place qualifier. And now it's the, do we do the medal presentation first or heat 3? If you can make good decisions on that sort of thing, that's how you become president of organisations like Little Athletics Queensland, I guess.
Well, you've got to keep everyone happy, don't you?
That's certainly not, if you're president of anything, keeping everyone happy is impossible.
I think it's impossible just to end it at the best of times. But this is going, we saw a really good time there from Jacob Mangan with 10.64. Let's see, that is clearly the time to beat, but it could also be the only time that is below 11 seconds.
It's a gap on the field. Proud family sitting just in front of us as well. Heat 3, lane 9, Kai Borg of Mudgeeraba got a very good start away. He's taken the lead. Lanes 2 and 3, Max Elkington and Harry Phillips of Toowong Harriers. It's Kai Borg who'll take home the race. Max Elkington will qualify automatically. The time of Harry Phillips from Toowong Harriers in 3 will be interesting. 10.89, that's the second fastest time we've seen.
That was just like grease lightning, quick out of the gates. And sometimes when you really do have that that faster field, that more close field, they've really dug deep, and that was a wonderful finish. Threw the question out, how many runners could we see break the 11-second mark and get under 11 seconds? Well, we've certainly seen the challenge throw down there.
Well, we've seen 2.
Yep. So Jacob Mangan set the tone in Heat 1. Now we've got another one in Heat 3.
The girls under 10s 60-metre hurdles is up next, but there will be just a little delay of a minute. They're very quick at this, but the hurdles have to go up from 45 centimetres to 60 centimetres from under 9s to under 10s. Heat 1 of the girls under 10 60-metre hurdles, Aria Kirby, who won the 800 metres earlier today. Also got a bronze in the 400. She's in this first heat. There's plenty of names from other finals, just looking through to get the results. Not yet.
Our next medal presentation is the under-16 boys triple jump. Our bronze medalist from Aspley, Ben Peswadi. Our silver medalist from Bribie District, Bentley Reeve. And our gold medalist with a jump of 12.87 metres from Toowoomba, Charlie Krieg.
Third and fourth from last year are going to be in this first heat. So under 9s, over slightly lower hurdles. Eden Nielsen of Laidley will be nearest to the camera in lane 10. And fourth was Georgia Lonton of Ormo, who'll be furthest from the camera in lane 2. Eden Nielsen closest, Georgia Lonton furthest. So the only way they'll see each other is if they've got one of those mirrors they put at the end of car parks. Usual deal, 3 heats, top 2 from each qualify automatically. Next 2 fastest runners also qualify for the final. First and second from last year in the next heat. University of Sunshine Coast and Browns Plains fans, get ready. It's like another medal presentation before this first heat will be run. Note the heats first. Heat 1 of the girls, under 10, 60-metre hurdles. False start. Not one that tested the judges.
So we had a lot of false starts in the 80-metre hurdles yesterday as well. So it's
with the under 9s. So this is only their second year at this level, the under 10s.
Yep.
Away cleanly. It was a good start from a free Doncor of Strathpine in lane 3. Getting a bit of a challenge inside from Aria Kirby of Caloundra. Doncor seems to have the measure. Good run from Eden Nielsen on the outside. She finishes third. It was Doncor, and then I fancy Kirby got through for second. The 800-metre champion, showing that she can do it over the very short distance in the hurdles as well.
That was a wonderful race. Absolutely outstanding. 11:52 to bolt out of the gate.
And you can see how, 45 to 60 centimetres in 1 year is a huge jump, no pun intended, where you can see how they quite reasonably basically have to jump out. They can't run over the hurdles in the way that the elite athletes can. And that's not ability, that's body height and hurdle height.
Absolutely. And this is where it kind of gets challenging physiologically with the boys and the girls, because the girls tend to grow to the height
earlier.
Yeah. So the boys have to develop that jump at the same age, at the same height. And so I don't know who that advantage is more. I'd probably say the girls, because they get used to jumping at that height.
Oh, then we're getting into body shape and hip movement and all the rest of it. So this is where I'm even more out of my depth than I was 10 seconds ago.
Now, maybe we can get some good flotation devices from our friends at Heart Sport. They'll be able to help you out there, mate.
Need more than a flotation device. So heat 2 coming up. Heat 2 on the near side. Caitlin Henderson-Abai away well, but it's on the far side with Penelope Dempster, the reigning champion. Freya Luafutu of Browns Plains staying with her. I believe that Henderson-Abai has come through for second. Dempster got first. Luafutu may have to wait, although a bit of very close between second and third, Luafutu and Henderson-Abai.
11:59. That was faster than the first heat too. So we're starting to see that speed really increase even more.
Dempster is the defending champion. Luafutu silver last year. Henderson-Abai not in the top 6 last year in this event, but we've seen her there or thereabouts in a lot of other events. Qualified for the finals of both the 70 metres and the 200 metres. And the 800.
I love that versatility with our athletes. It's quite a phenomenal. And I love how the kids, the younger they are, they'll just try everything, won't they?
Well, we heard Sally Pearson yesterday, even when she was 17, she was still saying, no, my last year at Little Athletics, I want to go to the multi-event rather than go to this senior event. And she was told, not many people give that up. She said, I know.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd ever argue. Sally Pearce is just that determined a person. I don't think I'd argue with her about, let's see, anything.
But that says more about the love of the sport.
Yeah.
And so she wants, and how much she treasures and values the Little Athletic system.
Her path worked.
Yeah.
She's an Olympic gold and silver medalist, world champion.
And the Little Athletics program right across the country has a great success in that.
So heat 3 about to begin. Away cleanly. Good work in the middle from the long-striding Madeline Driscoll of Runaway Bay. Mia Leafy of Jimboomba on the far side. It will be Driscoll who takes it out. Leafy qualifies automatically, and I fancy it's the centenary runner near us who came third. 11:31, second quickest, is it?
Yeah, because I think the previous No, that would be the quickest.
My mistake.
Yeah, because we saw times of 11.53 and 11.59 out of the gates.
So streets at it.
Yeah.
And our gold medalist with a jump of 10.73 metres, Nanango.
So Madeline Driscoll of Runaway Bay is now the top seed for the final, which will be the third last event today. It's
Correct.
fourth last. But thank you for supporting me.
My pleasure.
So just trying to see the times. Just not quite coming through. Oh, hang on, just there. I pressed the wrong button. So it's the Centenary runner whose name is not here. That's fine. And Courtney Leroyd, who are the two timed qualifiers. Moving towards the boys under 10 60-metre hurdles. First heat straight away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They started yesterday. Defending champion Eli Martin of Tweed will be in the second heat.
I think even without the medal presentations taking place, just the eagerness of the athletes to get going from the starting blocks.
Indeed.
You know,
Tell a 9-year-old, we're going to race. No, don't start yet. No, only when I say. But I want to start now. No, you have to wait.
but it was very common to see even up to 2 false starts in races yesterday in the hurdles.
Heat 1, boys under 10 60-metre hurdles. Away cleanly. Good start from Reggie Pedersen of USC in the near lane. But already, Brodie Mitchell of City North, he was 4th last year, striding over the hurdles. Brodie Mitchell gets the first qualifying spot easily. Reggie Pedersen of USC will get second. And Harrison Maloriano of Springwood will have the lead time so far for the timed qualifiers.
Yeah, well, thanks to our friends at McDonald's for providing us with the stats to be able to bring this to you. 11.25 out of the gate. It's a great start. That gives something for the other athletes to chase, but because these events happen so quickly, you don't really have time to process, think about, and even observe how the athletes in the races ahead of you are going about their proceedings.
It's interesting seeing how much slower the times this year are from last year because the hurdles are 15 centimetres higher.
Correct.
So probably it's adding a second to the times they ran last year.
When they were doing it last year, of course, we've said it time and time again, conditions were absolutely horrendous. We didn't get the sunshine and the light breeze. It was just rain, and heat galore. But that brings out the hunger. Has athletes rise to the challenge even more.
Which means today, if they don't produce their best, don't blame it on the sunshine.
Blame it on the boogie.
Heat 2, away cleanly. Good work in the middle of the field from Eli Martin of Tweed, who won this event last year. Being pushed by Flynn Posmer of Tablelands. In fact, it's Eli Martin and Lincoln Winus of Strathpine. Apologies. Eli Martin, he's happy to win his heat. He's gone the double fist pump. You always love a double cobra early in the day. 10.91, he's in the lead.
I don't think we see enough of that from our junior athletes. We need to see more celebrations after finishing an incredible race. Something we so need. But 10.91, fantastic. I thought the first time was impressive, being in the low 11s, but that was outstanding. And great recovery there from Lincoln as well, because he struggled. I think the second last hurdle had to get his balance, and that took just a fraction of a step away from him. But after that, he was able to recover, retain his composure, and finish well in second place.
Which suggests he has a lot of improvement in him. He didn't lose that race by that much.
No.
I don't think Lincoln Winus was at this event last year.
Imagine the damage he could do on the back of being here and then going up to Townsville perhaps next year.
Heat 3. Away cleanly, it's a very even start. I suspect it's Sebastian Teresi of Granite Belt. There's runners down. Over in the near side, Bo Bowles of Springwood. There's a line of 3. Mitchell Walker of Ross River did well. Third, I think, might have been Fraser Lake of Arana, but it's Bowles and Wargo who will be the automatic qualifiers.
Well, we saw some carnage in the back end, but we saw some damage up in the front end with very little able to separate the top three. That's going to make things very interesting with times as we see trying to get some good qualifying times for the finals.
So the winning time there was?
From memory, I think it was about 11 point. It was mid-11s.
Gotcha. So Eli Martin will be the fastest qualifier, the only person to go under 11. Brodie Mitchell will probably remain second fastest. I think that was slower than 11.26.
We're just waiting for times to come through at present.
And then the hurdles will need to be reset. Due to start the next bracket at 12:35 for the 80-metre hurdles, under 11 girls and then under 11 boys. So they're off the track. And the heat 3 times not available yet.
Well, that might give us just a moment.
Here we go. Bo Bolton, 11:39. So he'll qualify third fastest, I believe. And the question is, has Fraser Lake been able to get through? Just.
By 0.8 or 0.08 of a second.
That was behind third. In terms of the qualifying, the last three, Reggie Pedersen of USC, 11:63. Harrison Maloriano of Springwood, 11:64. And Fraser Lake of Arana, 11:65. So they could cross the line on the seeding 6th, 7th and 8th. They'll be the three last runners across the line, but they could finish in a line.
Correct. Well, while they readjust the hurdles, we might take a quick Macca's break and we'll be back on the other side of this. Good afternoon. Welcome back here to QSAC for day 3 of the McDonald's Queensland Little Athletics State Championships. My name's Chris, joined by the great man Daniel Viles. And, well, the hurdles have been raised a few more centimetres, Daniel, and the distance has been increased. And we're going to see some explosive action.
Height of the hurdles is actually the same, but there's 9 of them now rather than 6.
Wow.
So collectively, the height has increased.
Yeah.
Because 9 6s are 50. So they're 540 centimetres high now. If you, oh, shut up, Daniel. 4 heats. Winner goes through. Oh, hang on. No, it's the top 2 from each. It's simply the top 2 from each. There are no timed qualifiers. Defending champion Samara Hill of Ipswich is nearest the camera. Looked very smooth over the first hurdle. Chelsea Henderson-Abayi of Toowong Harriers is challenging her. Samara Hill looks to have it under control, and you've got your 2 final qualifiers there. Hill and Henderson-Abayi are straight through.
Blistering performance straight out of the gate, and 13.64. Well, the Queensland best performance, Daniel, is 13.24 set by Lara Krisafi from Mount Gravatt 5 years ago. So that 13.24 and the time we've just seen 13.64, hopefully if it's going to be adjusted, it'll be a little bit more south. That's a great time straight out of the gates.
Now, I think I said Deception Bay before. Samara Hill and Zoe Hill, who I'm guessing are slightly related. They came 1st and 4th last year running for Deception Bay. According to this, they're at Ipswich now, so apologies for getting the club wrong. Cassidy Mooton of Toowong Harriers won bronze last year. Was only 0.02 of a second off silver. She is in lane 8. Zoe Hill of Ipswich is in lane 7 in the orange.
Just looking at that time too from the last race, 13.66, so adjusted by 0.04 of a second. That might be because we're seeing the wind blow straight down towards the finishing line from left to right.
Blowing the camera out of position. Heat 2 underway. Remember, only the first 2 qualifiers. Zoe Hill of Ipswich just behind at the moment. It's Cassidy Mooton of Toowong Harriers who's taken it out hard. Second place is important. Zoe Hill is through to the final. Sorry, Cassidy Mooton's through to the final. Zoe Hill has missed out. Looks to be Lottie Todd of City North who's been able to get the second qualifying place. We'll wait for the official placings.
Well, and if she's just missed out on the final, she's missed it probably by 0.03 of a second. That's just how close it was.
The lunge, never been more critical.
Absolutely. Super essential in these short distances. Hurdles or straight up sprints.
So hoping for the times to come through quickly. That's the first heat you can see on the screen at the moment. Samara Hill dominated. And there was a good 1.5 gap between 2nd and 3rd. So Chelsea Henderson-Abayi will sleep easily. So Cassidy Mooton, 13.48. Lottie Todd over Zoe Hill by 6/100ths of a second.
Oh.
Brilliant work by Lottie Todd. Came from behind. Dipped at the right time. Earned her spot in the final.
That's where the battle was, really, wasn't it? The first place was almost a foregone conclusion. But we're seeing a different dynamic here with the top 2 automatically going through. So we're not, if you finish 3rd, that's it. We have not seen that at all in any of the races so far across the McDonald's Little Athletics Queensland State Championships.
Heat 3 of 4. Under 11s girls, 80 metres. The heat is coming from Lily Cheesewright of Townsville Central in 3. Tiffany Walker of North Rockhampton in 4. Not to be discounted is Stephanie Dunnett in lane 7 of Ipswich. Dunnett will get 2nd. Cheesewright gets through. Tiffany Walker unlucky to miss out, but it's Lily Cheesewright and Stephanie Dunnett who qualify for the final.
Stephanie Dunnett's had a very, very impressive campaign too, so she can add that add a final into her repertoire and perhaps a medal. A bit of a slower time from what we've seen from the opening 2 heats.
Well, with Dunnett, silver in the 100, silver in the 200, and 4th in the triple jump. It's been heartache, heartache, heartache. Is this her redemption event?
Well, it'll be one of the last events of the championship.
They're finishing with the sprint hurdles. Finish with the drama.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's the kind of, if this was actually a television drama, you wouldn't actually show the last bit as the last race. You'd freeze it and have "to be continued" written at the bottom of the screen.
It was like when we were calling the 100-metre finals last night. I think we would have gone through maybe 10 races in 45 minutes. It was just action-packed, and that's what we're going to get here with the finals here in the hurdles.
Slightly slower because they usually have to reset a hurdle or two. So fourth and final heat of the girls under 11 80-metre hurdles. Lily Knight of Mudgeeraba in lane 7, just practicing the leaping. Seems sensible for a hurdles or a high jump. Fourth and final heat. Penelope Mosey of West Bundaberg in the sprinters start. Uniquely in this race. Yeah, there was a wobble. Don't know if it'll... In fact, the official almost reluctantly walked over to give the car. He looked at his fellow officials to say, "You're calling that? Really? Really?"
There wasn't much in it.
Very small amount, but rules are rules, and it's better to learn it in the supportive environment of the McDonald's State Championships than maybe when you're older and a few more eyeballs are on you. Fourth and final heat. First two qualify, no one else. Away this time. Mosey from West Bundaberg got a good start. Coming through the middle, I think, is Holly Edwards from the gap, but it's Mosey from West Bundaberg. Mosey is going to win this, and it's Eloise Betts of Toowong Harriers. Mosey and Betts, first two across the line. No photo required for third, 13.43.
So maybe we've seen there that the sprinter start does have its advantages because she was the only athlete in the field that had the sprinter start, and it worked to her advantage.
Well, was it good because she used the sprinter start, or does she use the sprinter start because she's good? I suspect the latter, in that she simply developed to that point where she's got the strength to be able to do it. And it's possibly an indication that this is an event that she loves, or maybe puts a bit more thought into, a bit more preparation into. But outstanding from Penelope Mosey.
And an electrifying time too. Really, they're going to give that Queensland best performance time a good old shake. That was 13.42 when all was said and done. And they'll be chasing a Queensland best performance time of 13.24, which it is certainly not beyond this this group of athletes coming up later today. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles.
So 3 heats of the boys under 11 80-metre hurdles. Now, last year, there's video of me absolutely losing the plot when Roman Allen, then of Springwood, now of Winner Manly, won in 9.83. What can get forgotten is Michael McEwen, who's in this heat of Balmoral. He ran a 9.98. Blake Eckstein of Ashmore ran a 10.14 for bronze. He's in this heat as well. Aaron Mooton of Toowong Harriers, we'll see him in heat 3. He came 4th. George Creedy of Ipswich was 5th last year. He's in lane 2 in this first heat.
One of the athletes starting on the sprinters blocks. Queensland best performance time, 12.73, set 4 years ago.
There you go, Roman and Michael. There's your mark. Michael McEwen in lane 9 in this race from Balmoral. Bit of movement in lane 3. They've allowed it to continue. Patrick Geddes of Centenary got a good start on the near side. McEwen came through early. Plenty of pressure from Blake Eckstein of Ashmore. There your 2 qualifiers automatically. Eckstein will get the win just over McEwen. 12.79 is impressive.
Well, they got close. They gave the Queensland best performance time a shake. 12.73.
Oh, well, let's wait for the adjustment just in case. But Blake Eckstein of Ashmore showing he's got the speed.
He was the one in the starter's position too, from memory, closest to us.
4th in the long jump and triple jump, so he's got the springs.
Time's coming through just in a few moments' time, but 12.73. They're going to give it a nudge. And if they're giving it a nudge now, imagine just what they're going to do with a full field full of the best runners in the state. that might just give them that extra edge. All right.
Oh, let's not put pressure on him. Let's not put
I've already called it. I've already called it. Queensland best performance time has landed. Blake Eckstein, 12.72. He has smashed it.
Oh, he's done it.
He's done it. That's why I was doing the tap, Daniel, thanks to McDonald's. So we've got a Queensland best performance time has gone down. Blake Eckstein has led the way. 12.72. 12.73 is in the review mirror. He's broken a 4-year record, Daniel Viles. That is something to be excited about. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's.
That is a gauntlet thrown down.
Oh.
Placed under a hurdle so the athletes can leap over it.
Now my only question is, Daniel, can it be broken again in the final?
Can it be broken again now? Watch this space.
We love the drama. We love the theatre. That's why sport is the best drama in all the world.
Well, it's better than home and away and neighbours.
Hey, Holly Valance and Kylie Minogue would have... No, hang on. No, she was East Street. Delta Goodrum.
And stop. 80-metre hurdles. Just a bit of time being taken to begin this second heat. On the blocks now. Roman Allen of Wynnum Manly is nearest to the camera in lane 10. Riley Meadows of Noosa over in lane 3. Light blue singlet. There's two light blue singlets next to each other. It's the one nearest the camera. A wobble has been spotted. Actually, I think in fact it was a hand over the line.
They're just saying, back it up.
Check the replay on that one.
It's one of the athletes on the starters box too.
Metre hurdles, 9 flights to get over. And part of the reason we shouldn't put too much pressure on last year's champions is it's a different event. Away quickly, Roman Allen got out of the gates very well, as did Riley Meadows of Noosa. Look out for Hediarachi of Springwood in lane 8. Allen's got the lead. Hediarachi's staying with him. They look to be the two automatic qualifiers. 13.49 is Allen's time.
Got a little bit more juice to squeeze out of that one too, I feel. And congratulations to those athletes who they might have knocked a couple of those hurdles down, but the recovery, outstanding. The finish.
Very good, steady, even run from Delay and Hediarachi as well from Springwood. Qualified for the final and looked comfortable doing it.
Absolutely exciting.
And just to remind, this is a 3-heat event, so top 2 from each automatically qualify, then the next 2 best times. At this stage, you would expect them to come from Heat 1, which was studded by Blake Eckstein's Queensland best performance.
Doesn't get much better than that. But that gives us a little bit of an appetizer of what's to come in the final.
It literally gets 1 place, but it's the second best thing that can happen.
Absolutely.
Given that there's no world best performance, and I applaud that for junior athletics. I don't think under 10 should be comparing themselves with Jamaicans.
No.
Or nor them with us.
Correct. I just wonder now if the Australian best performance time could get looked at. That was broken last year by Lennox Anton from Victoria with 12.14.
Long jump happening in front of us. It's quite fascinating watching athletes running in different directions at equal speed. Heat 3 is underway, and the boys 80 metre hurdles. In the middle, Cullen Piper of Ipswich has the lead. Aaron Mooten of Toowong Harriers staying with him. And Marshall Salafai of USC will get the 3rd place. But it's Cullen Piper of Ipswich who takes it home in a 13.5. And as good as that run was, it tends to highlight just how brilliant Blake Eckstein was in Heat 1.
And if you just wipe that from the review mirror, the athletes should be very, very proud of what they've been able to achieve away from that. It took a Queensland best performance record to just put a dent on the times, but that's neither here nor there.
Aaron Mooten of Toowong Harriers, 4th last year, so he's qualified for his 2nd final in a row. Next event is the under 12 girls 80 metres hurdles. That'll be coming up as soon as possible. So girls under 12s 80-metre hurdles. Second year in a row they've run this distance, this height, so it's a little bit more familiar for them.
Queensland best performance time of 12.83 set by Charlie Cox from Ross River, who's an outstanding decorated athlete. Set 4 years ago. Australian best performance time of 12.28 set by Sophie Howson from New South Wales just 3 years ago. So those are the times that could potentially be up for grabs, given that we've already seen one Queensland best performance time go down.
3 heats in the under 12 girls 80-metre hurdles. Top 2 from each heat advance automatically, then the next 2 fastest.
We appreciate your company wherever you've been watching right across the weekend. It's all thanks to McDonald's, Coles, Tribal Sport, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, White Cloud Foundation, and Gallipoli Medical Research. And of course, this coverage has been broadcast right around the country and the world thanks to our friends at Sportscast. We appreciate the wonderful work that they do. And appreciate the wonderful work from our volunteers and hard workers at Little Athletics Queensland, and we'll be busily preparing for the National Championships coming up not too far away as well. So we know that our volunteers will be calling on again to do some wonderful things. And I know the National Champs is not too far away, Daniel. I know we're getting very excited for that big event. And as Queenslanders, we eagerly await to see just how much incredible damage that we can do to take on the rest of the country, because Queenslanders do it best.
April 13 and 14. It's actually Monday and Tuesday. I hope I've got the dates right. Is that immediately after Easter? Is that Easter Monday?
That will be school holidays.
There we go.
So that'll be the second week of school holidays. And the only reason I know that is because prior to working in a school environment, school holidays meant nothing. And my fur kids, they go to school every weekend regardless of whether there's holidays or not. There's no rest for the wicked.
Does he do puppy athletics?
Oh, look, he would win it all. Teddy, absolutely dominate.
They do hurdles when there's no hurdles.
Yeah, exactly. He runs like a rocking horse. Just the well, actually, like a horse.
He
actually
runs like a rocking horse.
Can we just, Jack, can we just rewind the tape there?
A rocking horse marathon would take a while. I reckon.
There's not much movement. Pretty static. Oh my goodness gracious!
If you don't start the races, this is the kind of rubbish you end up with on the commentary. Delays are bad for everyone.
You know what? I need to get myself a couple of cheeseburgers and some McNuggets and a nice sundae on the way home from McDonald's on the way home, just to recover from this chaos. And I might have to do it twice just to get my full fix.
Heat 1 of the girls under 12 80-metre hurdles looks like it's about to begin. Amelia Lowe from Jimboomba. There we go, in lane 7. Looks to be away very well. Also a good start from Hamari O'Dowd of Bracken Ridge on the far side. Emmy Matthews of Centenary keeping up. They're the front 3. Currently O'Dowd leading from Matthews. Lowe is 3rd. O'Dowd ends up taking it easier than I thought she was going to. Emmy Matthews 2nd. Amelia Lowe will have to wait.
Wow, great time, 13.73. Straight out of the gates.
She ran like a rocking horse through
This is where I send a message to my lovely wife and just go, hey, can you clip that out for me so that your husband's an idiot?
No, I think we're up to about race 150 and we're running out of metaphors apart from anything else. So. We will bring the attention as quickly as possible back to the athletes on the track, because in this race, Charlotte Walker from Ross River, who's had an excellent meet and was third in this event last year, she'll be in lane 4. Silver medalist from last year, Ashana Carney of Tablelands, will be in the 3rd race. Not to mention Madison Hooper of the University of the Sunshine Coast, who's been going to get a sore neck from the silverware. 2nd in the 100, 1st in the 200, 2nd in the long jump, 4th in the triple jump. 2 golds, a silver and a 4th. You deserve a lot of macas on the way home for that.
Absolutely. Just messaged my wife now saying our dog runs like a rocking horse. I need to go to Coles to get my fix. A fix of anything. Get some rehydration.
I think the cause of delay, we're about to have another medal ceremony. I think it's just communication on the field regularly about, okay, what are we going to do next? The next heat or the next ceremony?
I mean, this is great for the crowd too, because they get to enjoy the quick, fast-paced action of the hurdles, but also everyone gets to stop and embrace. And when we were talking to Sally Pearson yesterday, that was something she tried to do her best to appreciate too. When there was a medal presentation, even if it had nothing to do with her country, nothing to do with her event, she would sit back and really appreciate it.
I think it was game recognised game, really. It's like at her level, she was thinking, I know what you've had to work, how you've had to work to get on top of that podium.
Yep. And if you haven't got to that podium before, that's the inspiration that you can draw from.
Extra special.
You want to be the one having your national anthem sung at the end. And it looks like they're going to run this race first.
So heat 2. So lanes 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Away. Good start from Charlotte Roche of Ipswich in lane 8. Over in lane 4, Charlotte Walker of Ross River. Started behind, now is asserting her dominance. Walker and Roche. Roche actually came back in the last couple of minutes. It's a photo, but they've both qualified.
13.42 was the time to beat. 12.83 is Queensland best performance time. It'd be awesome to see if we can see the time in the 12s run at some point in the finals, but what we're seeing here is some quality athletics, quality running, and making it very, very hard to determine who will win.
Abby Wright of Ipswich getting her gold medal in the infield. Ipswich have grown through these championships. They've got a number of exceptional athletes.
We're starting to see, just from a demographic point of view, that a lot of people are actually moving out to that general area, whether that be through Springfield or to the outer suburbs or out of towns of Ipswich, and really building a quality community out there, which is attracting more families to get involved and be a part of the Ipswich Little Athletics Club.
What you might call the satellite cities of Brisbane. So you're looking at Logan, Northern Gold Coast. You've got clubs like Browns Plains and Jimboomba, which are located in Logan City Council area. Up north, you've got places like Deception Bay and Strathpine, either in north or just to the north of Brisbane. Ipswich, Redlands.
Toowoomba.
Toowoomba's a little bit further. I wouldn't call that a satellite city of Brisbane, but it is still sort of the biggest city immediately outside southeast Queensland.
Yep.
How does that sound?
Yep, probably like Geelong in Victoria.
Heat 3 has a false start, and it was not even close.
Just look at the time difference between the two Charlottes in Heat 2, 0.03 of a second between first and second. So it was neck and neck.
And when they're 6 lanes apart, there comes a point where I just shouldn't pretend.
That's where we need to be positioned a little bit more to the right, just be right on the finishing line. Even then we would struggle.
We'll complain next year. We'll be in Townsville next year.
Absolutely.
Actually, there's probably some very good commentators in Townsville waiting for their opportunity.
Just got to send Margaret up there with the best baked goods.
Heat 3, nearly underway. Lane 5, Madison Hooper at the University of the Sunshine Coast. Led early, got the quickest start. To her left, Ashana Carney of Tablelands looks to have second. Hooper's not worried about qualifying for the final. Neither is Carney. Nina Putman of Ashmore looks to be third across the line. 13.28 is, I believe, the quickest heat. And Madison Hooper goes into the final as favourite.
Absolutely smoked it. A flawless performance. And even the recovery after a false start, they almost look a little bit wobbly again. There's an opportunity where we might see a second one, but the way the girls ran and the way she performed in that race, perfection at its finest.
So waiting for the times to come through. In fact, they have come through. Madison Hooper is the fastest qualifier, ahead of Charlotte Roche and Charlotte Warger. And then behind Ashana Carney, 13.75. She's fifth fastest overall. Nina Putman in a 14.01 looks to have qualified.
Spare of thought for Himari from Bracken Ridge with 13.73. She won the first heat, but 0.5 of a second, almost half a second slower than the others ahead of her. That just shows that the heat's got a lot quicker.
Actually, I think we got both qualifiers from the time from Heat 3, because Annabelle Pappas from Toowong Harriers seems to have snuck in as well.
That's phenomenal.
So yeah, half the field in the final will come from that third and final heat.
It was such an impressive run.
So I've got the last set of heats in the 80-metre hurdles before the hurdles in the inner lanes will be cleared in preparation for several 800-metre finals. I'm counting lots. That number again, lots.
Lots.
8, there we go.
That's the amount of cheeseburgers I'm going to have from Macca's on the way home.
Boys under 12, 80-metre hurdles, 68 centimetre hurdles.
They're not Superman, Daniel.
No, they don't have to jump over the Centre Point Tower in Sydney or the Q1. 2 heats, top 3 from each go through, plus the next 2 best times.
Queensland best performance time, 12.87, set last year with this event.
Away quickly in the middle of the field seemed to be Koa Byrne from Redcliffe. Parker Lee Phillips from Caloundra doing well on this side. Also Hugh Sedman of Ipswich. Just falling back a little bit is Phillips. Phillips will finish third. It's Hugh Sedman of Ipswich who got the win, and I suspect it was Koa Byrne of Redcliffe in second. Don't think it was Bentley Posmer of Tablelands, but happy to be corrected.
Well, they're just a fraction of more than 0.4 of a second off the Queensland best performance time, Daniel. I think they're going to get close. We will see some sub-13s here, and they're going to give that Queensland best performance record a crack.
So definitely Hugh Sedman of Ipswich finishing first.
Time was adjusted to 13.3.
Must confess it was Koa Byrne of Redcliffe in second and Parker Lee Phillips third. Sam Bowley of Centenary is in the box seat to qualify with the time. He's 13.75. Yeah, I thought I got my lanes mixed up as I was watching that heat. So 14.19 is the cutoff for the timed finals at this point. Heat 2. Koa Byrne of Deception Bay was the silver medalist last year. Hugh Sedman of Ipswich came fourth, turned the tables already this year. William Turnbull of Redlands was sixth, and he's in lane 6 this year in this heat.
Field Marshal has come out for 2 of the athletes.
A little bit more authoritatively this time. Not quite as reluctantly as before. Top 3 go through. The next 2 need to be quicker than 14.19. Away, good start from Patrick Hocken of City North on the near side. Kai Brooks of the Gold Coast has split it. And then Asandu Pereira of Helensvale. It's all Gold Coast up front. Brooks will qualify. Pereira will qualify. A photo for third, but given that the winning time was 12:63, Chris, tell me the time.
Thanks to our friends at McDonald's, it's a Queensland best performance time. The 12.87 set by Hugh Donaghy from Toowong last year has been stricken for the records, and we've got a new Queensland best performance time.
That's Kai Brooks of the Gold Coast, who's taken a good tenth of a second off it. Fastest qualifier through to the final. And we'll check to see, I suspect, fourth and fifth from that race. So Zachary Nielsen of Noosa in 13:42 ran a brilliant race and still lost by 0.8 of a second.
He has torn that record to shreds.
In fact, sorry, it was Asandu Pereira who came second, so that time will come through shortly. Apologies for that.
He beat that time by a quarter of a second, so 0.25.
Yeah.
That is
And Hugh
phenomenal.
Donaghy was amazing last year.
Yeah, he was. Just on the rain, the heat, fantastic.
So we'll still wait for those times to come through.
And Zach Nielsen.
Well, he wasn't second. It was Asandu Pereira from Helensvale over in lane 3 with the short back and sides.
Yep, of course.
Rocking it. I remember hair.
Well, you've still got some.
They've just come through. So Zachary Nielsen, 13:42. And Asandu Pereira and Jasper Lane. Oh, hang on. Oh, okay, I've done something wrong there. I'm not sure. Either were lane changes. But anyway, the times will be up on your screen soon.
So Zach Nielsen on our records here, 13.42 in second place.
So Zach Nielsen was in, I had him as in lane 4. I thought it was lane 3 who came second. I'm happy to say I got that wrong. And if you're currently throwing things at your computer screen, no, you can't ask me to repay it.
Just go to McDonald's and help yourself to a nice chicken burger and a nice sundae and a McFlurry, and that will get your Sunday going. On that note, we've got some 800-metre finals coming up just around the corner, and we're excited to be able to bring that to you right around the planet. We'll be back with you on the other side of this. Good afternoon. Welcome back here to Cusack for the McDonald's Little Athletics Queensland State Championships. My name's Chris. It's a privilege and a pleasure. We've got Jax there on camera bringing you all the action for Double Take. For our lovely friends of Sportscast. They are the best in covering all the international business.
I'm okay.
But today is a big thanks to McDonald's, Coles, Tribal Sport, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, White Cloud Foundation and Gallipoli Medical Research. And I want to point out, it's not an excuse, but we are into hour 18 of our coverage this weekend for this Queensland Little Athletics Queensland State McDonald's Little Athletics Queensland State Championships.
Slow down,
Can
Chris.
I just rewind that?
We are loving it, but we also recognise that, fitness for commentators probably needs to be brought in. We are into the 800-metre section of the meet. Now, this race is going to be a little bit confusing because we've got the under-17 girls and the under-17 boys racing concurrently. The girls will have the numbers 1 to 11 on their chest and shorts. The boys will have numbers 12 through 19.
We had that with the walk yesterday too, from memory, where we had a combination.
We
of the
did,
two.
and of course we have it all the time for the multi-class.
Yep.
But this is a slightly different beast.
Well, I'm McLovin what we've got here, and it's going to be fantastic to see how these athletes perform. And it will give us a chance to actually go through the records as well, because they still can break the Queensland best performance. So for the boys under 16s, I am on the following race. My apologies.
I also thought your computer was about to blow away there,
Yeah,
because the wind has picked up here at Cusack, certainly in the top of the grandstand, although I can see the it's always good when the most of the female athletes have ponytails, because you can get an idea of the wind speed on the ground as well. That wasn't a joke. That's what I actually
It's
used.
actually very good. It's a very good observation. The girls' 800-metre Queensland best performance, 2:15.06, set by Amelia Sherrod from Wynnum Manly, set last year. So that is 2:15.06. And for the boys, they've got 1:59.66, set by Hamish Granger from a runner 11 years ago.
The boys' race will probably have a new champion this year, but with the girls 3 years ago, it was Ruby Campbell of Maroochy who came first and Lala van der Breggen, clubmate, who came third. The last 2 years, they've quineled it, and it's been van der Breggen with the win both times. But Maroochy have owned this event in the girls' 800 metres for this age group for the last few years. We'll go through both fields and give split times to you.
Absolutely. We'll try the best to give split times for both boys and girls respectively as well.
Underway, girls' field is Lila van der Breggen of Maroochy in 1, Ruby Campbell of Maroochy in 2, 3 Olivia Bolton Gold Coast, 4 Michaela Waters Bribey, 5 Aria Haggerty of the Gap, 6 Amelia Casey Strathpine, 7 Evelyn Hill Gympie, 8 Jenny Hamilton Springwood, 10 Sarah Draper Runaway Bay, 11 Emma Mole Mudgeraba. Go through the boys field quickly. 12, Alex Farmilo, South Burnett. 13, Declan Ross, Ipswich. 14, Caleb Fast, Isis, came 4th last year. 15, Bo Hackett, Ormo. 16, Thomas Roderick of Toowong Harriers. 17, Björn Lumen, of Noosa. 18, Perrin Davey, Wynnum Manly. 19, Jeff Davidson, Chinchilla.
Split for the boys, 29.55. Split for the girls, 32.59 for the first 200.
As expected, the boys making it first into the straight. As 2 races are starting to form. Declan Ross in the orange of Ipswich is first. Alex Farmilo of South Burnett looking extremely comfortable in second. And just sitting behind them is Caleb Fast of Isis. The first 2 girls across the line now in the form of the Maroochy duo of van der Breggen and Campbell. Van der Breggen moving up. And if she was in the boys' race, she'd now be 4th. Showing her class, van der Breggen. Campbell just sitting back for the time being. Lead change in the boys' race on the far straight. We'll just go to the split times quickly.
34 seconds for both of that 200.
So once again, Ross is just slipped back into, well, third place now, actually. Caleb Fast of Isis District. No, I've mixed that up, sorry. So Alex Farmilo of South Burnett in the green. Declan Ross of Ipswich in the orange. The sprint is on, 120 metres gone. In the girls' race back, there's a fair old gap, and Van der Breggen appears to have the measure. Back to the boys' race in front. Alex Farmilo of South Burnett. He's put 5 metres on. He's going to relegate Declan Ross to second. Alex Farmilo of South Burnett wins the boys under-17 state championship. Declan Ross is second. Caleb Fast will be third across the line. Winner of the girls' race is Lila Van der Breggen of Maroochy. Second across the line will be her clubmate Ruby Campbell of Maroochy. Couple more boys across the line. Looking at the race for third in the girls. There's a race in 2 further back between 6 and 4 in the form of Amelia Case of Strathpine and Michaela Waters of Bribie District. Casey looks to have it. She gets bronze in the girls.
Just tremendous finish here from our athletes. Still got one more athlete about 60 metres out from home.
Crossing the line just then was Evelyn Hill of Gympie.
Congratulations to her on her performance.
And enjoying the most time on the track is Emma Mole of Mudgeeraba.
Travelled down from the Gold Coast.
She's a state championship rep.
That's fantastic. Let's have a look at the split times overall for the boys. Still waiting on the completion times for the girls to come up on screen as they come to fruition. But 29.5 seconds for the boys for the first 200 metres, 34, 32 and 30. So
30 seconds for the final 200 metres.
Absolutely.
We're looking at, we're getting towards elite here, aren't we?
Absolutely. That second 400 metres was by far their quickest by 1 second. So just still waiting on the time for the girls, but currently we've got 32.5 for the first 200, 34 and 34 for the second and third 200s respectively, but just waiting for the final time to be entered in because the clock had stopped with the completion of 2:05 flat for the boys and it hasn't rolled over.
And we had so much fun running concurrent races in the under-17s. We're going to do it again for the under-16s. We've got a field of, I want to say 13. It's actually 12 for the girls. And then a smaller field for the boys under-16, just the 6 runners. The girls in numbers 1 to 13. And the boys in 14 to 19.
Let's have a look at the girls' best performance time to chase down. 2:16.73 set 8 years ago. And for the boys, best performance time to keep an eye out for is 1:58.31 set at this event 2 years ago.
The highest ranked runner from last year for the girls, Ruby Hazel of Springwood, finished 4th in a 2:20.93 12 months ago.
That's outstanding.
She also won the 800 metres 2 years ago in a 2:14.65. Chris, what's happened?
So Lila Van der Breggen for the under-17 girls. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's, she has broken the Queensland best performance record, 2 minutes 14.56. She beat that record set 12 months ago by half a second. So another Queensland best performance record has gone down in the books thanks to McDonald's.
She is elite Lila Van der Breggen. Here's the dual field in the girls. 1, Michaela Leroyd of Algester. 2, Laura Bray of the Gap. 3, Casey Jones Strathpine. 4, Ruby Hazel of Springwood. 5, Layla Jones Strathpine. 6, Heidi Van Ziel Redlands. 8, Ruby Richardson Toowoomba. 9, Savannah Beagley of Nambour. 10, Eliza Kelly Strathpine. 11, Danae Barner of Helensvale. 12, Leo and Taylor of Tambourine Mountain. 13, Margaret O'Day of Granite Belt. And we'll just take a pause because we have an absolute runaway leader in the boys under 16.
And he ran that first 200 metres in 27 seconds. The girls, 32 seconds.
I think it's Levi Ma from Marucci. It is. He's looking at his watch because that's his only opponent at the moment. So 14 is Levi Ma of Marucci. Somewhere in the distance, we have 15 Xavier Cracknell of Deception Bay, 16 Eli Skirman of Nambour, 17 Jeremy Koplick of Laidley, who's got some big support in the stands and in Laidley, 18 Kobe Irvine of West Bundaberg, 19 Callum Johns of Mount Gravatt. How's Levi doing, Chris?
He did that in 32 seconds with his second 200 at 59 seconds.
First girls across the line now. Number 2 and number 1, the screens are just refreshing. Laura Bray of the Gap was leading Michaela Leroy of Algester. We'll try to keep an eye on both races for you.
That second 200 for the girls was running 37 seconds.
Joint split times as well. Levi Ma is now leading by 50 metres. Second place a long way back, which appears to be, I think it's Xavier Cracknell from Deception Bay.
Well, he did that in 30 seconds, and so if he can run just a fraction faster, look out, Queensland best performance.
So Levi Ma, I think it's time. The race is happening behind him, but let's just appreciate this magnificent performance from Levi Ma. The 2-minute carrot is dangling. He's going to smash it. Levi Ma, a 1:59.24. Just misses the record. The best performance, rather. Outstanding run for silver. And that coming from Xavier Cracknell of Deception Bay. Bronze goes to Mount Gravatt in the form of Callum Johns. The girls' race happening behind. It's Laura Bray of the Gap. Bray will get the win. Michaela Leroy of Algester second. Heidi Van Ziel of Redlands will come over for the bronze. Casey Jones of Strathpine fourth. Layla Jones of Strathpine fifth. Heidi Van Ziel of Redlands. Layla will get more McDonald's on the way home than Casey.
Well, I think she would have given the Queensland best performance time a bit of a crack because she hit the 200 metres straight at 1:43. So she needed to run about a 33-second 200 metres on the way home to get that Queensland best performance. We'll wait with great interest.
Of course, Liam O'Neill, who holds the Queensland best performance from 2 years ago. Levi Ma is a club mate. Be interesting to know if they had anything to do with each other, whether one sort of helped coach the other, one looked up to the other.
I wonder if it's the first time that he's broken the 2-minute barrier too. That's
be good to know. Certainly, this is where don't necessarily have to follow, although followers on social media accounts always mean just a few more eyeballs and they come up in the algorithm. But the 78 clubs, the centres rather, who are represented at these state championships, there's 83 in Queensland, 78 of them have athletes here at these championships. You follow their accounts on social media, they will have replays. If the commentary was bad, they'll have rock music over the replays. They're very good at putting things like personal bests, club records, and worth following. So if you see athletes who have impressed you at these performances, go check out the Facebook and Instagram pages in particular of their clubs, and of course follow Little Athletics Queensland themselves. Oh. Now we've gone from having dual finals to having timed finals in the girls under 14 800 metres. I cut you off there, Chris.
That's all right. I was just going to say my apologies, but the updated time there for Laura Bray from the Gap, 2 minutes 23.49. So a very impressive time. They ran that last 200 in about sort of 38 seconds. So it was a very gutsy performance.
One day AI will be up to the point where they can still run the races concurrently, but then we can kind of filter out the vision and only watch the boys race or the girls race, so we can see it in isolation later. This is the first time final for the girls under 14 800 metres. On 12 on the shorts, Ava Bjerring of Jimboomba. 13, Isabel Healy of Ipswich. 14, Kaylee Carroll of Toowoomba. 15, Annika Badrak of Redlands. 16, Lila Hurd of USC. 17, Natalia Rooney of North Rockhampton. 18, Amelia Davis of West Bundaberg. 19, Olivia Anfield, South Burnett. Clubmate Aaliyah Familo in 20, Lily Hodson of Sunnybank at 21, Cassidy Reside of Laidley in 22.
Just looking at the split for the first 200, 35 seconds.
35 seconds, decent. Remember, it's all about it's not all about the time. It's the racing is very important. But in terms of the medals, it's a case of what time you can lay down and then challenging the higher seeded runners in the second race to match it. The seedings are holding true as Ava Buehring of Jimboomba has a lead of approaching 10 metres around the bend. Behind her are Isabel Healy in the orange of Ipswich. Lala Hurd of the University of Sunshine Coast just putting pressure on her for that second spot. There's a loose group of 4 behind. There's 15 and 22 Annika Badrak and Cassidy Reside. But it is stretching out. There aren't many groups on the track. And Ava Buehring is not quite running her own race at the moment. Isabel Healy will need to show a bit of heel.
40 seconds on the split there as she turns around the Coles Bend after finishing at 1:15 in the first 400.
Annika Badrak of Redlands has made a move. She's come up to second and is starting to put a bit of pressure on Buehring. She'll know how much she has in the tank. Isabel Healy of Ipswich holding in third. In fourth place, I believe, is Lala Hurd of the University of the Sunshine Coast in the Blues. Buehring still in control of the race as she passes the 600-metre mark.
She ran that third 200 in 43 seconds.
Buehring still in control. Badrak closing the gap as she has been for the last 100 metres or so. I'm not entirely sure that Buehring knows that she's there. Badrak, 2 metres. Now the response from Buehring. It took a while. It was pure cat and mouse. Drew Badrak in and then pulled away. Ava Buehring with the psychological warfare. Storming through in second is Lala Hurd of USC. Buehring will set the mark, 236.7. Hurd second. Badrak in third. Healy in fourth.
Well, just looking at her splits, 35, 40, 43 and 38. But the silver medalist, well, she was fourth with about 80 metres to go. Really dug her heels in deep and just finished strongly. And you can see, to the right of your screen there, you can see the girls all on their haunches. They have thrown the kitchen sink at this one. And we've got some wonderful camera work from our awesome rock stars here at Sportscast, showing you just the intensity of this race. So congratulations to all the girls on a wonderful effort. The best performance time, 2:14.65. It was never about that in the end. It was all about trying to come away as the state champion.
Heat 2, and something very special could be brewing. This is the under-14 age group. It's the 6th year for the under-14s at the McDonald's State Little Athletics Championships. As far as I know, there is only one athlete who has won all 5 previous years in any event, and I can't find anyone who's done 5 in a row of the current crop of little athletes who's won 5 in a row. I'm talking about Ellie Eckstein of Ashmore. She's going for a 6 in a row. I won't say unprecedented because I don't have the entire history of Queensland Little Athletics in front of me. But it would be special. So I'm just looking for the bandana out there. Please don't tell me she's withdrawn. I'll go through the field in a moment because we also have silver and bronze from last year as well. Ayla Moon of North Mackay in 1. She was silver medalist last year. Lucia Yadav of Gold Coast is in 3. She was bronze last year. Number 2 between them is Emmy Scaines of Maryborough. 4 is Eckstein. 5, Charlotte Reid of City North. 6, Lola O'Reilly of Runaway Bay. 7, Claudia Lakifra of Toowong Harriers. 8, Alita Donatasio of Aspley. 9, Charlotte Don of Aspley. 10, Eliza Preston of The Gap. And 11, Abigail Shiplock of Redlands.
They've run the split there in 30.5 seconds, which is 4.5 seconds faster than the first 200 in the previous heat.
And I think the bandana's been ditched this year because just have a look at these first 4. So we've got, 1, 4, 3. There's Eckstein in the green top in second. I grew too used to the bandana last year. So the seedings are holding true. It's Ayla Moon of North Mackay in the lead. Eckstein holding second. Emmy Scaines of Maryborough just holding on to third at the moment. And then Lucia Yadav of the Gold Coast in fourth. It's a long way back, maybe 20 metres to Charlotte Reed of City North in fifth. And then the best of the rest is Alita Donatacho of Aspley.
That split there was 10 seconds faster than the first 400 of what we saw in the opening heat, but that was 29.5. That is faster than their first 200.
And with 300 metres to go, Eckstein made the move on Moon. Eckstein just a metre ahead. They've put a bit of a gap back to Yadav and Skanes. Skanes in third. Yadav holding fourth at the moment. But Eckstein, Ayla Moon from North Mackay. She was bridesmaid last year. She was second again 2 years before that. Yadav has been coming fourth and third in the last couple of years. Eckstein, can she win 6 in a row? She's pulling away from Ayla Moon. Moon has given her a brilliant challenge this year. But Ellie Eckstein, you don't see athletes win the same event 6 years in a row all that often. Ellie Eckstein of Ashmore has done it now. Ayla Moon second. Emmy Skanes of Maryborough third. Lucia Yadav of Gold Coast fourth. Ellie Eckstein, a 6-time champion in the 800 metres at the McDonald's State Championships. Charlotte Reed came across the line in fifth.
I've got some bad news, Daniel Viles. She has not taken out the Queensland best performance time.
I've got some good news for you, Chris. Hang on, sorry, I'm going to shut up. Keep going.
Yes, you knew where I was going. You were buying what I was laying down. She has taken out the Australian best performance time, and she smashed it by more than 1 second. So on the times that we have...
And a 16-year-old record at that.
Absolutely. With a time of 2:11.50, she has beaten the Australian best performance time. Yep.
You're about to go on to Ayla Moon?
No, you go.
Ayla Moon in 2:14.31 broke the previous Queensland best performance time. We have never seen a quicker race over 800 metres by 13-year-old girls in this state, and indeed probably in this country, given that we've just seen the national best performance go.
That is amazing. That's the fastest race we've seen at this level ever. That's remarkable.
I think I was so carried away with the 6 in a row, which is extraordinary. Well, which is bigger in this instance, the 6 in a row or the Australian best performance?
I would probably say Australian best performance, because now you've thrown the challenge out to the entire country and no one can take that off you.
I think, well, you're right. Well, actually, people can take that off you.
Well, we've seen some records that are still ongoing for 40 years plus.
Good point.
So that your name could be etched in history for a little bit longer.
Emmy Skanes' run of 2:16.46 would have won most under 14 girls races in history in Australia. Bad day to come here, Emmy Skanes, and come across two runners who have broken your state best performance.
Can I just look at her split though? 30 and a half, 29 and a half, 33 and 33. So those are, and she slowed down in the second 400. So, which is normal when you're running at that speed for that long, but to run a 1:05, when after 600 metres, the time of 1:38 was 20 seconds faster than the previous heat at the same time.
It seems a shame to have to move on so quickly, but the spotlight is turning to the boys under 14 800 metres. 1 and 2 from last year are seated in the reverse order. We'll go through the field in just a second. 1 is Lockie Froelich from Springwood, second last year. 2 is Jake Roberts of South Burnett, the winner last year. 3, Joe Wilson from Glasshouse. 4, Noah Sapasa of Arana, fourth last year. 5 is Isaac Hardy of Strathpine, who was fifth last year. Samuel Wells of Bracken Ridge is in number 6. Guess where he finished last year? I'll move on. 7, Hudson Monteith of USC. 8, Jamie Cragg of Algester. 9, Levi Tandog, USC. 10, Oliver Van Camp of Arana. 12, Corbin Dwignan of Gayndah. 13, Alex Lamb of Gold Coast. 14, Cade Reedman of Algester. 15, Liam Dobbin of Tweed. 17, Billy Dart Ashmore. 18, Blake Johnston Bargara. 19, Jordan Baker Browns Plains. 20, Jaden Horde of Maryborough. 21, Alex Mansfield South. We'll go to Chris quickly for the split.
28 and a half seconds first 200.
21 and a half seconds is quick. It's
28,
Roberts. Roberts is leading Froelich around the bend. And just behind them is Noah Sapasa of Arana. Few metres back to Joe Wilson of Glasshouse. Plenty of support in the grandstand. South Burnett and Springwood. Roberts and Froelich are taking it around the bend. It's a fairly stretched out field, but Roberts and Froelich, and they have in fact been joined by Noah Sopasa.
31.5 seconds for the second 200.
Sopasa showing that he cannot be ignored. Froelich and Roberts more or less running together. Just coming up onto the shoulder. They're very relaxed in the third 200 metres, and they've got a good 20 metres on a pack of 4 coming 4th to 7th. Froelich, Roberts, Sopasa.
Sorry, 33 seconds for that third 200.
Roberts, champion last year, won by 1.13 seconds over Froelich. To race in 3. The sprint is on. It's going to be Lockie Froelich in the lead. Noah Sopasa is giving him the challenge. Jake Roberts will have to be satisfied with third, but it's Lockie Froelich who wins the state title. Noah Sopasa with silver. Jake Roberts, South Burnett, bronze. Chris, tell me the time.
The time we've got is 2:02.01, which has beaten the Queensland best performance time set by Bo Lane a staggering 16 years ago. And he's beaten it by 2.5 seconds, Daniel Viles.
That's an incredible performance by Lockie Froelich. Of course, wonderfully pushed on by the 2 runners behind him. Noah Sopasa in particular, I believe second is his best performance at state level in a championship, in a state championships. Lockie Froelich second the last 3 years. When he finally won, he won it in some style.
We've got to have a look at the split times. I know we've got actually we're going to enjoy the last athlete on the track as he.
I beg your pardon.
Home.
Sorry, yes.
So this is a wonderful performance, and he's rightfully getting a round of applause.
So this is Alex Mansfield at the Souths Club.
Proudly representing his club.
Souths have been around a while. Well, if you want to encapsulate the spirit of little athletics across Australia, but specifically Queensland, just bottle that bit.
And he's getting lots of high fives from everyone. Just looking at his split. 28.5 for the first 200, 31.5 for the second 200, 33 for the third 200, and 29 for the last 200.
2 more 800-metre categories to go. Lila Vanderbruggen getting her gold medal on the infield. There'll be one race with, it looks like 18 runners in the girls under 15 800 metres, followed by a one-off final with 15 runners for the boys under 15 800 metres. Well, so far, if we're looking for memorable performances and memorable victories at these championships, I mean, Ellie Eckstein's given us an outstanding girls' performance. I think Ryland Worcester earlier today is hard to go past.
Correct. Yep. To see the records broken, but to see 2 Australian best performances broken is just out of this world.
We've easily seen more APBs this year than we saw in 2025, and that's not the measure of a championships, but it just shows the kind of quality that's around in Queensland Little Athletics right now.
Says a lot for the coaches and the programs that are available for the kids to excel and get the best out of themselves. And we cannot stress enough that it is the wonderful products and produce from our friends at Coles that are fueling our kids to perform better for longer at their best performance.
So the under 15 girls 800 metres competitors are just being checked off on the infield at the moment. Highest ranked runner from the 2025 under 14s race is Sophia Hutchinson of the University of the Sunshine Coast. She already has a silver in the 1500 metres at these championships. Girl who beat her is wearing number 5 in this race, Ellie Durrington of Tweed. Is it Durrington versus Hutchinson in the 800 as well?
The ultimate showdown.
And the gold medalist in a time of 2 minutes 23.4 from the gap, Laura Bray.
The runners you can see on track at the moment, the under 15 girls 800 metres. There were no heats. There are no timed finals. I think it's 15 runners on the track.
We're going for the
15.
one and done.
I think for 800 metres at a, I think I said 1500 before, it's definitely 800. You can run 1500 if you want. They might ask you to leave the track.
You can do that in your cool down. Queensland best performance time to keep an eye for 2:15.60, set by Tammy Martin from Ashmore, dating back 16 years ago. And the Australian best performance of 2:09.57, set by Carly Thomas from New South Wales in 2016, 10 years ago.
Those 2010 championships seem to be hot in the middle distances. Let's go through the field. 1 is Sophia Hutchinson of USC. 2, Mia McKenzie of Harvey Bay. 3, Isabel Reid of North Mackay. 4, Lily Best of USC. 5, Ellie Durrington of Tweed, as I say, the 1500 metre champion. 6, Helen Hostler of City North, placed in the top 6 last year. 7, Leah Cray of Strathpine. 8, Hannah McKinnon of Arana. 9, we have another runner from Strathpine. 10, Ivy Braben of Ipswich. 11, Molly Dotram Riley of South. 12, Quinn Laurie of Townsville Central. 13, Emmy Hindle of Chinchilla. 14, Georgia Spragg of Wynnum Manly. 15, Tamika Gibbons of Browns Plains. 16, Guinevere Cassar of Redlands. 17, Amelia Kashprzak of Deception Bay. 18, Natasha Nielsen Bauer of Laidley. 19, Azaria Jacobs of Ormo.
32 seconds on the split for the first 200, chasing 2:15.06 for the Queensland best performance record.
We have a group of 4 at the front, a group of 5 at the front, although it's become a 2 and 3 in the meantime. The usual suspects, Durrington and Hutchinson. Durrington in the red, Hutchinson in the green and black. Clear third is Isabel Reid of North Mackay, who have been very well supported in the stands at these championships. 4th and 5th are Mia McKenzie and Lily Best, respectively. There's a long way back to 6th, maybe about 20 metres or so.
37 seconds for the second 200.
So Hutchinson and Durrington still 1 and 2. Hutchinson is second in the blues. It's Durrington of Tweed out in front. The gap is probably about 5 metres now. Durrington looking very comfortable indeed. Hutchinson, as I say, 3rd last year.
38 seconds for that third 200.
Ellie Durrington of Tweed extending the gap, looking very comfortable, lengthening the stride. And she's in pretty much sprint mode now. Ellie Durrington about 5 metres ahead of Sophia Hutchinson. A further 5 metres ahead of Mia McKenzie of Harvey Bay, who's putting a bit of a sprint in. But at the front of the field, it's Ellie Durrington of Tweed. She's going to do the middle distance double. Durrington has gold. Hutchinson has silver. Isabel Reid of North Mackay has 3rd. Not far ahead of Mia McKenzie of Harvey Bay. 5th across the line is Lily Best of University of the Sunshine Coast. And 6th is Helen Hostler of City North. Same position as last year for Hostler.
Enjoyed that nice little battle there between 4th and 3rd in the end. Some great finishing.
Time 2:20.97. Good time. The record books can stay as they are. But Ellie Durrington of Tweed, I think she also won bronze in the 400. The longer it gets, the better she gets.
Just looking at her splits as well, 32, 37, 38 and 33. So started strongly and finished strongly, and just manoeuvred her way nicely through the field in the middle 400s. That's a very, very good performance. And it's great to see the crowd is still stuck around too, Daniel, to cheer on all the athletes.
They wouldn't dare. We've got one more 800-metre race coming up. And then 8 hurdles finals. The first 4 over 80 metres, the second 4 over 60 metres. We finish with the under 9s. They get the final piece of glory. They get the Chariots of Fire music playing over their sprinting. So the boys under 15 800 metres. Minute or two away. We had an insane finish 12 months ago between Cooper Rose and Max Cowling, where they changed leads about 3 times down the straight. Cooper Rose is back. He's wearing the number 4 shirt. Max Cowling's moved on.
Queensland best performance and Australian best performance time set by Tate Van Camp. 1 minute 54.76 set last year.
Corey Lockwood of Mudgeeraba finished 4th last year. He's wearing number 7. Tristan Audley of Mullaney wearing number 8, 5th last year. Number 1 is Tane Strong of South Burnett, 2 Riley Simpson of Townsville Central, 3 Thomas Hogan of Bow Desert, 4 Cooper Rose of Bracken Ridge, who, as I say, is the defending champion, 5 Cameron Emmerich of Strathpine, 6 Thomas Homewood of Tweed, 7 Corey Lockwood of Mudgeeraba, 8 Tristan Audley of Mullaney, 9 William Krebs of Strathpine, 10 Yannick Leupold of Centenary, 11 Reuben Casey of Strathpine, 12 Isaac Sullivan of Jimboomba, 13 Tom Busby of USC, 14 Mick Erbacher of Nambour, and 15 Callum Thompson of Isis District.
On the split, 30 seconds for the first 200. They're probably going to be need to running 28s if we're going to see Tate Van Camp's record come under jeopardy. I mean, best performance.
Cooper Rose has a comfortable lead at the moment. Behind him are Riley Simpson with the number 2 and Tane Strong with the number 1. They look settled as the top 3. The move from behind is coming from Strathpine's Cameron Emmerich, who just moved from 5th to 4th, looking a little bit menacing. Tristan Audley of Mullaney in the yellow singlet will cross the line 5th. 6th will be Thomas Homewood of Tweed. That's your top 6. 107.66 was the time on the clock as they crossed 400.
34 seconds for that second 200.
Cooper Rose, all 3 front runners noticeably increased their speed as they went around the bend. He had to hold on last year, Cooper Rose. Behind him are Simpson and Strong. Rose now starting to pull away. Strong making a move on Simpson. Just may have dropped off. Cooper Rose looking in control as they come around 150 to go.
33 seconds for that third 200.
Rose now ahead by the best part of 10 metres. The battle for silver has changed a couple of times. At the moment, there was just a little stumble from Riley Simpson, possibly some body contact as Tane Strong moves into second. But Cooper Rose, he had to win in dramatic circumstances last year. No such dramatic circumstances needed this year. Cooper Rose, he's got 2:11.04. Maybe tell me the time. Holding on for second was Strong, but the barnstorming finish for third is coming from nowhere. I think was Thomas Hogan from Bow Desert.
I think he was sitting in 7th spot by the time they hit the turn, and he just found something extraordinary out of the top shelf to get a medal. That's one of the more impressive comebacks that we've seen here at the McDonald's Little Athletics Queensland State Championships, Daniel Viles.
And I'm losing my mind. I forget whether I said Simpson or Strong came second. I believe it was Strong in the end. But yes, as my mother used to say, I'm going a little bit kippy in the boodle. You don't know what it means, and yet you do.
I'm curious, but I think that's for an off-air conversation.
It just means mad, really.
Oh, well, that we all knew.
Bonkers. The state champion, Cooper Rose, he's gone back-to-back. Dramatic in 2025, authoritative in 2026.
Yeah, it was a magnificent run. Just looking again at his splits, 30, 34, 33, and 34. So once he got his groove on in from post 200, he continued to maintain that speed, maintain that rhythm, and ran a really good, polished and complete race.
I think sometimes there's a good kind of confidence that comes from just knowing, actually, I've got this field, I've got the class, I'm just going to use it.
Well, it looks like we are going to have a break. We've got a 15-minute break before we get ready for the big show, the big finale here. The fireworks will all go off, and it's all thanks to our friends at McDonald's and great support from Coles. You're with Daniel, with Chris, you're with Jax. We've got an action-packed finals of hurdles coming up on the other side of this. See you soon in about 15 minutes. And what a wonderful finish that was. 12.87. Blistering speed. What a wonderful final. In fact, that time has been adjusted from Madison Hooper. 12.83. Charlotte Roach from Ipswich. 13.27. Charlotte Walker from Ross River. 13.37. Outstanding. And they did pull the trigger just a little bit early too, from the original start times.
What a week Madison Hooper's had. 100-metre champion, 200-metre champion, second in the long jump, fourth in the triple jump, and now has a 80-metre hurdles title as well. She's going to get a sore neck on the way home. Her chiropractor will have to pay for excess baggage. That's how much medallion she's got on the way home.
How much do you have to pay for shipping for those medals?
I've never had to find out.
Oh, look, because I've been walking around with this bronze medal all day. And,
it weighs nothing, Chris.
It's heavy. It's 50 kilos. But we turn our attention to the boys' 80-metre under 12 hurdles. Queensland best performance, 12.87, set by Hugh Donaghy for Toowong last year. And also Ben Spadaro from New South Wales, 12.08. He's also got the Australian best performance record, which was also set last year.
I need to teach you how to say Toowong and not Toowong. Under 12 boys, 80-metre hurdles. Unsettled on the line, the card will come out. Fastest qualifier is Kai Brooks of the Gold Coast in lane 5. Ran a blistering 12.62 in the heats, which I think may have been a QPB.
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Yeah, beat Hugh Donaghy's record
Yep.
from the Toowong Harriers. It's not Kooyong. Toowong.
It's taken me too long to figure out how to pronounce that properly.
That is awful. That is singularly, and I'm a dad.
Awfully brilliant. I agree. But 12.62. Can he eclipse that again? Thanks to our friends at McDonald's.
Colburn of Redcliffe in 4. It's very impressive in the heats. Hugh Sedman of Ipswich in 6. That orange top of Ipswich has become more and more prominent as this weekend has progressed. Often racing, it was a good start from Parker Lee Phillips of Caloundra. Zachary Nielsen of Noosa on the far side doing well. It's Kai Brooks of the Gold Coast coming through the middle. He's established a lead. Kai Brooks is going to get the gold. Second is a bit of a photo between Colburn and Hugh Sedman. But Kai Brooks in a 12.96, slower than his heat time, but he can barely have gone any faster. He's your state champion in the under 12s, 80-metre hurdles for boys.
Well, to be able to go under 13 seconds in 2 races in the space of an hour and a half, that is simply quite remarkable. A wonderful finish and a great performance from all the athletes.
Now the hurdles are lowered slightly. They've been at 68 centimetres for the last 2 races in the under 12s. So 2 down, 6 to go.
This will give us a chance to give some breaking news on some news that is going to take place. Because
News on news, continue.
Yes, exactly. We've been reliably informed that one of the athletes who competed an hour or two ago is going to take his trip down Media Street. Is going to be interviewed by the ABC. Daniel Voss.
The best.
The best news resource that you can get your hands on.
Well, that is Ryland Worcester from, I want to say University of Sunshine Coast, happy to be corrected, but broke set 2 Australian best performances over the course, the 1500 on Friday and the 800 earlier today. Won them both in a canter. He looked behind, he had to write a postcard to the silver medalist.
He certainly did too. Yeah, with Australian best performance time of 2:15.29. And so he has received a phone call from the ABC News, and they want to do a news story on him. So this is where big things can happen here at Little Athletics Queensland as part of the McDonald's State Championships.
So the hurdles are lowered, but it's the same number, and I believe the same position. So 60 centimetres instead of 68, but still 9 flights over the 80 metres. As the lane 8 6th hurdle decides to have a lie down.
Well, it has been a big 3 days, Daniel Viles.
Even the hurdles have to overcome hurdles.
So the best qualifying time was from Penelope Mosey from West Bundaberg with 13.42. The Queensland best performance time of 13.24 set 5 years ago. That could very well be in threat, but we had a number of athletes break the 14-second mark. In fact, 4.
Nearly underway, under 11 girls. Definite false start. Might have been lane 3. That I think took a step back just before, so I'm not even sure she overstepped. I'm just not sure what the rule is on double movement. Forgive my ignorance.
Well, there's different rules that apply at different levels of championships, though.
There are, but sometimes I use those as my bedtime reading, so I really ought to be up to speed on those. No pun intended.
Well, there's going to be some conversations with the field marshals who have done an incredible, track marshals too. They've done a tremendous job over the past 3 days.
Because, first of all, plenty of volunteers at these championships, but they're also very highly qualified volunteers, ones who do know all the rules and who are able to apply them intelligently in these situations. I'll quickly go through the field. In 1, Stephanie Dunnett from Ipswich. That's the inside of the track. 2, Chelsea Henderson Abayi of Toowong Harriers. 3, Samara Hill of Ipswich. 4, Eloise Betts of Toowong Harriers. 5, Penelope Mosey of West Bundaberg. 6, Cassidy Mooton of the Toowong Harriers. 7, Lily Cheesewright of Townsville Central. 8, Lottie Todd of City North. And given there's only just over a second between top and bottom qualifiers.
Great job from our marshals here. They haven't given the athlete a warning.
I think because it was a very different kind of false start, if that makes any sense.
Yep, so they've just had a discussion.
You can't do 2 movements. Under 11 girls, 80-metre hurdles. Again, more movement. Not entirely sure if it was the same athlete.
I think there was a group of them together.
Always a group of girls.
Mm-hmm.
I take that back. That was
Yeah.
I was trying to sound like a school teacher and ended up sounding like an online commenter.
Yep. So the track marshal was just having a chat to the athletes. No warnings.
They do communicate well. You can see there's very rarely any confusion among the athletes as to what's required.
We've had a lot of this during the hurdles, the short distance hurdles over the past couple of days, thanks to McDonald's.
So 3rd attempt at getting off the ground, so to speak. Racing, Cassidy Mooton of Toowong Harriers got a very good start. She seems to have the early lead. Overtaken by Penelope Mosey of West Bundaberg. Steph Dunnett in lane 1 is going through. Dunnett may have it. Dunnett's going to edge out Mosey. Stephanie Dunnett of Ipswich. Qualified, equals 6th fastest, has come home with the gold.
Remarkable. Simply remarkable. What a run. And sometimes it just goes to show you just need to make the final. And then anything can happen, and she's made sure that could happen.
Different sport and a long time ago now, but the great Australian distance swimmer Kieran Perkins, who won an Olympic gold medal from lane 8, he said all you need is a lane and some water. Translate to athletics, all you need is a lane and some space. As long as you're there, particularly in a race where the conditions are pretty much equal in all the lanes. Chris is tapping the desk. We know what that means by now. Stephanie Dunnett has done what?
Queensland best performance time has gone down with a time of 13.16, eclipsing a 5-year record held by Lara Chrisafi from Mount Gravatt. So we've got another Queensland best performance record. That 13.24 has been eclipsed.
Stephanie Dunnett.
Go on, say it.
No, I'm not. No. And that is her first gold of these championships. She's got a bag full of silver. She's got more silver than a pirate. Now she's got a gold medal to go with it in the 80-metre hurdles. Moving quickly to the boys under 11 80-metre hurdles.
12.73 is the Queensland best performance time. That was set in 2022.
Roman Allen of Springwood, the defending champion, but Blake Eckstein of Ashmore took the Queensland best performance in the heat. Michael McEwen of Balmoral broke 10 seconds last year, admittedly over shorter hurdles and shorter distance, shorter hurdles.
So can Blake Eckstein improve on his performance with his record? I mean, best performance.
Sometimes a performance like that in the heat can put more pressure on you. We're about to find out a little bit about the makeup of these athletes. A clear false start in lane 7. So the card will come out. Kevin Bienvenu not having a good day. If you know, you know. But you suspect the action is going to come from 3, 4 and 5. Mind you, if Aaron Mooten in lane 2 heard me say that. And don't forget Hediarachi, Dulay and Hediarachi of Springwood in lane 1, who ran an excellent heat to qualify. I realise I've mentioned almost everyone. Off this time. Bienvenu ended up making a very good start. McEwen of Balmoral is streeting through the middle. Eckstein is there. In fact, it's Eckstein way out in front. He's streeting Allen. It's going to be Blake Eckstein. 12.1! Blake Eckstein!
Yep. And it's been adjusted, Daniel Viles, because he hasn't beaten the Queensland best performance record. He has obliterated the Australian best performance record. 12.14 has been left in the dust, and his Queensland best performance has been left in the dust. 12.03 has put this boy on the map again.
Not only that, silver to... Okay, I've completely mucked this up. That was not Blake Eckstein, that was Michael McEwen. That was Michael McEwen who ran the race. I got the lanes mixed up. The top 3 runners all ran Queensland best performances. Broke the previous one. It's Michael McEwen of Balmoral. He got the win that he missed out on last year. He's run an Australian best performance. I'm going to re-record that one later for him.
He absolutely annihilated it, Daniel Viles. But Blake Eckstein did also beat the Queensland best performance record, as did Roman Allen. But Michael McEwen, 12.03, the Australian best performance record, the Queensland best performance record, it's in the books. What a stunning performance.
Brilliant from Michael McEwen. Last year he played second fiddle to Roman Allen, who broke the Australian best performance. He ran a 9.98, barely got recognised. This year it's his moment.
And how do you feel for young Jax who's behind us, Daniel? She's just showed up at the tail end of proceedings, and since she's rolled in her Mercedes and jumped on the camera, we have had Queensland best performance and Australian best performances galore just reign supreme after having what a relatively quiet 18 odd hours before her arrival.
Oh, it's nice to know she's making some people's performance better.
Well, she could have done that for the Matildas last night. She was in attendance down in Sydney and they went down 1-0, so at least she's been able to bring some of that good luck here that the Matildas didn't enjoy. But let's just talk us through that performance there from Michael McEwen. Fantastic. When you get that little bit of unsettling with that false start, but the recovery from all the athletes there, and he comes out and takes more than half a second off the time set by Blake Eckstein, and then just absolutely smashes the Australian best performance time. Fantastic.
It's extraordinary. 12.72, but not just that. In the heats, Blake Eckstein ran a 12.72. Next best, Cullen Piper and Roman Allen both ran a 13.51. He had 3/4 of a second on the field, and then he broke that time in the final. He ran faster than it. Michael McEwen, actually, beg your pardon, he ran a 12.85. The times were a little bit out of order, so he's gone from a 12.85 in the heat, Michael McEwen, to a 12.03 in the final.
That is a remarkable performance. That is almost a second off in the space of in the space of a race. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's taken almost a second off his personal best too. There was not going to be many times that he would have got around that sort of 12.8 mark.
So the hurdles are being reset. The 4 remaining races, girls and boys, they're all 60-metre hurdles. The under 10s for girls and boys will race over 60-metre height. 60 centimetre height. which is what they've been at, and then they'll get reduced to 45 centimetres for the under 9s girls and boys. So they're the 4 last races of these championships.
Let's take a moment to appreciate that boys under 11's final. Like we have not seen a race as quick as that in the history of Australian sport at that level, anywhere around the country, and we have witnessed it in the shadows of day 3. That is something remarkable, absolutely remarkable. We've seen 3 breakneck speed times and a record that lasted, well...
Hour? Something along those lines?
Yeah, but even from an Australian best performance time, look at it lasted almost 12 months.
Let's go down to 4th as well. Kevin Bienvenu of Browns Plains broke early, had the unsettling experience of having the card shown at him, and then pulls out a 12.85.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the day, you might have correctly predicted 12.85 as a winning time.
Yeah, correct.
And instead, it's no fault of his that he was 0.82 off the pace. He'll go back to Browns Plains on Vance Tart Road later and just decide, you know what, I'm going to get it out of my system. I'm just going to run a sub-13 again.
But see, a time like that, 12.85, that's a gold medal in virtually any other competition that he runs at in the country.
In the country, yes.
So that is something to really impress.
And Kevin Bienvenu's Australian tour will be beginning later this week as he takes on every 10-year-old in the country at the 80-metre hurdles.
It's like, I'm going to challenge you to a duel involving hurdles and a 60-metre sprint.
But we don't have any hurdles. It's okay, says Kevin. I've brought my own. We've got them all.
He could jump trees, can't he? It's,
more or less.
Anyway, but that's fantastic. And look, we've seen, I think that's 3 Australian best performance times just for this afternoon.
I was going to say, not even today, this afternoon.
Yeah. And we had conversations off air, actually, and even on air too, that we were blown away by the performances, but we saw more tighter races, but we didn't see the records tumble. But it's not about the records, best performances. But now in the afternoon, in the hurdles, where you've got so many variables at play, including quite a number of hurdles, so your whole race can change in the matter of a fraction of a moment, and yet we're seeing records for best performances tumble all over the place. So we've had a really exciting afternoon. And what that generally brings too is if we're seeing faster races, we're probably getting a more balanced field, and we're seeing more athletes achieve personal best performances, because as we've highlighted throughout the coverage over the last couple of days, if you are running against some of the best athletes and you're not one of the strongest athletes in that field, just being in the company of some of the better performances, it will encourage you to run better, and it does. We've both competed in sport, we've both been involved in athletics, and if you run against the best, you want to beat the best, and therefore you'll try harder.
It happened once when a competitor fell over. So, but yeah, a lot of these competitors at centre level, there'd be some weeks where they're not challenged, and they have to be fair, there's been some athletes here who haven't felt challenged.
Correct.
But to come here and it's like, I'm among my peers now. These are people who can challenge me, and I can probably challenge them as well. Try to go through the field of this under 10 girls 60-metre hurdles. So lane 1 is Madeline Driscoll. Sorry, that's the entry list. I'm not going to muck up the lanes again. Number 1 is Aria Kirby of Caloundra. 2 is Freya Luafutu of Browns Plains. 3 is Madeline Driscoll of Runaway Bay, fastest qualifier. 4 is Mia Laifi of Jimboomba. 5, Penelope Dempster at the University of the Sunshine Coast. 6, Afri Donkor of Strathpine. 7, Caitlin Henderson-Abai of Toowong Harriers. 8 is an unnamed runner from Centenary.
10.41, Queensland best performance.
Often racing. Driscoll didn't get the best start. Donkor of Strathpine did. It's Dempster of the University of the Sunshine Coast running through the middle. Dempster under pressure. Driscoll's come through, but Donkor had just accelerated in the last 10 minutes. Ran 11.18. Spread the wings over the line, and I'm pretty sure that it's Donkor who's beaten out Dempster and Driscoll for the title.
Wow. And this is to be able to train for that at a young age, to be able to do the head forward, that's won her a state championship.
A 3 Donkor of Strathpine. Ahead of Driscoll and Dempster. Dempster's... Now, I didn't realise they'd been given the same time of 11.18. Driscoll's third in 11.24. They can measure to the thousandths of a second. Last night we saw both things happen. One where they could be split by 6 thousandths, and another one where the judge was telling me this morning that he reviewed it several times and it couldn't be split. We could have a dead heat, or we could have 3 decimal places to decide the champion.
I believe because the girls have been sent to the presentation area, they haven't given a dead heat. So Penelope Dempster has got a silver medal, and it would have gone to the 1,000th of a second.
So hopefully the exact times will come up soon, which means they have to add a column to the spreadsheet.
So we have got
Oh,
that.
there it is. Oh, hang on.
Yep.
It's got Dempster as second, but there we go. Doncor 11.171 and Dempster 11.179. So 8 thousandths of a second
And it's
has separated the first 2 runners.
and it's the eagle putting your head forward. That's just what got her over the line.
So officially the tightest race in terms of the winner. We've seen nothing's gone to a 3rd decimal place until now.
I think
Under 10 boys, 60-metre hurdles, ready to start. Eli Martin of Tweed, the favourite in lane 6. Didn't get the best start. That went to Lincoln Winus of Strathpine. Now Martin hits his straps. Brodie Mitchell from City North over in lane 3. Martin will get it. Martin just ahead of Mitchell. Might have been Lincoln Winus of Strathpine. Not quite able to complete the double for the club, but they're your top 3. But Eli Martin of Tweed, he broke 11 seconds in the heat. He's gone 10.66.
Another race where all 3 athletes broke the old Queensland best performance. But the bronze medalist from winner Manly, Roman Allen. The silver medalist from Ashmore, Blake Eckstein. And the gold medalist who not only broke the Queensland best performance, but also broke the Australian best performance from Balmoral on a time of 12.03, Michael McEwen.
So Brodie Mitchell's been given the silver in 10.73 as Michael McEwen gets his dues in the middle of the field.
and how that with Eli Martin, Brodie Mitchell, and Lincoln
Winus, I've been saying.
Winus.
Maybe it is Winus.
The .08 separated first from third.
And just 100 separating second from third. 2 races left. The under 9 girls 60-metre hurdles first, then finishing with the boys.
I think they're going to be flying jacks to any part around the world now, just if you want a really good athletics event, because she has just turned this thing into gold, the visuals. So she's capturing all the magical moments. Things have just heating up since she's rocked up.
She removes performance anxiety.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the under 9 girls 60-metre hurdles. Here's the field. In lane 1, Jada McKendry of Ipswich. Lane 2, Billy Harding of Wynnum Manly. 3 is Esther Ashworth of the Gold Coast. 4, Serena Bell of Townsville Central. 5 is the fastest qualifier, Elise Raffa of Algester. 6 is Ohana Byrne of Deception Bay. 7, Freya Williams of Noosa. And 8, Fife Elliott of Algester.
So in the heats, Elise was the only one to get under 11 seconds. The Queensland best performance time is 10.45, and she ran that straight out of the gate in heat 1. So she's a very, very, very good chance to get that. We're going to see a lot of personal best run in this race.
Elise Raffa has won the high jump and long jump, silver in the 200, bronze in the 100. Fastest qualifier for this final. Raffa away well, had some competition from Ashworth of the Gold Coast over in lane 3. Ashworth might just have the lead. Byrne from Deception Bay puts the foot down. Raffa, Elise Raffa of Algester, has her 3rd gold medal of the championships, but her first on the track.
And she ran at an amazing time of 10.40.
Start tapping the desk, Chris. Start tapping the desk.
Thanks to our friends at McDonald's, Elise Raffa has broken the Queensland best performance record, previously 10.45, a record that was set in 2007. The 19-year-old record has gone. It's broken 10.4. And that's where I looked at Jackson and go, seriously, where were you yesterday? Like, we could have had like 40 Queensland best performance records and 38 Australian best performance records.
You know the Nationals are coming up, don't you, Jax? You know, you
Yeah,
should get a kick for
yeah.
that.
I think they're here in Queensland too, aren't they?
They're here at this track.
Yeah, so Jax has already signed herself up. So there you go.
Is there somewhere near here where Jax could stay while she's waiting for the for the Australian Championships?
Well, she was supposed to work yesterday, but the reason why she wasn't because she already had tickets to the Matildas final down in Sydney. So
Chris, I just gave you a sponsor lead.
Oh, thanks to Coles for supplying the food.
Where could she stay? Come on.
Thanks to Coles for supplying the food and Quality Hotel Robinson Gardens will provide the accommodation, and she can get some Maccas around there too and get a.
It's the first one you've missed in 2 days, Chris.
Oh my goodness gracious! No, my dog still runs like a rocking horse. Okay.
So, the field for the last race of these championships, the under-9 boys 60-metre hurdles. Actually, I might miss the field, but the favourite is Jacob Mangan of Nanango in lane 6 in the light blue. Often racing quickly. Mangan got a good start. It was a fairly even start in the field. Mangan making his presence felt now. He's got pressure on the left, particularly from Kai Borg of Madrabar. Jacob Mangan. They're going to have to rename it Manganango because he is the state champion.
Nailed it. All in one. Absolutely brilliant. And I want to give a round of applause to the young man. I think in lane 5, crashed through a couple of hurdles, got up.
So that's Harry Phillips of Toowong Harriers.
The guts and determination he showed to get up, that was something special.
Riker McCoy of Noosa is coming up as the silver medalist, 10.85, a hundredth of a second ahead of Emmett Otterbach of Noosa. The range of Otterbach, who won the 800 metres yesterday and is now coming third in the sprint hurdles. Is there a decathlete in the making in the form of Emmett Otterbach? So Noosa sweep the minor medals, but it's Jacob Mangan of Nanango who wins in 10.53.
Absolutely fantastic, and great to have the family up here too. They stayed specifically for the call. They could have gone down closer, but they wanted to be up here because they wanted to hear Daniel Viles call him out of his socks.
That is not true. Jacob Mangan is a compelling athlete, whether you're related to him or not. We might, if we can, try to catch the last few medal ceremonies because we've finished on the track now. Jacob Mangan finishing it in style. And essentially the runners that you'll see on the podium for the next few minutes. That is gorgeous. That is absolutely gorgeous. The 3 medalists jumping off the podium in unison. I hope someone got a photo of that.
Of course they did. There's phones.
There was a photographer literally in front of them. You're absolutely right. Oh, dear. Harry Phillips finished in 15.58, 4 seconds behind the field. But as you say, he didn't come here to muck around. He said, no, I'm finishing this race through hell or high water.
And he certainly did that to perfection.
Let's yield to the ceremonies.
Wow. What a weekend of festivities, Daniel Viles.
It's been an incredible championships. Lots more records broken, but I think also, when I look at it overall, I think the representation outside of Brisbane has been greater, not just in terms of numbers of participants, but in numbers of champions. It's been a true Queensland Little Athletics Championships. Thanks to McDonald's. Thanks you to all of the athletes, particularly those who've been up in here in the stands and the families cheering them on. It's made for a really wonderful atmosphere at these championships. It's been great to be a part of it, but yeah, not about me. Thank you for your patience, your love, and your tolerance. But no, it's coming here to the McDonald's Little Athletics Championships is an absolute thrill, and be proud of the athletes that you've produced or are connected with, because you are part of what they've been able to produce here this weekend.
Oh, we do want to speak on behalf of the production team. Daniel Viles has just rolled in, and he is giving the best ID he can of the athletes, something he prides himself on, and he's worked incredibly hard and listened to a lot of athletics calls right across the region. That cannot be beaten. The professionalism and attention to detail that you give is something I know you deliver very, very well, and I know parents, friends, and families that are listening for the first time, they definitely appreciate it too. So you should be congratulated for your efforts.
Thanks,
It's our pleasure. The winter season is coming up very soon for the western and northern parts of Queensland. Do yourself a favour, sign on now. No doubt you would have been inspired from what you've seen on the track and on the field, thanks to the wonderful support from our streaming partners here at Sportscast. We've got a bit. Thanks, our. So big thanks to our sponsors, McDonald's, Coles, Tribal Sport, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, White Cloud Foundation, Gallipoli Medical Research. And on behalf of Daniel and I and the team at Sportcast, we want to send a special thank you to Renee, Chris and the team at Queensland Little Athletics, and of course Margaret, who's produced all the treats for all the volunteers. You guys have been nothing short of amazing. You have set the benchmark, not just for athletics in the country in terms of well-run organisations, but for sporting organisations right around the country. Daniel and I have had the privilege and the pleasure of working closely with a lot of organisations in the sporting space, and the way that Little Athletics Queensland, the staff and the team conduct themselves, they have set the bar extremely high, and that's why we demanded that we wanted to be a part of it again, because we were so grateful for the family-friendly environment that they have created. So on behalf of the team, thank you so much for all your wonderful work, and to everyone watching in across the call across the YouTube, we appreciate you, and we will conclude with the finale of the final presentations, which will conclude in a few moments' time. But until then, thank you, and we'll catch you next time.